Welcome to Derby Date Night Juniors Tournament Edition. We are live at Perry Park in Indianapolis, Indiana, where we are one of 9 different regional playoff locations battling for a chance to play for the national title. We are following 6 amazing teams over the course of this weekend. Our hosts, Indianapolis Junior Roller Derby, are joined by Black-N-Bluegrass from Kentucky, Pittsburgh Roller Derby from Pennsylvania, Kalamazoo Roller Derby out of Michigan, Cincinnati Roller Derby from Ohio, and Savannah Roller Derby from Georgia. Don't worry if you get confused. We have graphics you can watch during halftime and between games that will give you all the info you need to follow along all weekend. You are joining us for game number 5 in this tournament. This is the 5th place medal game between Cincinnati Roller Derby and Black-N-Bluegrass Roller Derby. Before we begin, we should probably introduce ourselves. We are Derby Date Night. We bring you live roller derby in and around the Midwest. I'm Aria Kidding Me, and I'll be your play-by-play announcer all weekend with the action and some corny jokes. Behind the camera is Sirius Lee, my forever date and the real brains behind the operation. I've also got a special guest with us today, Admiral, who we also like to call Addie, or as you might know her in the chat, Abby Duffield.
Good morning, good morning, hello.
Good morning. I'm so excited to have you here to tell me all of the penalties that I'm doing wrong in real time.
I'm going to also tell you all the penalties that you're doing right in real time as well.
So
it's both.
That. Oh, such a positive outlook for this morning. I was not so positive when we woke up at 7 in the morning.
It's tough.
I've got some coffee.
We're getting there.
I've got some Red Bull. I think I'm ready.
I think everybody's ready. Like, all the skaters are warmed up. The coaches are in good moods. The officials are ready to go. I think it's going to be a great day.
I do, too. It's been just, I mean, the vibes for this tournament have just been immaculate.
And energetic as well.
So energetic.
Last night's game, coming into today, everybody's ready to go.
Absolutely.
You got to love Derby.
Yes. And we love you, and we love everybody here in the chat, and we're so glad. Carl is so excited to hear Abby's voice.
Hi there, Carl.
I know Carl was like,
chat.
Carl was like, where's all my American friends? And I'm like, I've got one of them on the microphone right now.
This was part of the reason I wanted to do this today. Is like, I can say hi to the chat because I'm in the chat normally, and now I can be like, we're here.
Yes.
We've done it. We've made it.
We've got a real live third wheel on the mic.
Doing it, representing.
Watching this game. And this is going to be a really fun game. Yesterday, Black-N-Bluegrass and Cincy both did not win their games, which is why they're here in the 5th medal game. So they are both itching for a win right now. These two teams are really excited. Oh, you wanted me to do the rosters. You just interrupted my thought, Sirius. I'm in the middle of talking and you're pointing. Well, here's my thing, he says. Okay, so as I'm talking about Cincy, these are the skaters that you're going to see out there today. As you are watching, be thinking about who you might want us to nominate as skater of the game. After halftime, we'll be putting up a poll. We will be choosing one jammer and one blocker from each team to be nominated for skater of the game. So as you're watching, think about which of these skaters you would like to see. Yesterday's skater of the one of our skater of the games yesterday was number 17, Lil Bruiser.
Oh, wonderful.
Who was very excited to receive that honor. We have a sticker that says skater of the game, Derby Date Night.
It's coveted.
It's coveted. I mean, there are, how many of them have we given out? We've only given out like 10.
Yeah, it's been a small number.
It's a very small number of people. And here is our other team of Black-N-Bluegrass. We also had another person who earned a skater of the game sticker from this team yesterday, and that was number 27, Nutcase Grace.
Fantastic.
Nutcase also brought me my new favorite book called Dad Jokes 2.
So we're enabling you now.
We are, I mean, if people are bringing me joke books, that means I get to continue to tell all of my bad jokes.
It's true, and we can just throw the joke alert gifts into the chat, and it's all good.
Okay, so I want to tell you something because I spent time writing this yesterday.
Okay.
And I always explain the joke topic for the week, right?
Sure, yeah.
So this weekend's joke topic, I was thinking, okay, these are teenagers. What goes along with teenagers? Candy, right?
Sure.
Kids like candy, that whole thing.
I can follow that train of thought.
So here's what I have to say about that.
Uh-huh.
I'm such a nerd. This is just so nerdy.
You mean nerds?
Yeah, nerds. Yeah, I'm such a nerd. So this tournament is nothing to snicker about. In order to get their payday, these kids can't fall to pieces or have butterfingers. They need to get good and plenty of rest, take 5 deep breaths, and use their Smarties to come out with a whopper of a win.
I understand that we're in an audio-only format right now. Just so everybody knows, I'm shaking my head in that, really? I understand, Sirius. I get it now. I'm so sorry that I have heckled you in the chat for all these months.
Now you understand what happens in the silence. Also, Abby is finally seeing the fact that I use my hands a lot when I talk, and I was literally demonstrating
there's a wingspan here.
all the different, like when I said use their Smarties, I pointed to my brain.
It's very teacher, just kind of like, all right, gang. Gosh.
Biz is in the chat and
Hey
says,
there, Biz.
hi, Addie, Aria, and Sirius. Hi, Biz. We're so excited to have you here today. So we're watching 6 teams over the course of the weekend. Today, we get to see all 6 teams. So that's really cool. If you're here supporting any team, you get to see your team again today because everybody gets 1 game today. So this first game, nice little hug on the line between the 2 jammers. So Lil Bruiser and Pipsqueak are going to be our first jammers of this game. And then later we're going to see IJRD play Kalamazoo in the 3rd place game.
That'll be fun.
And then we have Pittsburgh and Savannah in the championship game. And the winner of that game will go on to the Nationals.
Dun, 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 dun.
Very exciting. But first, we gotta watch this game between Cincy and Black-N-Bluegrass and see Lil Bruiser getting lead jammer for this first jam. Pipsqueak is behind 2 blockers, and all 4 blockers really focused on just stopping Pipsqueak. Lil Bruiser came into the pack and is getting a pullback by Tinkerhell. Pipsqueak does get out, and Lil Bruiser got through, got 4 points, and is calling the jam before Pipsqueak can score any points of their own.
Nice start to the game. Very tight.
Carl says that his family also uses their hands a lot when they talk.
I feel like if you're not using your hands, you're not using your voice. Like it's an extension of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is interesting because everyone who listens to us, they don't get to see that. So they don't get to see the enhanced
Maybe
version
that's
of
like you do a
talking.
fundraiser and that's a level. You get a webcam that can like show what's behind the scenes.
There's so many people who have suggested that, and I don't know. I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure. Sirius wants. Oh, Sirius has to pay money. Yeah, I keep on wanting more things that would cost more money. That is very true. All right, our lead jammer of this jam is going to be Jaws for Cincinnati. Tuxedosaurus Rex. Ooh, pretty
great
little
jump.
apex jump by Jaws to grab 4 points. Tuxedosaurus Rex is going to the box for Black-N-Bluegrass and is joining a blocker of Black-N-Bluegrass. Are there only 2 blockers? Yep, there are only 2 blockers out there for Black-N-Bluegrass for Jaws to get through. Now 3. Jaws is coming around on a scoring pass. Offense coming in. Jaws goes around the outside line, gets 4 more points for Cincinnati, bringing them to 16. Tuxedosaurus Rex now standing in the box as Jaws comes around on a 4th scoring pass. 3rd.
I think we're on 3. I'll start counting.
4.
Oh, there we
That
go.
was 16 points. These juniors go faster.
They really do.
They really do. Sometimes
Good
I'm
star
like
pass.
blink and you miss. Yes, star pass to Discord, who is now the jammer for Black-N-Bluegrass and is going to force that call off. Biz says using hands while talking is like being able to hear better with subtitles. Biz, I'm at the age where I've started putting subtitles on.
I've always had subtitles on. They just
Really?
help. They just help my brain process it.
Yeah.
I wish that movie theaters, it would be easier to do it. But
Right?
Yeah.
Well, movie theater, though, I can hear pretty well. All right. Ooh, Nutcase Grace is up on those toe stops. Bounce, bounce, bouncing away. Ready to hopefully grab those first points on the board for Black-N-Bluegrass. Lead jammer has not yet been established, but it looks like Super Snake is going to get it. And that lead jammer status is going to go to Super Snake. Nutcase Grace is able to get out of the pack on the outside. Super Snake in the pack on a scoring pass. A little bit of a banana jam as everybody's falling down. And Super Snake sees Nutcase Grace coming and calls that jam.
Both teams working really hard to do good defense when the jammers are coming in, trying to shut things down. And it's hard to do because you're also trying to pay attention to the pack and the dynamics of that.
Absolutely. Peanut Butter Smackdown on the line for Black-N-Bluegrass and Jaws.
What a good name. Peanut Butter Smackdown.
I was singing Peanut Butter Jelly Time yesterday.
Every time. Yeah. And then I just want to do the theme song for Jaws, too.
I do. When Jaws gets out and she's chasing down the other jammer, I like to go doo-doo, doo-doo. All right, who is going to come out with that status? It's going to be Jaws with the spin at the front of the pack to become lead jammer for Cincinnati. Peanut Butter Smackdown has the star off, taking a little bit of a break and then charging the pack and is finding a tripod at the front Jaws, meanwhile, is being slowed down by Black-N-Bluegrass, but is able to get through and grab 4 points for Cincinnati. Peanut Butter Smackdown, meanwhile, getting the pullback there from Stella Stardust. And coming back in the pack, and everybody just kind of takes a little break on the ground, you know. I sometimes like to just take a little nap, yeah, and then get back up and go again. Jaws decides to call the jam. We're already 4 jams in, 5 minutes. So these jams go very fast in the juniors tournaments. I feel like they're just whip fast.
I mean, it's part of it is that they're all very engaged and they're just ready to go into the next one. They know what the plan is, especially since a lot of these skaters have been skating together for a while.
Absolutely. All right, we have got Lil Bruiser on the line for Cincinnati and Pipsqueak for Black-N-Bluegrass. I love tournaments because you're seeing the same teams. I don't even need to look at the
you know it now
at the list of who they are.
It's inside.
I'm like, I know these skaters now because we watched them yesterday, and it's fun to be able to know who they are.
Do you end up seeing like things that the skater will adjust over a tournament weekend, like as they're going through, because you're seeing them again and again?
Yeah. You can start to get to know their style a little bit. I don't know about seeing the adjustments in that short of a time. If I've seen a team for years, or like over a whole season, I definitely see those adjustments. But when it's one tournament, I think I more start to just get used to their style. For example, Cincinnati. Lil Bruiser's getting a track cut penalty.
Apex hop with the wheel landed on the inside.
Dang nabbit. So this is going to be an opportunity here for Pipsqueak and Black-N-Bluegrass to potentially score their first points. The star was passed to Criminal. And this smooth criminal is going to try to steal some points. I always have to throw something in,
don't I?
It's
good. I like it.
It just has to happen. And even though they haven't been called yet, because they don't get called till you're out, I do believe that those first points have now been scored for Black-N-Bluegrass. Oh, nice hit on that pivot at the front. Criminal is like, I am getting these. And unfortunately, do you want to talk about why that was a track cut?
Sure. So we had the contact here at the front, and even though the hips are passed, when the blocker engaged, still in the engagement zone, the toe stop went out of bounds, which gives that blocker superior position. You still got to go behind. And I think that the jammer really thought that they were inside of the track for it.
I think so too,
just unfortunate.
Well, and even if it's a toe stop.
And
that's where I think you could, because you can definitely feel your wheels. But it's when a toe stop goes out that you might not necessarily feel that hitting the ground.
We had a great example of this yesterday where one hand or arm if it goes out of bounds, you're not considered out of bounds with that. So if like you suddenly roll down to your shoulder and your shoulder gets in there, you're out of bounds. But if it's one hand or going up to your kind of elbow,
you can go to your elbow,
you can
right?
Go to your elbow, yeah.
Okay. But if anything, because I remember yesterday someone went down to their elbow and I was like, ooh, they're good. And then their foot hit. Yeah. And I was like, nope, now they're not good.
Yep.
So it's only just that one part.
And what's always so fun to watch in juniors games, because they have cartilage still in their bones, is that they can get that low to have it just be a hand touch. And then they're able to stabilize and get back up. So it means that you really have to be on, not to make a joke here. Actually, I will, because I'm on the feet.
Because we're on Derby Date Night.
You got to be on your toe stops.
Yep.
And you got to be ready.
You got to be on your toe stops. Did you see that spin to get out of the pack there by Fruit Punch? That was gorgeous.
That was so good.
And these juniors do such a good job with using spins to move their body in ways to get past people. And I love watching those spins because it's really hard, I think, to keep your contact on someone who's spinning.
There's a lot of trust in the momentum of it.
Absolutely. All right, Black-N-Bluegrass did put those points on the board. Not last jam, but the jam before that. But we've been busy talking about rules.
It's true.
So they are at 3. Cincy is now at 43. And we have got Tuxedosaurus Rex on the line up against Smearcat. I don't remember Smearcat jamming yesterday, so
I think Smearcat's been in.
Was that a toe stop?
That was a toe stop.
Did a toe stop just bounce around?
Yep.
I think, is it Tuxedosaurus Rex's toe stop?
I guess we're going to find out in a minute.
When they try to stop?
Yeah.
Let's see. Yep.
No, it's a blue toe stop.
It's a blue toe stop. Everybody look for a blue toe stop. Who is missing a blue toe stop? And we'll find out when they try to stop and they fall down. Because Derby... what a nice little apex hop for Tuxedosaurus Rex to grab 4 points.
Smart play.
Yeah, very good.
This score does not feel like this game. Like, this score does not feel reflective of this game.
No, absolutely not.
They're both coming out with so much energy, and they're both just you can see, like, the gears turning.
Yeah, both teams doing a great job. Chaos has tuned in and says, do I hear Admiral on the mic?
Hi.
Lovely. And Michael Kwan is here. Michael Kwan, we have got Abby Duffield on the mic today helping us with all. So now I've got a ref not just in the chat, but right next to me.
You're surrounded.
I love it. I love it. I love having all the support from the ref crew who help make Derby Date Night as accurate as we possibly can whenever Aria says crazy things. Nutcase Grace is your lead jammer. Look at Black-N-Bluegrass starting to turn it around here as Nutcase Grace comes around on a first scoring pass. Black-N-Bluegrass doing a great job of holding Fruit Punch here, who is being pulled to the back of the pack. Look at that beautiful backwards waterfall.
You lost a little bit, though.
What do you mean?
Yeah. So the bridge that was making the pack extended too far, which is the penalty we're seeing here. So that's your destruction penalty for being the last of the pack and then moving back too close to your friends.
Too close to your friends. Carl is speaking German. What's happening? Sirius is hitting me and pointing. And I understand exactly what Carl's saying because I actually speak German.
Do you?
Yes, I do.
I didn't know that.
He says, Guten Morgen, Herr Kwan, wie geht es Ihnen? He said, how are you? He said, good morning, Mr. Kwan, how are you today?
Polite little chat conversation.
Yeah. Somebody hurt their finger is what Sirius is saying?
That makes sense. I saw the skater. It's, here we go. Roxanne Ruckus from Black-N-Bluegrass just went over to the box. I wasn't sure what the penalty was, but skater was like holding onto her hand. Oh.
Yes, it's an L.
We are in Jam A, so
It
it's
was
a low block.
Low block. Yeah. Is someone else sitting for Roxanne?
They'll sub out, yeah.
Okay, because Roxanne has gone to the medics, so someone else. It looks like number 13, the captain for Black-N-Bluegrass, Zen Chaos, will be sitting for this penalty. Zen Chaos was the cover photo for the day 2 of SmackDown, and it was a beautiful little shot of Zen Chaos just smiling and clapping and getting excited. So we are currently in an official timeout because we are waiting for the medics to have their eyes on the track. It is important with our medics that we make sure that one of the medics is watching the track at all times. So that's why we have 2 medics, so one can take care of somebody and somebody else can watch. So for a minute, we had both medics kind of helping with that skater, and now that we've got a medic with their eyes on the track, we're ready to go again.
Ready to go again. Did a little track repair, got some water, ready to go.
All right. Smearcat jamming for Cincinnati and Peanut Butter Smackdown. That looks like Lil Bruiser though, not Smearcat. I think that's Lil Bruiser. Let's see what you can. Yeah, Lil Bruiser is jamming for Cincy, and Peanut Butter Smackdown is jamming for Black-N-Bluegrass. Peanut Butter Smackdown coming into the pack. Both jammers were able to get out, and I think Smackdown was able to snag a couple points there.
Points.
Good morning, Queen of Hearts. I do think Roxy is okay. Usually when it's a finger, I mean, not to minimize anyone's injury, but whenever I see that it's a finger injury, I'm like, oh, good.
Yeah.
Which is not great if you're a piano player, I suppose.
Well, I think it's because in Derby we do see skaters return back with minor injuries because they're like, this is within my comfort window of tolerance to be able to take care of.
One of my favorite moments ever, I was in a tournament with my teammate, Debbie Darko, who skates for Cornfed, and Debbie had broken one of her fingers.
Oh, no.
And ended up wrapping it for, I think it was day 2 of the tournament, and affectionately, we all called it the club. And she just skated with the club for the rest of the tournament, and I will never forget that.
Oh, gosh. I mean, it is something that as officials we have to check if there is, like, somebody's got a broken wrist or something. We've got to make sure that, they're wrapped up and they're good.
Absolutely. Coach Eric from Roller Derby 24/7 gifting those memberships. Coach Eric is all about supporting Derby Date Night and making sure that Derby Date Night is supported, and he wants you to become a member. So he's going to give 10 people gift memberships for 1 month, and then if you choose, you can extend that membership and get some of the great perks that come with being a member of Derby Date Night.
Love the perks.
Okay, talk to me about the perks because you have been a member. Tell me about the perks that you enjoy.
I love the additional emoji icons that you get that you can use in the chat to be able to throw in there as well. It feels more fun. It feels more engaging to get to have that as well. And especially getting to use the shout out, like, you can purchase a shout out for somebody that's on the track doing something is super fun as well.
Absolutely. Right now, do we have a lead jammer? I mean, like, this jam has been a minute and a half.
There we go. Wow.
That was a minute and a half that it just took to get Pipsqueak called as lead jammer. That is the longest.
And our other jammer is in the box right now, too, so we're looking at a power jam.
Look at that. Sirius wanted to demonstrate what a super chat looks like by highlighting one of Michael Kwan's comment because it is peak top tier Derby Date Night content. If you can't be an athlete, be an athletic supporter.
There you go.
I love it.
Michael, I love your little cat icon that you have as your
I do too.
Your YouTube.
I think that's a Disney cat too.
I think it is a Disney cat. Michael, tell us what cat it is.
It's from it's from Lady and the Tramp.
Okay.
It's one of the We Are Siamese.
Oh.
It's one of those cats, I think. Michael Kwan can tell us if I'm correct. My Disney knowledge. Aria is not only a fan of roller derby and F1 motorsports, but also Disney and Dungeons and Dragons and all the nerdy things.
Of course.
Yes, of course.
It's
now, what is your nerd? I need to ask everyone who comes on this podcast
what your nerd is.
Yeah, what is your nerd? Because all of Derby Date Night people have their nerd.
Everybody has something. My current nerd is that I'm really into doing leathercraft and leather work. So
cool.
I've been learning how to make wallets and little fidgets and things. Before that, it was doing linocut. So getting to make really cool stamps and things. Big into board games, love a good board game, and I do have a couple of games that I will game master in DM4 for Dungeons & Dragons or other rule sets. I'm just a big fan of any type of storytelling because I think that everybody's individual stories are so interesting, and getting to share stories is an act of friendship and care, which is just so much fun.
Absolutely. I love it. I love the Venn diagram between Dungeons & Dragons and roller derby. It's amazing.
It's a healthy Venn diagram.
It is.
Oh,
but
that's a forearm penalty.
Oh, dear.
That's
on the
out
jammer?
Of the Venn diagram.
No, that is not. No.
What would a forearm penalty be in Dungeons & Dragons? That's a bad dexterity check is what that is.
Yes, it's a bad dex check.
Yeah. Yep.
So Tuxedosaurus Rex is currently lead jammer, has already scored 4 points, is trying to communicate, I think, with the pack in terms of what they want for this power jam, but everybody's yelling.
There seems like there's some confusion. There's some really, really heavy defense coming in from Cincinnati.
Oh, and they're trying to stop the run back is what's happening here because who is that? Firefox from Cincinnati, I think, was doing a great job with the run back. I think that's what the yelling was about, was stopping the run back.
And that's going to cause, the loss of momentum and points in terms of kind of moving forward. So I can understand the frustration there in terms of strategically, what are we doing right now?
And Super Stink did get out of the box, and Nutcase Grace is on the line for Black-N-Bluegrass, and Jaws is on the line for Cincinnati. Michael Kwan says it is a Disney cat, Sergeant Tibbs from Dalmatians.
Oh.
Good icon for an NSO as he's the quietly supportive and competent character.
Oh, man. Oh, what a great hit. Who is that? Poison Dart from Black-N-Bluegrass trying to shut down shut down Jaws.
Poison Dart, it's easy to know who Poison Dart is because of that bright green helmet, and I think of it like a Poison Dart frog.
Oh, yeah. I love that.
So on that camera, because we aren't on turn 1, but the reason why we can see turn 1 so well is we have our camera operator, Smooth, who is a level 2 junior on IJRD, who is an amazing camera person.
Thank you,
and
Smooth.
Loves to do camera work for us and is here for the second day on camera. Thank you, Smooth.
What a great crew.
We love our crew. We love our Derby Date Night supporters, all of our athletic supporters.
it takes a whole village to come together to get to do this. I see some hands, and I see a timeout.
Sirius just got the athletic supporter joke.
Really?
Have you never heard that joke before? What?
Just for our fans at home, we're all staring at Sirius with our heads cocked to the side like Scooby-Doo.
You really didn't? He didn't laugh. It was 5 minutes ago, and now he's losing it.
At least he laughed now.
Sirius just got the athletic supporter joke. He didn't understand it. This is what happens on day 2 of a tournament. We get a little loopy, which is why half of the people are in the chat right now. They're not here for the derby. They're here for Aria losing her mind.
They can be here for both. They can be here for both.
Sunner day is what we call it. Yep. Right? The spins, Biz. We have been seeing so many good spins from these juniors, and I don't know, like in ballet, remember how you used to have like a
your
point,
spot.
your spot that you look at? I don't think they have to in derby. They just go.
Well, I think it depends on the number of spins. You know, the momentum is really key. And you're not also, in ballet, you're usually staying in one place, right? You're trying to stay. You're not trying to travel. But in derby, you are trying to travel. So a spot isn't necessarily going to help you. I think more than anything, and I am not a skater. I do some coaching here and there. But it's like you have to kind of like, it moves so fast. Like, who are you looking at when you're in that? You're kind of like watching your people and seeing where you're going to be and then figure out, like, do I have to go out of bounds and recycle or what?
Now we've got Lil Bruiser and Peanut Butter Smackdown jamming for their respective teams. Lil Bruiser is out as lead jammer. Peanut Butter Smackdown has taken that star off and is getting pulled to the back of the pack there by Cherry Bomb. Lil Bruiser is in the pack and finds a tripod of skaters holding. So Lil Bruiser decides, you know what, I'm just going to go around to the outside and get through to grab 4 points. Peanut Butter Smackdown continuing to try and figure out any way through. Cherry Bomb is just dialed in right now and really doing a good job leading that tripod as Lil Bruiser comes through with a little apex hop to grab 4 more points for Cincinnati.
Great little hop there.
Michael Kwan asking if anyone, I fell asleep, Michael Kwan, because it was 11 o'clock our time, so I was not able to watch the Angel City and Rose stream on Pluto. So I was, what? Is there a replay? Does anyone know? Are we able to watch a replay of it? Because I would really like to be able to see it. The production was well done. That's great. Announcing was ... fine. That's because you've gotten used to the quality, amazing, wonderful announcing on Derby Date Night.
And you can continue to allow Derby Date Night to do what you do if you are a 3rd Real member.
Absolutely.
And you sign up. And there's the gift memberships right now, too.
We appreciate all the support that we get from everyone. Lil Bruiser making that call off, preventing points from being scored by Black-N-Bluegrass, bringing them to 78. Black-N-Bluegrass is at 25. We've got 10 minutes left in the first half. Abby, don't forget to pay attention to this. We are going to choose 1 blocker and 1 jammer from each team for us to nominate. We don't get to choose the skater of the game, but we get to nominate the 4 skaters for the chat to choose a skater of the game in the second half.
I like it. I like it a lot.
All right, Pipsqueak is out as jammer for Black-N-Bluegrass. Cincy is, that looks like Fruit Punch, I think. And both jammers struggling to find a hole in these walls. These walls are really staying together here and doing a great job just holding. Poison Dart is pulling back Fruit Punch. I think it might have been Fruit Punch's birthday yesterday. There was a singing of Happy Birthday and Fruit Punch looking sheepishly embarrassed. So I used my powers of deduction.
So sweet.
To guess that it was Fruit Punch's birthday. So happy birthday, Fruit Punch, and if I'm wrong, I'm sorry. Pipsqueak does eventually get that lead jammer status and will be eligible to score points for Black-N-Bluegrass. Fruit Punch continuing to struggle. Poison Dart is pulling Fruit Punch back but gets a penalty for a forearm.
Looks like a forearm.
Now you know that I really do. I mimic the
hands.
signals that I'm seeing as I'm figuring out what the penalty was.
Got a lot of multiplayer block calls happening. Part of they're staying very tight and close together. I think, you know, day 2, everyone's a little bit more tired, so your hands aren't engaging in the way that you want them to.
So they're grabbing onto each other a little bit more.
Grabbing onto each other a little bit more.
And now, how long, if you are holding a multiplayer, like if you're holding on to someone, is it that you can't have that brace at all, or that you just have to drop it as soon as it's challenged?
It's convenient the jam ended, because I'm going to talk a lot about multiplayer blocks.
Okay.
Because multiplayer blocks are a little complicated. If you have 3 people in a multiplayer block setup, at that point you're just looking at the linkages of arms or that impenetrable wall, and it has to be challenged. Yeah. So if the link is on the right side and the jammer is attacking on the left side and doesn't touch the link, it's not a multiplayer.
Got it.
But if you go down to 2 skaters, and they're hip to hip, and there's almost like a tango, like they've got their hands together. If that push, if that grip in the front is keeping their hips together, that's a tango multiplayer block. And so, like, in the officiating community, we call it a tango block. It is a multiplayer block type, and it's
so
because
even if
of
they're
those
not
2.
challenging the link of the hand,
Yep.
if the hand is helping the hips,
it's an unfair
and the hips
advantage.
get challenged,
You got
then
it.
Okay.
And so that's why it's a little complicated in terms of if the link is challenged directly, yes. In most cases, asterisk if it's making an unfair advantage, which is where the penalty really comes in terms of its theory.
Got it. Nutcase Grace is lead and has scored 4 points. Smearcat has gotten out of the pack, but will not be able to score any points as Nutcase has gotten those 4 points and called it. That is going to bring
away
it.
at that lead.
Yep, you got your guacamole for these chips.
Oh.
I've just started using
got
that
some
one
hot sauce,
consistently.
got some guac.
You know what I want is queso for the chips.
Oh, I want some queso. I mean, there is already enough cheese in this.
Oh yeah, there's so much cheese.
So much cheese in this stream.
So much cheese on the Derby Date Night stream. Let's see. Queen of Hearts is given some shout outs to Roxy and to Discord. Also shouted out Nutcase's spins. Nutcase does such a great job with all those spins. Michael Kwan gave me a compliment. He said that I've become the voice of Derby live stream for Michael. I love that.
It's
and
true.
Alyssa's shouting out Pipsqueak.
You really spoiled us. You and Sirius have really spoiled us with just such high production quality, and you know, the beautiful mix of like what's going on in the game, teaching about Derby, but also having it be fun and personal. Like, we feel like we're on the date with you guys, which is what it's about.
That's what we want with all our third wheels, and we have such a good time doing it, and we appreciate all of you having great Derby games so that we can all watch together. Jaws getting through to grab the 4 points, the first 4 points in this jam for Cincinnati. Pipsqueak passed the star to Discord, who is now the jammer for Black-N-Bluegrass, and is chasing down Jaws, who I think is going to let Discord score some points. Discord is through. Jaws has scored 8 points, coming into the pack on a 3rd scoring pass right now. Nice job there by Stella Stardust. Discord was out of the pack. Discord had gotten those 4 points, and Stella was still in the engagement zone. Noticed that Discord took a little tumble and got Discord out of bounds and pulled Discord back.
What's interesting is that there was a little communication between the outside pack referee and the inside jam ref, where the outside pack referee made like a sweeping motion coming inwards with their hands. This actually comes from volleyball cues of saying that the ball is out. So we're actually saying the initiator of contact is out. So in this circumstance, I think that the blocker did exit the engagement zone, which would have given up that superior position, and the jammer could have gone back in and through. But the jammer did know that information, so they went back to be able to do that.
So the jammer didn't actually have to go all the way back there.
Correct.
Oh, that's hard to notice, though.
It's really hard to have that awareness, but it is something where, as you are able to have more bandwidth, you can listen to what the officials are doing, and you can utilize the same cues that we're using to conduct the game.
As we get into the last 5 minutes of this half, Nutcase Grace is currently sitting in the penalty box on a forearm. Lil Bruiser coming around on a 2nd scoring pass, but was stymied as Lil Bruiser was trying to get through on with a little straight pecs jump, but did not stay in bounds and was pulled to the back and is now stuck in a blocktopus of 4 skaters. Some nice offense being done there by Cherry Bomb to assist Lil Bruiser. But Lil Bruiser's calling her own penalties at this point. I think Lil Bruiser was calling a forearm, but I don't think any refs saw it or agreed. And,
or could have been saying, like, there was a forearm against me, not my own forearm.
Yeah, no, I don't think she was calling it on herself. I think she was calling it on someone else.
That would have been a lot of self-awareness. Yeah. Just want to call out Zen Chaos looking as like, so sometimes we'll use the word like mama hen or person that's like really calling the strategy that's happening during the game, being the bridge, conducting like where the pack of their team should be going for the defense. And the hit out that we had for the Cincinnati Jammer in the last jam on that straightaway was Zen Chaos moving into that position.
Yeah.
So just seeing some really good defense.
I love that you are noticing that. I feel like the skaters that get the most missed are the skaters that are usually the tip of the tripod, the skaters that are the ones who are verbally communicating to everyone on the track. They might not be the ones who are actually executing the big, huge hits. They might not be the ones who are doing all the things, but they are directing everyone. They are controlling what's happening out there. And I love that you are giving a shout out to that skater, because every single jam has that skater who is really the commander of the jam, and you might not see it, but it's there.
It's
and
hard
they do
to see
it
glue,
so
right?
It's hard to see the glue.
In between different things. Glue's going to be in between different things. Sirius is trying to help us point out the skater we're talking about here, but
Sirius is cracking me up right now, because Abby and I are having this conversation about the glue, and we're complimenting skaters, and Sirius is using his arms. He's pointing. He's stood up.
He's putting on the production. He's trying to make it happen.
He stood up. He's like, look where I'm pointing the camera. Can you guys please talk about this thing? There is an official review happening right now. The official review has been called by Cincy. So you've never been on this side of speculation. What do you think it is?
Oh gosh, it actually, if it's Cincy that called it, it might be on that forearm call that they were having.
Let's find out. Great, thank you so much. So Cincinnati was asking for a track cut to be called on the jammer White 27, who was Nutcase Grace. They said that they saw the foot go out. The refs did not have enough evidence to issue a penalty, so they will lose their official review, and the no call will stand.
It's a good classic official review, though. I mean, we were actually just talking about this morning. If you're using your official review, you can use it as a timeout. You only get a minute. But if you go in for an official review, you could get at least 2-3 minutes for something. And a track cut is usually a good culprit to go after. You know, it could be a legitimate ask. It could be just trying to buy some extra time. Either way, it's a good strategy for the team right now, especially because since he had the momentum, they've had several jams back-to-back here where they've had point scores going up, and they've been shutting down Cincinnati. So Black-N-Bluegrass, you know, that's Cincinnati using their timeout here can maybe like impact that momentum that Black-N-Bluegrass has had coming up.
And now we have an official timeout, and they've brought the tournament head official out to have a conversation in the middle of the track. Can you talk to me a little bit about when these happen, what might be occurring?
Sure. Sometimes it can just be fine-tuning of, you know, we're seeing something get called in a way that it's inconsistent across the tournament weekend, and so, like, let's adjust this. It could be something where, you know, the tournament head saw something related to safety or like medical injury of like, hey, we saw somebody hit their head. Let's make sure that we're watching this or that. It could be a variety of things. It is used very limitedly because it is something that gets attention.
Yes.
So, you know, if it's something that we need to do immediately, we'll come out to address. So I'm not too sure what we're discussing, but there's a lot of smiles for our officiating crew. So I'm not worried, and I don't see anybody going over to the medics. So that's good.
But we always want to make sure we're running a good tight ship, and that things are going the way they need to go.
It's important because if you have multiple crews over a weekend, you want those crews to be operating consistently in how they're calling.
Absolutely. Queen of Hearts says blockers who fly under the radar are almost always the ones working their butts off. Not that all the kids aren't working, they are, but they're in the pack hiding and messing the other wall up. Absolutely.
Love that.
That's why I don't see them. I know they're there. I know they're doing their work, but they're always in the middle of all the smushed up pack, and so it's hard to call them out. So this is our official call out to all of you blockers doing the work, being the communicator, being the glue. We see you, we appreciate you, and we know how important you are to this game. We love you. I was also one of those blockers.
You're the
so
glue.
I'm a little passionate about it. Yeah, I was never the big showy. I'm gonna get the huge things, but I was the one who was communicating, telling people.
Because you're in there and you're doing the work, and it's so hard to be that position as well because it takes so much mental acuity to be able to do. Poison dart here on the offense. On fruit punch coming in.
Sirius goes, "Oh, you mean you were the one talking all the time, Aria?"
I mean, there's a trend. There's a strong trend line. All right, we're out here with lead jammer.
Pipsqueak is out as your lead jammer for Black and Bluegrass with 3 minutes left in this first half. You know, I thought as this game was starting that I was like, ooh, since he's scoring all these points, they're just going to pull away. Black and Bluegrass is like, no. You know what? We're going to keep, we're like, look at this. We're under 100 points. I already said we have less than 3 minutes, Sirius. Did you not hear me? Sirius is tired today. I can tell. He's got so many hand signals, and he's like,
we're getting a coffee and a snack.
Yeah, I'm grabbing some. I need to give Sirius an energy drink, I think.
You do, yeah.
So, anyway, what I was saying is Black and Bluegrass has done a really good job of not letting Cincy just run away with this.
Truly. And so we had a Cincy blocker coming out of the box here. There's actually another one that's returning here. We were very close to a split pack situation. We had two black and 2 white in the front, and we had 2 white and 1 black in the back. So very close. Which can be a very difficult, like, officiating thing to pick up on. But strategically, if you're able to pull your pack back enough and to catch a blocker coming from the box, you can literally shift the dynamic of the game in your favor by having that returning person come in. So just seeing some really good strategy out there.
Yeah, and Cincy did a good job there of passing. I think that was one of the first times, because Cincy hasn't been passing the star a lot.
That's true.
But they needed to pass the star there at the end of that jam to be able to force that call off, because they were stuck for a while there. Black and Bluegrass scored 11 points in that last
Their
jam.
defense has been really strong in doing those recycles that I know that they were frustrated with earlier, but they're utilizing that same technique, and they're having some really positive results.
Nutcase Grace stuck behind a blocktopus of 4 blockers, just completely focused. Have you not heard my blocktopus term?
I have. It's just hearing it in real life is such a joy.
And that allows Super Snake to take the lead jammer status for Cincy. Nutcase Grace, though, did some magic and is now out and chasing down Super Snake, who is through the pack and calling it. There's your clinic. I always say those 4-point hit it and quit it. That's your clinic.
That's your clinic.
That's the standard derby strategy right there.
Well, because you get to chip away at that differential. And what you can do, especially in this case, like let's say that Black and Bluegrass gets out and gets lead. You know, they want to keep chipping away, but you have to watch what your time is happening on the clock and be strategic about that, because there are times when you're down so substantially, you actually want to stop the other team from having the time advantage to have the possibility to score.
Absolutely.
So it really depends.
And Jaws coming out with lead jammer for Cincinnati. Tuxedosaurus Rex is jamming for Black and Bluegrass right now. Weaving to the outside, as that is not where the pack was, has one more blocker to get past, as Jaws is in the pack on a scoring pass. Tuxedosaurus Rex was able to stretch that pack out and get through, but is not going to be able to score any points, as Jaws is going to call it. We have 13 seconds left. If no timeout is called, we will be going to halftime at this point. We're going to get serious, as Carl says, poor Sirius, he must be overloaded with derby awesomeness. Yes, we're going to work on getting Sirius less overloaded and maybe give him an energy drink during this halftime.
There we go.
I'm so glad you're here.
I'm so glad to be here. Gosh, it's been such a good game to watch.
Yeah. More with Arias and Admiral Abby on Derby Date Night when we come back in 15 minutes. Welcome back to Derby Date Night. You are joining us for the second half of Cincinnati Junior Roller Derby versus Black-N-Bluegrass. This is the 5th place medal game. We will be following this game with a 3rd place medal game and then a 1st place medal game, the winner of which will go on to the Nationals in Loveland, Colorado. I'm looking at the chat and I'm noticing that Chaos is telling Tara that she should watch the last 10 minutes of last night's game.
Oh my goodness.
Between Savannah and IJRD. So for those of you who are listening right now, if you want to watch yesterday's Game 4 between Savannah and IJRD, it had not only a continuation jam, which does happen sometimes, but doesn't usually affect the outcome of a game.
Yes, very critical.
And after that continuation jam, we had an overtime jam. It was crazy. It was amazing. You showed up like right as it was kind of happening. Sirius keeps talking to me in the middle of my sentences.
What did he say?
He said, "Talk about the penalties." Okay. I know, Sirius. I need to give you a.
I need to
give you a piece of paper. There's my pencil I was looking for.
No, this is mine.
Oh, no.
They're both mine.
They're both yours?
Yeah.
Where's the pencil I was looking for?
I don't know.
Okay.
Anyway, the game last night was electric. Everybody was on their feet cheering. But there's a lot of strategy that happened in those 10 minutes, especially in terms of like things to learn for next time and how to adjust. So if you just want some really good derby, go to the last game last night.
Don't even just watch the last 10 minutes because the whole game
really
was
good.
So good.
Really
Everyone
good.
Like that game, I think you could learn so much from it about derby and about just all sorts of things. So
Truly.
definitely watch it.
And penalties were crucial in the last 10 minutes of the game, but penalties have also been crucial in this game so far today. So we've had many multiplayer blocks that have been sort of a trend that have been going through, as well as contact-related penalties and pack-related penalties too, if your destructions of pack from the bridges that are going out and then going a bit too far. So all of that means we've had very dynamic offense and defense happening with a game that doesn't feel like the score that's on the board.
Yes, absolutely. And no one right now is in danger of fouling out, but we will continue to keep an eye on the penalties as they're pretty well spread out. And as usual, in about 15 minutes, I will give my awards to anyone who has managed to go the entire game without any penalties. I always like to shout those people out.
I always love that. We had a junior many years ago down in Charlottesville, Virginia, that when she came into the box, she looked at the NSOs and she goes, "How many penalties do I have?" And they're like, "You have 5." She goes, "All right, great. I've got 2 more that I can use."
I've got 2 more.
And I'm like, "No, baby, no."
She's a fan of Derby Date Night. You get 6 for free. Right now, we do have Lil Bruiser in the box for Cincinnati. Roxanne Ruckus is jamming for Black-N-Bluegrass. This is going to be a 2-minute jam, and that pack is not moving right now.
Well, they've really got it locked down over in turn 2.
Cincy trying to do the best they can to not let this power jam lose too many points for them. And Roxanne Ruckus is through with 4 points for Black-N-Bluegrass. I don't feel like I've seen Roxanne jamming very much this weekend, so it's nice to see a new jammer out there.
Was she jamming in period 1?
I don't think so.
Maybe that's an adjustment going into period 2. Is that they're seeing, there's this point differential. We've got some space. Let's get people some more experience and use this as a learning tool.
Yeah. Oh, no. Lil Bruiser came out of the box and now is headed back to the box again on another track cut. This is going to be Lil Bruiser's 3rd track cut of the game.
Oh, goodness.
So another power jam for Black-N-Bluegrass, and Roxy, who is getting some offense from the blockers and just has to get past 2 more Cincy blockers and does so to grab 4 more points. Out of play block called there. I saw that.
Good
saw
job.
That
Look at you.
All right, that jam is called, and I am going to put up our poll for Skater of the Game. We have chosen 2 blockers and 2 jammers, 1 from each team, to nominate for Skater of the Game, but we don't get to choose Skater of the Game. That's what you get to do. So I'm going to put the poll up. It will stay up until 5 minutes is left in the game, so you don't have to vote immediately if you're not sure who to vote for. You can take your time and decide, but once you vote, you cannot change it. So vote carefully.
Use your vote wisely.
Use your power wisely.
Voting is a superpower that we all get.
Yes, it is. All right. Lil Bruiser out of the box. Nutcase Grace jamming for Black-N-Bluegrass.
Oh, yeah. So we had a back block penalty there coming into the wall in the back.
Oh, Little Bruiser looks so sad. I mean, going to the box 3 times in 2 jams is no fun.
It's difficult in a jammer mentality if you're getting penalties back to back to be able to snap out of that and come into it of just like being refreshed and letting it go. So I really have a lot of compassion here for Cincinnati's jammer.
Well, and also if you're already a little bit frustrated, I feel like you might be a little bit more there might be more of a chance of maybe getting another penalty because you're already frustrated. So you have to be careful with that as well.
But we see Little Bruiser taking some breaths, and I think that they're going to come in here and do a great job.
Refocused, ready to go.
Those walls are ready to go, though.
Yep. Tara, I have got Abby Duffield, who you know from the chat, or Admiral.
Hi, Tara.
Is here announcing with me and giving me all the greatest NSO ref information that we need from our officials and that Aria needs to keep her in check.
Speaking of our officials, there's a lot of love in the center today because both Bona and Tron Trog are wearing hearts on their tights, and it's super cute.
Oh, let's look at penalties and then let's look at their tights. So this is where we're at. We've got a couple with 4 on Cincy. Let's see where we're at with Black-N-Bluegrass. Okay,
4 and
similar
3.
4 and 3. All right, let's look at, oh, we don't have, okay, we have a chance to look at the tights. Oh, good. This is a perfect chance to look at the tights as we are going to have
there we go.
Team time
Yep,
out.
good tights.
So let's check out these tights that have hearts on them. You know, what if we could get all the refs to wear tights with hearts on them?
No. As an official, I don't want to wear tights.
No. I mean, you all already are matching it with your beautiful zebra stripes.
It's true. It's true.
Talk to me about why did NSOs, I saw this in a post somewhere yesterday, why did NSOs stop wearing pink?
It was hard to source, so it's a very particular pink, and there
was
a range of it as well. And there was also the feeling, and for some in the community, so I'm not speaking wholesale, for all was like, I don't want to wear pink. And so they're like, we know the WFTA logo is pink, white, and black. We can continue to use the black for the NSOs, which one of my NSOs at home, La Corbrusier, she calls them dead flamingos.
Aww.
Or like zombie flamingos, because they're still like, like the flamingo pink still lives in your heart.
It does.
You never leave it. But it was becoming a source issue in terms of being able to have it. And think about when you have a pickup game and you need somebody to be able to fill in as an NSO, and it's like, hey, go out and find a pink shirt. Where do you find a pink shirt? But now we can say, hey, run to Walmart, grab a black shirt, please join us. And a lot of that is just trying to make some parts of officiating more accessible. Amazing spin move there coming up the inside.
Tuxedosaurus Rex.
So good.
I feel like I've seen Tuxedosaurus Rex grow. I think this is the 3rd or 4th game that we have filmed of Black-N-Bluegrass Juniors this season, and I have really seen Tuxedosaurus Rex growing as a jammer in this season, and definitely, you know, with things like the spin moves and just really working hard to rein in the penalties. Tuxedosaurus Rex tends to have some penalties, but I've noticed there's been a reining in, and definitely just more focused.
Amazing.
Really,
it's
really
always so
that
interesting
growth.
to see how like all skaters through juniors, like you literally watch them grow up over the years to be able to see them. You know, I've been fortunate enough to be officiating juniors for almost 10 years now, and there's some juniors that I've seen that have literally like grown up in front of my eyes. I think we got something going on with the scoreboard.
Really? Something? Oh yeah, where's the scoreboard?
Richie Cranium's our jam timer, and he's staring very ardently at the scoreboard. So.
Yeah, he is. Look how serious he looks. Like serious.
It's the beret.
It is the beret. He's very dapper today with his
start
beret.
pass there for Cincy coming through.
That jam is over, and I would not be surprised if we see an official timeout. Let's watch. Yep. Look how quickly. Serious, you've got to get your camera on Richie faster. There we go. There goes dapper. Serious Richie. Serious face.
Our wonderful NSO
he was so on top of that whistle. Like that jam ended, and he was like, gotta get the whistle. Blow.
Well, we don't want to waste time. You know, sometimes you can you can fix something quickly. You're going to get into that next jam, and you're going to let the 30-second lineup do what it needs to do. But if you know it's going to be more than 30 seconds, let's not have a greater impact on the game. Let's call it, let's fix it, and let's get moving.
Yep,
so
absolutely.
Just a really super solid officiating crew out there today. Bon Appetit is our head NSO, and I believe that Filet Official is our head referee for today.
I love Filet Official's name. It's great.
Filet Official.
Filet Official.
Filet Official.
I love it. Okay, you know what? We haven't told any jokes yet, Abby.
I mean, we had all those
candy
jokes in the beginning. I think my teeth started to rot inside of my skull. They're just so sweet.
So sweet. So
Saccharine.
sweet. These jokes are so sweet.
Sugar rush.
What happens when you eat too much candy?
Tell me.
It makes you thick to your stomach. Serious?
Wow, that was a chuckle. That was a full chuckle.
That was a full chuckle from him. I also think I told it yesterday, serious. So
oh, we're just goldfish over here in the control center. It's not good, gang. Okay, what do you got?
How long does it take a diet dropout to eat desserts?
I don't know.
They usually take 2 or 3 seconds.
Who's got a starfish on the track?
Yeah, that's a very relaxed little bruiser.
Skater down, skater down.
But not down because of injury. Not down because of, just down because it's a rest. I'm surprised that the other skaters aren't rest. Oh no, they're just gonna put their skates on her stomach.
Kick.
I think we need to be narrating a play here.
You don't want to be on that floor. You know how much sweat's on that floor right now. You know what's been there. Don't do this.
They're teenagers.
Yeah.
They are made of.
I've seen adults do that
rubber.
too.
Well, that's true. Now we're face down on the floor.
Oh boy.
Swimming.
At least we're swimming. Bona's got a saying when they're coaching of, do you need a medic or do you need a minute? And I think we just need a minute right here.
Do you need a medic or do you need a minute? That is amazing.
Yeah. I say it to my dog a lot too. When she's just laying on the floor, I'm like, do you need a medic or do you need a minute? And then she will fart and I'm like, I don't need that, Panda. Thank you.
I don't need that. We have a Boston pug who is like just thick, and he's got great constitution, and he's just like.
I thought you were gonna say he has great constipation.
No, constitution, and he's just like, he gets hurt and he's like whatever. But we have a new baby.
Okay.
Who is a golden doodle.
Oh baby.
And the other
sweet golden child.
The other day he was in my office and he was behind my office chair.
Yeah.
And I moved my office chair and I heard the ow, 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 and I was like, and I turn around. And I think I had just barely gone over his little toe.
You're a monster.
With my chair. And he's sitting there and he has his paw up in the air and he's looking at me like, help, mama.
I've been wounded.
And just the difference between these two dogs is so funny because.
You know what you've got there?
Huh?
You've got a blocker and a jammer. This goes out to all of my jammers out there that are not fragile. We do love you, but they're. Oh, you do.
Wait, I have a corn-fed jersey for
but what are their derby dog names?
Oh, their real names are Boomer and Tater.
Those are also derby names.
But our family is all sarcastic names. So are you kidding me?
Yeah.
He is seriously, and our kids are OMG and LOL.
Uh-huh.
So the dogs have, I've got to work on dog names for them.
Yeah, we'll have to find some good puns.
Yeah.
Well, which we skipped the whole joke section here, and we're back to it
No,
already.
we didn't. You told your own joke that was better than any joke I could have ever come up with.
Oh, goodness.
Pipsqueak jamming for Black-N-Bluegrass, and Super Snake is jamming for Cincinnati. Michael Kahn says Abby broke aria. You are 100% correct on that.
I've reached a new membership level here, gang. It's good.
Breaking aria. No lead jammer has been established yet. Yes, never mind. I lied. Super Snake is your lead jammer for Cincinnati. Pipsqueak has that star off and is stuck at the back of the pack. As Super Snake comes around on a first scoring pass, Pipsqueak is stretching that pack out at the front, has got 2 blockers doing some great tango blocking, I suppose.
There you go.
Yep. And now a tripod.
We've got a lot of blockers that head to the box for penalties. We had a direction penalty and then a forearm. So we're starting to see that, like, you get into your tripod and then it gets chipped away because of these penalty calls.
Super Snake in the pack on a scoring pass has gotten 4 points and got through. Pipsqueak continuing to struggle at the back of the pack. Black-N-Bluegrass trying to provide offense and break up that pack to no avail. Pipsqueak continuing to try to push, and that's an interesting look. At Pipsqueak is pushing, and the skaters kind of all got in a line. And what I was seeing happening was as the line was getting closer to the next person, I think they were getting ready to go into a double blocking and then a tripod, but they got in a line first. That was interesting.
Oh.
Okay. We just got some information that they are double checking jam numbers. So while it says jam 5 on your screen, it might not actually be jam 5. That is what is going on with all this.
That's really important for the paperwork that they have when they're going on. So, you know, if we're questioning when a blocker or a skater got a penalty in a certain jam, we have the jam number connected to it. The same thing goes for points as well. They're all connected to jam numbers. So if our jam numbers are off, that means that maybe our paperwork is off, which could mean that the game is off. So we really just want to make sure our math is good.
Yeah, that's gonna be some work after the game. Roxanne Ruckus, jamming again for Black-N-Bluegrass, got a forearm and is in the penalty box. So this will be a power jam for Cincinnati, and Fruit Punch. Did somebody's leg just go like up in the air?
It was Stella Stardust, who's really, I've been seeing Stella Stardust be the glue of Cincy in this. It's just like very strategically watching what the other team is doing, trying to get Cincinnati's walls together. So another really good glue member, who I think is actually one of our, is Stella Stardust one of our?
Yes, one of our nominees for player of the game. That nomination is going to be open for about 15 more minutes.
Good star pass there. No, not star stash, star stash.
Roxanne coming out of the box and getting through, hoping to get the call off here. And Fruit Punch does decide to call it. As what I'm noticing with this score is Black-N-Bluegrass is not letting Cincy run away with it.
They're
Cincy
really not.
keeps trying to pull away, and Black-N-Bluegrass, I feel like Black-N-Bluegrass is such a scrappy team.
Yes.
Like, that's the word I would use to describe Black-N-Bluegrass. They are just going to fight, kick, scratch, not actually, not literally, but they just are. They are a never give up team.
And Cincy has that kind of like internal strength and fortitude of we're just going to keep pushing and grinding and going. So you have two teams that in several different ways, they're in a good contest here. I think this is a good challenge window for both teams.
Yes.
We're not seeing a blowout. Oh
no.
Boy.
Nutcase Grace just barely getting out. What did you see happening there up at the top?
It looked like there ended up being a low block penalty on a Cincinnati blocker as the Black-N-Bluegrass jammer was coming out there. But it was a very good bridge that was extending from the front. So very good strategy from Cincy in terms of trying to really shut down that jammer before they got out.
So Michael Kwan says there's no way that you could perpetrate that amount of carnage and mayhem and not incur a considerable amount of paperwork.
Yes.
I love that. That's a great quote. Carl says that's from Hot Fuzz.
Such a good movie. Carl, that's such a good call out.
I wonder if Cincy Jr. is coached by Trader Joe too. Do I have a list of
who
coach? Cincy? No.
Your snacks.
You're moving my snacks. I don't know. The Cincy coaches. Ratchet is one of them, but I don't know if Trader Joe is also one.
We'll have to ask.
Yeah.
Great drawback here.
That is Punky Bruiser doing the work as a blocker, even though she's usually a jammer. I love to see it when they can just switch like that. You know, I've got both of them.
It shows a deep bench. You know, if you're able to have that much utility, because I know that sometimes benches will set up with 3 sets of 4 blockers, and then you only get 3 or 4 jammers after that. But if you have utility skaters, that's what's going to allow you to not get people be tired so often and use different skills.
Yeah. Criminal took a star pass there and is going to be trying to force that call off. Super Snake, meanwhile, is being pulled back by Tuxedosaurus Rex and does decide to call the jam.
Tuxedosaurus Rex did start as our jammer, and that jam had a star pass over to their pivot, and so it was very interesting. The same we were just talking about utility skaters of moving back into that other position to be able to start to play defense against the other team.
Yep, absolutely. I have a jammer friend who talks to me about wanting to practice blocking more.
Yes.
Because sometimes they pass the star and they're like, what do I do?
I'm lost. Lost in the woods.
Not sure what to do. Queen of Hearts says juniors have no bones. Truth. Truth. They're so bendy.
Some of the skaters today, when they have fallen, they've fallen straight down on their knees, and I'm like, bless your body for being able to recover and stand up from that, because if I fell down on my knees, I'd stay down there.
Or they fall on their tailbone and get back up, and I'm like, I would not get back up from that.
Not a chance.
No
Not a chance.
way.
I want to stay down.
Okay, we've got Fruit Punch and Pipsqueak jamming for their respective teams.
Oh, man, what toe stop work on the inside there.
I'm noticing this season in particular. Oh, did you see that foot? She broke her foot. The foot is broken.
That's not broken.
But she's still skating.
Yeah.
don't understand how they get back up after.
Their ligaments are made of rubber.
Okay.
It's okay. Everyone's okay.
Everyone is okay.
Everyone is okay.
Are all of these juniors level 3 for full contact? Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, 100%. Yes. This is, I mean, these games are just amazing to watch. Oh, that's a banana jam. Everybody's on the ground. And who comes out of that?
Wow, lead jammer now. That's been
over a minute.
A minute and 10.
Fruit Punch worked hard for that and earned that. Pipsqueak, though, says, you know what? You get out, I want to get out, too. And that's exactly what Black-N-Bluegrass needed to do there was as soon as Fruit Punch got out, they went back and they said, Pipsqueak, we're going to help you.
Yep.
You have to be really aware as a blocker. Once you let that jammer go, you got to go back and help. And you only have about, I would say, 7 seconds.
Yeah.
It's really not that long.
You have to know what your job is, and you have to know when your job changes to be able to adapt to what's next.
Yep, so you go back, you help, but then you have to reform your wall because that jammer is coming around. You do not have very long to play offense.
Got a timeout there from Cincinnati. I think this goes back, maybe glue is the theme of today because, you know, your glue is going to be looking at that strategy to say, where do we need to be? Are we going to be in the back to start to play defense? Are we going to be in the front to save our points because we know that a call-off is coming? Where's the other jammer? There's so much that goes on the track, and I hear a lot of folks who, when they start derby, they're like, I don't know what to watch. I'm like, watch your own team, watch what they're doing, learn what your own internal strategy is, and then start to understand what parts of derby are important. And I even teach this when I do officiating clinics of the best thing that you can do as an official is to watch derby so that you can anticipate what's going to happen in the game. So it's not anticipating penalties. Penalties will happen. But if you know that the jammer gets out, has lead, is coming around, other jammer is stuck inside of the wall, maybe there's a forearm that you could anticipate because they're going to try to break through to try to get out. Or if that other jammer, let's say they go to the box and they get a penalty and that jammer comes out and then they're flying, well, let's adjust to be able to look for back block content.
Right.
So it's just knowing what's going to happen in the game is so key to being in the right position so that you can do your job. And the same thing goes for the skaters. You have to know what's going to happen in the game to be in the right position to do your job.
Absolutely. And that's where we always are encouraging new skaters to watch derby. This kind of a tournament is great because this is one of your highest level junior tournaments. You know, this is right before nationals. These teams are competing to go to nationals. This is a great tournament to watch and start to learn about the game of derby and how it works. And hopefully we can help educate as well because we know derby is it's got a hard entry point.
It's got a high entry point for sure. And I mean, I was actually just going to say Derby Date Night is such a great feed to be able to watch on because of the way that you break down certain things. The multi-camera angles is huge because I know a lot of places don't have the ability to do a production like this to be able to see what's going on where and how. So you bring the viewers in. You bring them into the venue and we're here together. Right. So it's big.
Michael Kwan is talking about how when the skaters miss the timeout whistle for a jam start whistle, that happens more often than you would think. And one time he had an overeager jammer do that, blast through the pack, realize the mistake, and slide to a stop at the jam timer's feet on the pivot line.
We do have certain jam timer cues of before they they do the whistle, they say this whistle ends the timeout, just to have an additional cue. But sometimes, I think we've got an injury, unfortunately.
We're going to have a short timeout to make sure that just that skater is okay, and we will be right back.
Yeah.
And welcome back. We wish that skater all the best. They did not need to go over to the medics. They are already over back on the bench with their team. It did, I think, look like a rib hit.
Yeah, just a solid under check.
Oof.
So.
I hate those.
While the bodies are made of rubber, the feelings are not, and that's okay because, like, it's such a tough tumble sport. You know, we want to make sure everybody's okay. Safety is our #1 priority.
Absolutely. And this is a sport that does, I mean, like this sport, football, rugby, all of those high impact body colliding sports are the ones that I think
and they're not even on wheels.
No, they're not.
We add the physics of wheels into roller derby.
we're just throwing everything at, just throw the kitchen sink at it.
I will say that sometimes while I'll be officiating and something will happen, like, it's just bad physics. You know, it didn't happen on purpose. There's only so much you can do to control your body. It's just bad physics. So looked like a really solid hit there, and thankfully everyone's okay.
Yes, and they must sit for 3 jams. So that was called due to an injury. So I believe that was Lil Bruiser.
Correct.
And so now Lil Bruiser is not going to be able to come out for 3 jams because, again, we take injuries very seriously.
Yes.
So even though she might feel better and might be like, come on, put me in, coach. Nope, you got to wait for 3 jams. And truthfully, if you've got a skater who's not feeling well, even if they didn't have a jam called off for injury, go ahead. Or if you're a skater who's not feeling great, don't push yourself too much to go out. We need you for the whole entire game. So wait if you're feeling sick. If you've hurt yourself, give yourself an extra jam and then get out there at your best. Because if you go out there still feeling injured, you risk injuring yourself more.
That's it.
Absolutely. So great to see everybody in the chat. Iconic Alien wants to know what games today are against who. You think you know when your team is playing, but I don't know. Okay, so this game is the 5th place medal game. At noon Eastern time, we have Indianapolis Junior Roller Derby versus Kalamazoo. And then at 2 o'clock Eastern time, we have the 1st place game between Pittsburgh and Savannah. These next 2 games are going to be, I mean, just all of these games are so much fun. I love watching these juniors, and as much as it's hard to come and announce for an entire tournament, but I always get sad. Like right now, this is Black-N-Bluegrass and Cincy's last game of the tournament, and I'm already sad because I'm like, I want to see more.
I know it, but the great thing is that all the teams, they get to have their 1 game today. They're coming in, they're going to bring all of their energy, they're going to bring all of their power that they can into those, and so you're going to have a lot of really great games to watch.
I think so too. And Jaws calls that jam. Jaws currently winning the Skater of the Game poll. We have only got 10 minutes left in that poll. So if you haven't voted yet, go ahead and watch and see what's happening. And the winner of that poll will get one of the coveted Skater of the Game stickers.
Do you have a list of all of the people who have won it?
We are working on a list of all the people who have won it because that is, and also we started doing this before we had the stickers. So I want to go back because I think we had 4-ish people who won it before we had the stickers. So I want to go find those people and make sure that they get one of the stickers because when you've earned it, like
you earned it.
I mean, that's tough to get.
It is. Oh, look at that.
Tuxedosaurus Rex is your lead jammer for Black-N-Bluegrass. Fruit Punch is chasing Tuxedo down though.
Oh, some really good strategy there from Tuxedo. So trying to get in, get some points without the other jammer getting any points. Wasn't able to get past tips. Made a good call off for it. Still 0-0. So a fair effort. Always keep skating at the end.
Absolutely.
You get until the end of the 4 whistles to be able to get those points. Don't stop beforehand. Give it a go. Try to get it.
Absolutely. Okay, we are getting into the last half of the last half of this game.
Yes.
Is that
the last half of the last
I paused because I was like, am I really saying that?
I
am.
15 minutes, yeah.
Yeah, I really am.
Who did you pick today?
We always want to know who Carl picked. Although Carl has broken his curse. So
we say that until Carl's cursed again.
until currently Carl's not cursed, but we'll have to see. My mom, Melody, she's not really my mom, but she tells me I'm doing great, getting my little pat on the back. She's like, keep going. You got this, Aria.
Mel.
Thanks, Mel. Miss you. Wish you were here this weekend. Tell Penny and Petey hi, as usual.
Cute.
I love telling
So
Penny and
cute.
Petey hi. So at the Small Town Smackdown, I don't think, yeah, no, you weren't there,
No.
but there was a moment where
I was in the chat.
Penny and Petey were at the Small Town Smackdown,
Yeah.
as was Melody, and Penny and I are very close. And there was a moment where I was announcing, and all of a sudden there was a ruckus around me, and it was because Penny had seen me and had run up to like hug me and say, "Hi, Aria," but Melody had chased Penny, and Penny was literally like inches from me, and Melody just scooped her up and covered her mouth.
Goodness. All right, I just got to talk about
Yes.
Black-N-Bluegrass. So they did a really beautiful drawback with an extension from
was
the pack.
gorgeous.
So really good bridging, very smart kind of what they were doing there. If the pack is moving backwards, you can skate backwards. Pack speed becomes negative and you're able to, oh man, again, I
Sounded
would
like
not
it
get up
hurt.
from that.
Okay, so what are you saying about skating backwards?
So if the pack is skating in reverse, pack speed becomes reverse, which means that Derby gets a little strange because some things that would normally be illegal, like it skating backwards, aren't illegal because the pack is moving in that reverse direction. However, the rules of Derby want you to skate in Derby direction. So there is an encouragement that if the other team starts to move forwards, it's not necessarily a pack destruction because Derby wants you to move in that direction. So, but the way that they do it, if they do it with a sudden and marked clip to move forward, so if the pack speed is going in reverse and suddenly the front of the pack's like, and we leave,
Okay.
it could be considered a destruction penalty. So it gets a little wonky.
Yeah,
It's a
interesting.
little wonky.
That's really interesting. We have got Cincy is at 143, Black-N-Bluegrass 81. Cincy is starting to stretch this a little bit now.
Yeah, I think our
Black and
differential's
Bluegrass-
gotten bigger.
Yeah, Black-N-Bluegrass has been kind of held low on points for the past about 10 minutes or so. So we'll see how things
We've
go.
expanded to a 62-point differential.
Okay.
We were at 41 close to the top of the half. And so we're starting just to see that creep away since he kind of using that chipping away strategy that Black-N-Bluegrass was doing. It just really comes down to who's got lead and how they're dominating with that.
So Admiral, as Nutcase Grace came around on that, Nutcase Grace had her arms kind of like a captain, like an admiral, and I was I was just looking at Nutcase Grace, skating with both of her arms
Saucily.
on her hips, and I'm like, that is the cutest little pose.
See, I would be worried if I'm a jam referee. I'd be worried because I'm like, are you calling it? Like, because that's where your
'cause
hands
her
go.
Mhm. See, she's doing it again.
Yep.
Serious.
No, she's prepared. That's
Oh.
what it is. Like,
So she's prepared to potentially call
coming
it.
coming around, looking at the bench, checking in. What is my plan? What am I doing? Do you want me to call it
Yeah.
off?
If she gets through again, Sirius, I'd like you to. Okay, let's see if she does it again. And putting her
You've
hands
talked
on
about
the
it
hips.
too much.
I've talked about it too much. She's
Grace
not going to
heard
do it
you.
this time. Nope, she's not. Oh, there it is. There it is.
Yep.
As Sirius cut the camera. You can never catch the thing I'm talking about. Oh, Nutcase
Oh,
Grace having an amazing jam. She got pushed out, but the skater who pushed her out went out of bounds, and Nutcase
Yep.
Grace was aware enough to see it
Mhm.
and then decided to call the jam. 16 points for Black-N-Bluegrass. So what's the differential now, Abby? Because Black-N-Bluegrass, even though they didn't hear us, it's kind of like they did. They were like, shush, stop talking about the differential. We're going to bring it back down.
Oh, no, we have brought it back down. Yeah, we're back down to 49.
Yep.
So, again, and that's a big jam from Black-N-Bluegrass,
jam.
too. 16-3 is a big piece of that.
Looking at penalties, we do have a couple skaters at 5 and 6 on both teams.
Wow, we've really moved from the half.
We really have. So penalties have definitely racked up here. And Black-N-Bluegrass getting another lead jammer status for Tuxedosaurus Rex.
See what they do.
But Super Snake is able to get out quickly as well. So I don't think this jam is going to be a super long one.
Little hop.
Tuxedo with the attempted apex jump.
Did
Did
we
he
get it?
get any points?
No, we're seeing that the foot didn't land on the inside, so we're not going to get those points.
Okay, so I'm always curious about this.
Sure.
So when a jammer attempts an apex jump,
Yep.
they only get the points if they land on both feet upright and in bounds?
You have to get, your foot has to touch inbounds. You don't have to stick the landing to get the points, but your foot does have to touch because that's going to complete your inbounds to inbounds transition.
Okay.
Now, if you fall, you'll still get the points.
You'll still get the points.
But your foot has to touch inbounds.
1 foot?
1 foot.
So if
And-
one
and your
foot
foot
is
has to be
inbounds
the
and one foot
first-
is out of bounds?
So as long as your foot that hits inbounds first, you get the points. If your foot hits out of
Oh.
bounds and then inbounds, you don't get the points.
Okay, so it has to be the first thing to hit.
Yeah. The
Okay.
rules don't require that you establish position to complete your jump. It just says that your foot has to touch inbounds of that jump to be able to get those points.
Okay.
What happens afterwards, if your other foot touches inbounds and maybe you're in a cut possibility, so you're in
Yep.
some danger there, or I've seen some falls that'll happen where you fall on your hip or you fall on your side. You know, you're not going to get those points in that example. It has to be your skate touches.
Okay.
Yeah.
It has to be skate.
Skate.
Not okay.
Foot skate.
Foot skate.
I don't want to say like wheels because like a toe stop would count.
This is an official review being called by. No, it's an official timeout. Serious. I don't see the white. The white dot is not blinking.
We're not gathering. I don't see the. Nope, we got coaches in the center there. It looks like Cincy is standing in the center there.
So something should be blinking, but it's not. Maybe. Sometimes that happens too. Ratchet went to the center. So
here we
yeah,
go.
Cincy.
Yep. So.
Okay, so it is a Cincy, potentially a Cincy official review.
But I don't see the other team present for the official review.
It's 1:30 in the morning for Carl, and he's still awake. Carl, I don't think you're going to make it through the entire tournament
Carl's
today.
committed. I believe in Carl.
I believe in you, Carl.
I believe in you, Carl.
Or is it, what does he always say? I've always believed in you.
I've always believed in you.
Mm-hmm. Biz says that last jam, BBJRD blockers moved to the front of the pack, which is such a good move when the jammer has lead. Helped keep Cincy jammer from scoring.
Absolutely.
Yes, I noticed that as well. All of Cincy was in the back there. So that was really, really smart. Queen of Hearts is just fangirling. Oh, I love seeing Ratchet. just seeing Ratchet makes Queen of Hearts happy. I feel that way about a lot of Derby people. When I turn on, somebody else's stream or I go somewhere, I'm like, I know them.
I get to cheer for you now.
I know. I get so excited. I'm like, ooh, people that I like, people that I admire.
I think that's one of my favorite things about the Derby community as a whole, both for skaters and for officials, that everybody chooses to be here.
Yes.
Nobody is being dragged
Yes.
into roller derby. Everybody's choosing to be here, and so the community engagement is usually really positive. People lifting each other up, cheering for each other. So, like, I'm just happy. I'm happy I get to cheer you on today.
Yay.
I'm happy I get to cheer on our juniors and our officials. So, just a really great day.
Absolutely. Well, no one came and told us anything, and I don't see any new people in a penalty box. So I'm going to go with that probably was not retained. But I don't know because it's still there.
I think it might have just been an official timeout because I'm not seeing the loss of anybody's resources.
Yep. We've now. Hi, Ursa. Nice to have you join us. Another shout out to Bona's amazing shoes, which I'll have Sirius zoom in on in a minute because those shoes deserve their moment of recognition.
I think all of our NSOs on the inside deserve a moment of recognition as the camera goes over there. But
not
definitely
just the
those shoes and the fanny pack and Bona.
All of the people deserve recognition, and then the shoes can have their own moment.
It's true. What was the tournament this year that had the shoe cam? Was that Clover Cup?
Did they really?
They did. So actually, it ended up in. Oh, here we go. Are we? I was waiting for it.
Yep, I'm waiting for it too.
Yep.
Serious, it's like you're gonna wait. You're gonna just look at this. There it is.
Yeah.
There's the shoe cam.
Shoe
Those are
cam.
amazing. And they don't look that
and the
hard
hearts.
to walk
Now
in.
you can see the hearts.
Oh,
at
you can see the hearts.
A lot of love in the center.
I love it.
But I think it was Clover Cup earlier this year that did a shoe cam.
Amazing.
And they highlighted both audience members and officials and some skates that were just really amazingly constructed.
I love that.
Yeah. And they even had like the banner scroll, just like the official shoe cam of Clover Cup.
All right, Sirius, put it on the list. Things to do. More graphics to make. Okay, Super Snake is your lead jammer. Coming around for Cincy. Black-N-Bluegrass has had lead jammer quite a few times, so Cincy trying to turn that trend around here as we get into the final minutes of this game. Remember, whoever wins is going to be 5th place in this tournament. All 6 teams have done an amazing job. After this, we will have our 3rd place game, followed by our 1st place game.
Particularly tough jam right here. We've had several different blockers in and out of the box for both teams rotating, which is really hard to be able to adjust strategy-wise.
We have got 40 seconds of game time for you to vote for your skater of the game. If you have not voted yet, we will be closing that poll shortly and be awarding that after the game to our skater of the game.
Fabulous sticker. Our differential stretched back out with Cincy getting the lead a couple of times. We're back to 61 here. So, we keep seeing Black-N-Bluegrass rally back up 20 points. And then, Cincy comes in and says no, and they're shutting that down. So, but again, that goes back to how these teams are just really well matched for each other.
They are.
And it's a very good contest. Like if we could have seen a blowout, but Black-N-Bluegrass says no to it. And the Cincy comes back and is like, hey, we're going to try to do these things.
I love it. This has been you're definitely seeing them fall into a momentum.
Yes.
Right now. This is the pattern. And so it'll be interesting to see as these teams teams, you know, in the next few years. Is that trend going to continue? Is this more of the strategy, or is this more of the players?
Yeah.
And we'll find that out in the next couple of years.
Do you want another nerd moment from me?
Yes.
I love how sports are constructed. So the NHL recently came out with something called, I think it's called Ice Drift, if I remember correctly. And it's about tracking the momentum of the teams in the game based off the center axis of the ice hockey rink. So how close the teams are to the axis can designate who has the most momentum. And then you can look at how the scoring breaks down. It's a recent technology that they came out with. But I'm like, how does this apply to like soccer or to something like roller derby? Like, how do we track momentum and how that swing has such an impact?
Right. I would think it's about maybe how far the pack gets around the track in each jam. Maybe like how far they go. I don't know.
You know, my hunch would be it actually has to be which team is getting lead more significantly than the other ones, because your strategy is going to change based off of whether or not you have lead. And that momentum, that scoring momentum, especially like the mental, what happens with your mental momentum there as well? Like, are you getting into a sad space as a team when you're not able to rally? Oh, gosh.
Speaking of lead,
I know.
Fruit Punch got lead and just came into that pack and tried to bust that pack open, and Black-N-Bluegrass was not moving.
And Cincy fighting in the front to be able to keep our Black-N-Bluegrass jammer back in.
Roxanne Ruckus is out of the pack, but will not be able to score any points as that jam will be called. So I am going to close our Skater of the Game poll and say a big congratulations to Jaws.
Dun, dun.
Dun, dun,
Dun, dun, dun, dun, dun, dun. Here's your sticker.
Love it. Jaws is going to be getting that Skater of the Game sticker after this game, and I'm excited to be able to present that to Jaws. Congratulations.
Oh, Jaws is on the line right now.
Oh, speaking of, Jaws is about to jam
Jaws,
up against
Jaws, come over here,
Grace.
get your sticker.
Yeah, Jaws, come here. Come here real quick. Eric says that he is going to work on a shoe emoji for us.
Love that.
I love that, a Derby Date Night shoe emoji, which will be exclusive to Derby Date Night members only.
Is it a shoe or is it a skate?
It should be a shoe skate.
Okay.
Maybe, can we do glitter?
Can you do a shoe and a skate, but with their noses touching so it's a heart?
We'll see if Eric
Is that
can
too
make that
complicated,
happen.
Eric? I believe in you.
And lead has gone to Jaws. Nutcase Grace, what was that face that Nutcase Grace just made?
I think that was, you know, I just had my time stopped face because Jaws made a very smart move in terms of calling it off, stopped both teams from scoring, but right now Cincinnati's in the lead and they want to keep that lead. So if they're just burning time strategically, that's where they want to sit.
Carl is demonstrating. We have a skate emoji. Abby, look.
Thanks, Carl.
This is the skate emoji that we already have. So maybe a special shoe one for when we're focusing. So when we're focusing on the awesome shoes that we see here in Derby. Ursa says something like lead percentage somehow compared with score differential.
Ooh, I like that.
Because some teams are really good at losing lead but scoring points anyway. That is absolutely true.
Yeah. Oh gosh, I really like that a lot.
And Eric is on top of the shoe skate with glitter and a heart in like 50 pixels. No problem.
No problem. No problem. Oh!
Oh, a big old collision. And a call off by Cincy at the end there. There's a lot of things happening.
A lot of things happening. There's always a lot to watch on the track.
2 minutes left in this game. You're laughing because you don't usually get to see the fact that I wave Sirius away.
He's doing his job.
When he tries to tell me things, I snack at him.
That's love. That's love right there.
Simon says that the average jammer distance from the pack would be interesting. That could tell you if they're getting stuck. Ooh.
You know, this reminds me of something. Rainy City made a tool that was it was a derby track, and it was on the phone, and you could touch on the track like where your jammer went out to be able to have hot spots.
I remember that.
And so what they were looking at was, is our jammer going out here on the outside, on the inside? What's happening in those? Do we need to change which directions our jammers are going? And so I think this kind of touches on something very similar to that of tracking trends in what do we need to do to change our gameplay.
Michael Kwan, I think you are correct about penalty counts because I'm looking at it, and we do have 2 foul outs.
Yeah, we had an OTO called from the penalty box, so likely they're making sure that they're getting their substitutes in. We're bringing everybody off. We've got our adults taking our juniors back to where they need to go.
We've had 2 Black-N-Bluegrass skaters who have fouled out. Poison Dart, who was nominated for Skater of the Game, and Roxanne Ruckus. Something I've always mentioned about juniors is we do see a little bit more foul outs in juniors. And we have 2 that are at risk on Cincy's
Yep.
side, but not
Little Bruiser and
with
Stella
only a minute and a
Stardust.
half left. I think those two are going to be the only foul outs.
I always have skaters that are just like, why am I getting so many penalties? And like, well, it's because you're doing a lot. And I don't mean that in terms of like you're doing
Right.
a lot of illegal things.
You're just
but
doing a lot.
You're doing a lot. Your ratio of being looked at is higher than somebody else. And so it's very likely that something could happen. Got a good star pass there.
Right, and Pipsqueak there were hardly any blockers out there for Black-N-Bluegrass, and that star pass was still able to happen as Fruit Punch was going around on a scoring pass. So really good, I guess, awareness and just ability to do things when there were hardly any teammates out there.
Taking advantage of the situation, for sure. I mean, we started with three blockers in the box going into that jam. So, even your own people are folks that you have to get around. Sometimes your own folks are in your way, and you're like, hey, could you just move or help me to get through? So
Scooch right over here.
really, really smart moves there.
Nutcase Grace and Jaws on the line. I think these two have jammed more than any other jammers.
I think you're right.
And both of them have gotten Skater of the Game, even though Jaws doesn't know it yet. And Jaws is not your lead jammer, because that's going to be a forearm penalty.
Oh, big hit there in the front.
Oh. You good? You good, Nutcase Grace?
Yeah.
Whew, getting pulled all the way to the back there by Smearcat.
Really great recycle there from Cincy. I think maybe there's a multiplayer. Yeah.
Okay, they're doing the thing that the whistles got blown for penalty and everybody stopped moving.
Yeah.
I don't like that.
Sure.
I want people to keep playing. They will say your number,
Yeah.
so you can go to the box.
That's correct.
Keep playing.
Yeah.
Because everybody stops, and then the jammer, but that time everybody stops, even the jammer.
Yes, and I think there was just some confusion about who was getting the penalty. Do I need to be the one that moves? What's going on there?
But until you know who it is, keep playing.
That's it. Keep
playing. Because I've seen so many jammers get through on everybody being confused about who has the penalty. We're all going to stop, and the jammer's like, thank you very much.
Yep.
I'm just going to go through. And the period clock has run out, and that will be your unofficial score. Cincy pulling even further away with that differential. I can do that math. That ended in an 80-point differential.
That's our highest differential, I think, that we've had of the entire game.
Really?
Yeah, because we actually started really far apart, but I think it was only like 40.
Yeah, I think you're right.
So like 3. And so they've had this like 20, 40, 20, 40, but now we're ending at 72.
Yep.
Or not 72, because I can't do math. 80.
Welcome to Derby Date Night, where you can't do math. See, you get to Derby Date Night, and all of a sudden, goes out the window.
Goes out the window.
Well, this was such a fun game. Thank you for joining us, Abby. It has been great. We've got 2 more games coming up. So in 20 minutes, we have got IJRD versus Kalamazoo, and that will be our 3rd place game, followed by our championship.
Get your snacks, get your drinks, see you in 20 minutes.
And come on back here on Derby Date Night. Welcome back to Derby Date Night Juniors Tournament Edition, where you are joining us for our second to last game of the weekend. We have been having such a fabulous time here at this Open Regional Juniors Tournament, where we have seen some amazing derby from these junior skaters. You are joining us for the third place game between Indianapolis Junior Roller Derby and Kalamazoo Killer Beez. These two teams both won one game and then lost one game yesterday. And so both of them are hoping to come out with a win as they finish out this weekend. And this is for that third place trophy. So these skaters are definitely just biting, chomping at the bit is the word I'm trying to think of. Chomping at the bit to hope to get a win here as they finish out their weekend. Yesterday, I definitely noticed that Kalamazoo is a team that just never gives up. They are fighting and fighting all the way through, all the way till the end, and I'm sure you're going to see that again today. IJRD had a very tough loss at the end of a amazing game that was all the way down to a continuation and an overtime jam. So they are wanting to finish out their weekend with a win. As you see on our screen, this is where we're at right now. We are currently at Game 6, which is the championship game. Yesterday, in Game 2, Indianapolis won by a huge margin against Black-N-Bluegrass, while Kalamazoo was a little bit closer to Cincinnati. And then in the semifinal game, Kalamazoo lost by a good chunk to Pittsburgh, which is a very strong team, and Indianapolis was down to the wire with Savannah. In a couple hours, we will be watching Pittsburgh and Savannah battle it out for the cream of the crop. I know this is Small Town Smackdown, but I still like to say cream of the crop. And the chance to go to the finals, the national finals in Loveland, Colorado on July 12th and 13th. But first, we get to have our third place game. You can see our Indianapolis Junior Roller Derby skaters that are going to be in this game. Evil C is going to be your captain, and we have got lots of great skaters that are going to be out there on the track for IJRD. Your captain for the Kalamazoo Killer Bees is going to be Raging Ray, and we have got a good number of skaters that are ready to come out and make it happen here in the very end of this tournament. Who are you here to root for? Are you rooting for Kalamazoo? Are you rooting for IJRD? Or are you rooting for good derby? Or the officials? I know there are some of you in the chat who are definitely rooting for the officials, so I want to give you that option as well. We're happy to have you all here. All 42 of you, my favorite number and my derby number. Oh my God, it's Father's Day. Serious, happy Father's Day. Happy Father's Day to everybody. I forgot, Michael. It's Father's Day. How have I made it this far in the day and I haven't realized it's Father's Day? My kids haven't said Happy Father's Day. I need to text them. Okay, things are happening. Princess Leia out is got a forearm, so this is a power jam to start the game for Evil C and IJRD. Give me 1 second. I need to text my children. I have to. I can't believe I forgot. Evil C up on those toe stops to get through to grab the second pair of 4 points on his second pass to grab 8 points for IJRD. IJRD are going to be the first ones on the board here as Princess Leia out is waiting in the penalty box. And, ooh, Misconduct was ready there and knows that Evil C likes to jump that apex and is going to pull Evil C all the way to the back of the pack. Princess Leia out of the box and through on her initial. Evil C was able to also get through and will be chasing down Princess Leia. It does not look like Evil C is going to be calling it. Princess Leia with a beautiful apex jump, but Evil C only has one skater to get past, but hit that skater in the back and is being called on a back block. So this is going to be a 2-minute jam, and Princess Leia out now has a chance to try and catch up to the points that IJRD has already put on the board. Abby Duffield, Admiral Abby, is headed to the store to grab us some candy. Abby will be back for the final championship game and is planning on bringing some, quote, weird candy. So we're going to have fun trying out some weird candy during the last game, since our theme for the weekend is candy. So we'll be joined by our official expert of Abby Duffield in the last game. But for now, you get me and my tired sleep. What do you call it when you're really sleepy? Something slap happy. My slap happy kooky, did you say? Goopy? Loopy. I thought you said goopy. So I want to wish all the fathers out there in the chat a happy Father's Day. We appreciate everything that you do. Dads are fabulous and wonderful, and you know, we always love to thank our parents, moms and dads. These juniors wouldn't be able to be doing what they were doing without the support of their family behind them, whether it's moms and dads or grandmas or aunts or uncles or chosen family. We appreciate all of you for supporting these juniors and helping them get to where they are and to be able to participate in a sport. It's always great to see juniors finding their sport, whatever that may be. And as a parent, I'm sure it was, I mean, my kids did not choose to do roller derby, which made me a little bit sad. I was hoping that they would, but I also know I was also a little bit relieved that they didn't, because I was like, ooh, I don't have to deal with going to the emergency room when they have injuries because of it being such a physical sport. So letting your kid play roller derby and take that risk is something that I think is hard for any caregiver to do. And we appreciate you letting them follow their dreams and be able to skate. There's my beautiful deep thoughts with Aria. My soliloquy. We've gotten into the deep thoughts portion of Derby Date Night. I'm being all reflective. I almost took a nap in between games. That's the problem. I had a complete reset. I was all hyper and happy and just woo 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 with the first game, and now I'm having my deep thoughts moments of taking a little nap. You hope Abby brings me back some salmiakki, salt licorice. That does not sound good, Michael. Salt licorice? Jesse is. That I'm going back in the chat a little bit, but Jesse gave us a great possible pun for Pixie, who is playing on IJRD. Because we have a candy theme, we could say Pixie sticks the landing if Pixie does an apex jump. But Jesse, do you know Pixie? I don't know. If I go tell Pixie that they need to do an apex jump, they're going to look at me like I'm crazy. So, okay, we'll see. We'll see Pixie do an apex jump. Let's see if it happens. Chaos, you kind of did not want your kid to play. I know, it's hard. And I'm glad that you and Sparkles are able to watch from home, and we are wishing Sparkles the best and hoping that she can get well soon and come back and be able to join the Kalamazoo Killer Bees again on the track soon. We wish her and you all the best. With that being said, Mighty Mouse is your lead jammer for IJRD. Barbie Basher chasing down Mighty Mouse, who tries to do a spinning jump through the pack, was unable to land it in bounds, and so calls the jam. Barbie, I think, might have stolen a point or two there. 3 points stolen from Kalamazoo on that jam. Kalamazoo is in the lead, 19-12. Where are you watching from today? I know, Chaos, you're in Fort Wayne. Michael, you're in California. I think Carl finally went to bed. It's almost like 3 o'clock in the morning in Australia. Where else are you guys watching from today? Punky Bruiser on the line for IJRD and Rage and Ray for Kalamazoo. Rage and Ray is out as lead jammer. Got called lead jammer and then got a little bit swallowed by the pack, but is now fully out and coming around on a first scoring pass. Rage and Ray, did Rage and Ray pass the star, or no? Lily does not have the star, so, and that's not Rage and Ray, that's Punky Bruiser. Punky Bruiser is, I'm tired, serious, I switched them. Rage and Ray is jumping the apex on a third scoring pass. Nope, second scoring pass. Does somebody else want to announce for me? Oh no, Rage and Ray is going to the penalty box, so this will be a power jam for Punky Bruiser, and this jam will go the full 2 minutes. Melody, if you're still watching, get in the car and drive up here and help me announce the rest of this game. I'm getting everybody all switched up. Newcastle, Random Rambles cheering for Pixie. Detroit, Michigan. Hello, Detroit. Simon from our home state of Washington. We will be there so soon. Simon, 2 weeks? 2 weeks, serious. We're going to be in Washington. And Biz says, hello, I'm cheering from my couch in Muncie, and finally did put on pants. Pants are overrated, Biz. You don't have to put on pants to watch Derby Date Night. That's the beauty of it. Ragin' Ray out of the box and going back to the box with an illegal contact penalty. Punky, meanwhile, is trying to establish a lead for IJRD. They are currently down by 3, and Punky is hoping that they can make that change. Okay, nothing else exciting is allowed to happen until Michael Kwong gets back. Happy Father's Day, Sirius. Good work. Yes, good work. Punky is on another scoring pass. IJRD has taken the lead at this point. I think they got a couple more points there at the end, but so did Kalamazoo. So let's see where we're at. IJRD 26, Kalamazoo 23. Michael is probably like, I have to go to this Father's Day brunch. I have to go to this Father's Day brunch. I can't watch Derby. I'll be back. Sirius is like, you can have your phone while you're at lunch. Actually, they're shorts, and they do have an elastic waist, says Biz, but I needed the pockets. You need the pockets to sit on your couch and watch Derby? Oh, if you're going back and forth from the kitchen, I suppose. All right, Ragin' Ray is jamming for Kalamazoo, and we've got Evil C out there on the line getting through as lead jammer for IJRD. Evil C is coming around on a scoring pass, ducking around misconduct and finding a tripod at the front. Great job by misconduct there, recycling to the front to become part of the tripod, holding Evil C as he stretches out that pack, and continues on as lead jammer. Ragin' Ray was able to get out of the pack and is chasing down Evil C about half a track behind. Evil C goes in and taps those hips, and IJRD has taken the lead back from Kalamazoo. That is a lead change. Cha-ching. Simon is here for good Derby. Watching juniors makes Simon realize just how great Derby is for a junior sport. The fact that there are so many refs and officials gives parents a good way to be involved. Also, juniors are such great fans. Absolutely. And you are right. Juniors are such great fans. I see juniors all the time at adult games. What I challenge you all in the chat is if you are an adult Derby player that's not a parent of a junior Derby player, go support your juniors. Those are your future teammates. So go see the juniors, go cheer on the juniors, encourage juniors roller derby because they are your future adult derby players. And I would love to see a little bit more intermingling between the juniors and the adults as they, learning from each other and working together and helping each other. Yes, serious? Be nice or they're gonna take your spot. See, I'm being all sunshine and rainbows, and Sirius is over there. They're not your future teammates, they're your future competition to take your spot in the lineup. They still have cartilage. I had a feeling, Biz, as soon as I was like, why do you need pockets for sitting on the couch? I was like, oh yeah, Biz might be actually doing chores, which would, mean you have to move around. And yes, Biz has been doing laundry, which is important. You know what? It's like everybody says the only things that are true in life are death and taxes. I would like to add laundry to that because laundry is the thing that just keeps coming up. Laundry is eternal. just put that in your laundry room. Laundry, it's eternal. Mandarins sound good. I would love a good mandarin right now. Mighty Mouse and Barbie Basher on the line for their respective teams. Mighty Mouse with a spin at the front, I think got lead jammer, but then got swallowed back up by the pack. Barbie Basher got out of the pack, but it is Mighty Mouse who controls this game. Mighty Mouse does not see the bench telling her to call it, and Barbie might have managed to steal a point or two there. Did she? I don't know. They're discussing. Oh, you're going to put up your toques. That's in Canada, right, next week, eh? I want to go to Canada, serious. We are. Oh, but for our Alaska cruise, yes. But not next weekend for Put Up Your Toques. Is that going to be streamed, Biz? Yes, Simon, we did get the link to the Pacific Northwest calendar you sent. So we were able to look at it, so we totally got it, and we are going to keep our eyes on it. Right now, there weren't any games that we could attend while we're there, but we're hoping more might get added. Punky is out, but so is Ragin' Ray, and these two jammers are racing to the pack. Punky hits the tripod and immediately hits her hips, grabbing 1 point for IJRD, but Kalamazoo was able to sneak out 4 of their own. IJRD currently in the lead by 3. Oh, Beez says C, Waterloo. That makes me think of water buffalo. I wish I were a water buffalo. Some are fast and some are slow. Where they come from, I don't know, but I just want a water buffalo. Evil C is jamming for Indianapolis Junior Roller Derby, and Barbie Basher is the one who comes out as lead. Great job, Barbie, because that's hard to do against Evil C. Evil C's out of the pack, but Barbie is in the pack and scoring points right now. Barbie's still in the pack and working her way through. She is through the pack, but she just got a penalty. Her bench was saying, call, and she was like, I can't, I have a forearm penalty. So this is another 2-minute jam, and Evil C has scored 4 points. Barbie, I'm pretty sure, has 4 points in the pocket, so I believe Barbie did get those 4 points, but got that penalty. So when Barbie comes out of the box in 30 seconds, she is going to have to go through the pack again. So that is so hard for a jammer when you have to re-earn those points to be able to score more than those 4 points. Evil C attempting a straight pecs jump, but was, what's the word I'm thinking of? Slam IM, he was stopped. He was, I keep on wanting to say stymied, but he was something by Slam IM. What? I'm trying to, there's a specific word when somebody stops you from doing something. You all know in the chat what word I'm thinking of, I think. You're going to help me. Evil C getting through for another 4 points, bringing the jam total to 12. Barbie is out of the pack and was able to get through and grab those 4 points, and now is able to get some more. Barbie is up in dealing with a Blocktopus. Evil C through for 4 points. Barbie trying to get IJRD separated so that Barbie can get through. Nice recycling to the front being done there by Pepper Spray to continue to block Barbie, but Barbie was able to get through and is now coming around on another scoring pass. Evil C through for another 4, bringing the total to 16. IJRD goes, no, 20. Evil C scored 20 points in that jam. Still not, so the biggest jam of the day yesterday. 3 people managed to get 28-point jams. We did not get any jams that were above 28. And it was Sirius, Bigfoot, and Evil C. Was it Monster? Oh, no. I have it written down. Nope. Yep. Sirius and Bigfoot both had 28-point jams. You know what? Everything was so exciting last night. There might have been a 28-point jam by Savannah, but I think I was just like, everything went crazy. So I'm not sure. Princess Leia out gets lead jammer. Mighty Mouse is out of the pack, but has got about half a track to go. Princess Leia out does hit those hips and is calling the jam after scoring 2 points for Kalamazoo, bringing them within 11 of IJRD. Biz is pretty sure she's watched unopened packets of fruit snacks. Biz, okay, you and Sirius need to have a talk because Sirius has a problem of washing whatever is in his pockets, specifically hoodies. Sirius forgets to clean out the hoodie pocket and has washed many weird things. So I need to sit both of you down and we need to have a conversation about emptying things out. Also, did you open the unopened packets of fruit snacks afterwards? Was it like just one big gloop of fruit snacks? Or what does it become when you've washed a package of fruit snacks? Gloop. I like the word gloop. Ragin' Ray is your lead jammer for Kalamazoo. Punky Bruiser not going to be able to score any points because Ragin' Ray and Kalamazoo are using the tactic of hit it and quit it to try and chip into the lead that IJRD has established. Oh, Simon, is it really everybody's got a water buffalo? Did I change the words? Of course I did. I tend to change the words to lyrics. Oh, is that what ends up in your wash, Chaos? Is drill bits and screws and such? All right, that's going to be our chat question of the day. Ooh, it tells me I can do a question and answer. So what items do you find in your laundry machine is going to be the question of the day for this game. Princess Leia out, grabbing those 4 points, continuing to get closer. Kalamazoo has held IJRD scoreless in the last 3 jams and has just been like couple points, and they are now within 4. All right, let me see if I can do a question. Start a Q&A. It says answer viewer questions live. I don't know if this is a question. Okay, I'm not going to do it. Serious is like, don't. Just focus on the game. You're right, I can't type and talk. I won't do it. Ragin' Ray and Mighty Mouse. Mighty Mouse is going to be your lead jammer, the first lead jam in 4 jams for IJRD, but Ragin' Ray is able to get out as well and will be chasing down Mighty Mouse and IJRD. Ragin' Ray coming into the pack. Mighty Mouse is not calling it, so she is going to count on those blockers to be able to hold Ragin' Ray, who just got a penalty? No, did not get a penalty. Did get a penalty. I'm confused. Yes, did get a penalty. Both the pivot and the jammer are headed to the box for Kalamazoo, so this will be a power jam for Mighty Mouse. Oh, Kalamazoo was getting so close there to being able to start to chip into, like they almost had taken that lead back. They were within 4 points, and now IJRD has a great opportunity to pull this lead away, and Kalamazoo is gonna be chomping at the bit as soon as Ragin' Ray can get out of that penalty box. Disco de Box has fish food gets washed in your washing machine. Screws replies. What's a reply? Whips. I don't know what that is. All we get is a bunch of wadded up Kleenex. That's pretty much all that comes out. Sometimes money. Money gets washed. We got some crisp dollar bills. Crisp dollar bills, y'all. Yes. Yeah. Siri says that's the best feeling ever when I open the dryer and money flies out. Biz also has the same questions I do about whips. Punky has only got 2 blockers to get past on this power jam and is able to get through to grab lead jammer for IJRD. Chaos is telling Kalamazoo, be careful with those penalties. We do have 2 players on Kalamazoo who have 3 penalties, and we are halfway through the first half. Q-tips. Q-tips make so much more sense than whips. Thank you, Disco, for the clarification. You know what? Don't apologize, because that made for some good mental exercises that all of us were doing. Biz says Q-tips is significantly less exciting. Sirius is broken. He's crying. Punky is still lead, but oh, look at these walls, Sirius. Look at these. Oh, somebody's gonna have to drop back. Somebody's gonna have to drop back. Ray gets through and is on her initial, so no points being scored, but that made me tired. What great blocking from both teams there. That was fabulous. Oh, we're still laughing. The new sticker? No, what kind of a sticker are we gonna do? A laundry machine with like a whip hanging out of it? Q-tips, not whips. Q-tips. I love it. I love it so much. Barbie Basher on the line for Kalamazoo and Evil C for IJRD. Barbie is... Oh no! Evil C in the box. This is a power jam for Barbie Basher and Kalamazoo, and Barbie immediately gets lead. No! Wait, Barbie's getting a forearm penalty, so this is going to be a Shanana Jam. Copyright Kimbo Slicer, Circle City. And Evil C will stand. Barbie will only sit for as long as Evil C had already sat in the box, and this is another jam that's going to go for 2 full minutes. Oh, reply. Okay, replies was earplugs. Got it. I like it. The random things that you find in your in your laundry after you've done a load of wash? What is the weirdest thing you found, since we have definitely gotten into weird things? I feel like when my kids were little, I used to find some odd things, but I don't remember anything particularly super exciting. I know the worst thing you can find is gum. Gum is the worst because it has melted. It's just disgusting. Evil C out of the box and through the pack for 4 points for IJRD. And Barbie Basher trying to answer with 4 points of her own and is able to get around Lilyhammer. Evil C in the pack, jumping around, avoiding a hit. Barbie in the pack gets hit by Lily, but Lily also goes out. So Barbie will not get that point because when Barbie and Lily both went out, Barbie went back in. So Barbie did not get Lily's point there. That's a great example of a no pass, no penalty. So there's no penalty there, but you also don't get that point. Both jammers are just doing laps right now, matching each other point for point. IJRD has had a couple more laps, so IJRD ends that jam with 24 points. Kalamazoo ending it with 17? I'm waiting for the point to get up there. Maybe 16. Maybe I was wrong. Yes, Kleenex are the worst to find in the laundry, and it happens all the time in my house, Biz. Simon says I can't be the only one who's washed their mouth guard. Money is the best. Chapstick and crayons are the worst. Oh my gosh. A spider? No, Goldie, no. Was it alive? Mighty Mouse and Princess Leia out jamming for their respective teams. Don't forget, oh no, Princess Leia is out on a forearm in the penalty box. Oof. It is now a power jam for IJRD and Mighty Mouse. Pens. Yeah, pens are tough too. And especially if the ink gets everywhere. And Mighty Mouse was able to stretch that pack apart at the front to get 4 points for IJRD. As Princess Layout comes back in the pack, Soul Crusher pulled back to stretch that pack out, so Princess Layout had to come in at the very back of the pack, but Princess Layout is now in, and with a little apex jump almost through, but was stymied by Ghost. Somebody has to give me the word I'm trying to think of. It's not stymied. Foiled? That's not the word either. It's close. It's close. IJRD has scored 8 points. Princess Leia out, still trying to find any way to get through. Oh, this is a good opportunity with everybody on the ground, and Princess Leia out does get through. Mighty Mouse currently in the pack on a scoring pass. Princess Leia out coming down the... Whoa, a nice jump, but I don't know if any points were scored there. Did she land with her skate in bounds to grab those 4 points at the end? Since we just learned that from Admiral in the last game, that as long as the first thing to land inbounds is your skate, but it does not look like she was able to get any at the end there. Thwarted! That's it, Biz. Biz wins my award, whatever award I'm giving. It's thwarted. Thank you. I'm writing it down so I don't forget it again. I love all of you. They're all helping denied. Stalled. I knew that. Can you guys come to work with me? I'll be at work and someone asks me a question. I don't know. Let me ask the chat. Funky Bruiser and Rage and Ray jamming for their teams. Punky is through as lead jammer for IJRD. Rage and Ray also able to get out, but is going to be about 3/4 of a track behind Punky as these two jammers are going to race to the pack. Punky currently in the pack and decides to call it as soon as she grabs all 4 of those points. And Goldie's spider was very alive and very large. Goldie, are you of the persuasion of grabbing the spider and taking him out to be in the wild and be happy and alive, or are you of the squish and throw away persuasion? Smoosh. I mean, they say spiders are helpful, but it's really hard when they're so like gross. Barbie Basher is your lead jammer for Kalamazoo, but Evil C was able to get out and is about a quarter track behind. And that pack is speeding up and spreading out. Barbie taking advantage of that spread out pack to get through and grab 4 points. But Evil C following Barbie gets 4 points of his own. Barbie weaving through the pack, getting stopped by Ghost and Soul Crusher, but grabbed 3 more points, outscoring IJRD by 7 points, bringing the total for Kalamazoo to 77. We have got 7 minutes left in this first half. I'm going to be writing down Skater of the Game nominees during halftime, so if you have somebody you want Sirius and I to consider nominating for Skater of the Game, please shout them out and tell us why you think we should consider them as our Skater of the Game. Goldie tried to save the spider, but it ran back down the lint trap. Oh, so you had to play rough. A friend took his small son fishing, and after coming home and washing his clothes, found minnows in the washer. How? How did that happen? Kids can pick up the darndest things. That's so funny. I love it. Okay, did anybody score any points there? Yes, somebody did. Who scored points? It was Kalamazoo. 3 points, bringing their total to 80 with 6 minutes left in this first half. And then we will have one more game. Don't worry, those of you who are like, oh, man, we're coming to the end of the game. We got one more, and it is the championship game, which will let one of these teams go through to nationals, which I'm going to want to watch. That's in Loveland, Colorado on July 12th and 13th. We're going to be on a ship, Sirius. I don't know if we're going to be able to watch. Ragin' Ray is jamming for Kalamazoo and is your lead jammer. Punky Bruiser, meanwhile, jamming for IJRD, is trying to pull that pack apart at the front. Great blocking being done there by On Death Rose to hold Punky as long as she can. Punky is able to get out and is chasing down Ragin' Ray, who has scored 4 points for Kalamazoo and decides to call the jam before Punky can do anything about it. 5 minutes left in this first half. Princess Leia out has the star for Kalamazoo, and Evil C has the star for IJRD. A few of us decided earlier that Evil C has a similar face to one of the medics, and I'm looking, the medic is medicing right now, and I really want them both to sit next to each other so I can just compare. They look so similar. I love it when you find doppelgangers of people. It's always fun when you're like, hey, you look just like that person. I don't like it when it happens between like 2 different jammers at an event, though, because then I get confused the whole time. And an apex jump. It's more like an apex step. Evil C makes it look so easy. Like, it is not easy to do, but Evil C makes it look easy. 4 points, and he calls it. Kalamazoo not able to get any points in that jam. All right, can we look at penalties real quick, Sirius? Just real quick. Sorry, I did not prepare you for that one. IJRD keeping it pretty clean. Lilyhammer with the most. We got one misconduct in a little bit of danger, and there's a few skaters with 3 on Kalamazoo. So there are definitely a lot of penalties being handed out in this game. Oh, Ragin' Ray finding space on the inside there, and will be your lead jammer for Kalamazoo, who is trying to catch up to IJRD. Mighty Mouse was able to get out and does force the call off, but not before Kalamazoo puts 4 more points on the board. Misconduct with the star for the first time in this game. Saw that a little bit yesterday, but not today yet. Little fist bump between Punky and Misconduct. These teams are very close to each other geographically, so a lot of these skaters have known each other for a long time. There are level 2 and level 3 juniors, so some of these skaters have played against each other since they were teeny tiny. But this is a level 3 tournament. Misconduct with a sweep around the outside is called lead jammer for Kalamazoo. Punky able to get out, but Misconduct is already almost in the pack, sees that apex and takes a jump and immediately calls it. Oh no, a track cut! And will be sitting in the box with the blocker who's there ready to let's have a little chat while we wait in the box. So it's going to be a 2-minute jam, and Punky Bruiser, nope, it's not. Well, it is going to be a 2-minute jam, but it's going to be a shenana jam. As Punky sits down, Misconduct will stand, and Punky will sit for as long as Misconduct was in, which wasn't very long, I don't think. Misconduct is back out on the track. That was a huge hit. Misconduct is through for 4 points. 6. Oh, yeah, that does become 6 for Misconduct. Ooh. And we're not even to the second half yet. Simon, welcome. I thought you already were on the one of our members, but welcome, welcome, welcome to the third wheel practice squad. There's nobody on the track. What? There's literally like one blocker from each team on the track right now, and that's it. No, now 2 blockers. Okay, penalties are ticking up. Welcome, Simon. Everybody who is a third wheel member, welcome, Simon, to the practice squad. We're so excited to have you here. Yay, we're so glad to have you back. And it's all right. You took a little break, and now you're back, and we welcome you back with open arms. We love our third wheel members. And now you can use your extra special emojis again. I'm glad that you found a new job, Simon. That is wonderful news. Okay, 1 minute left, so we've got time for one more jam. Cassie says, lonely, oh, so lonely. Literally, both of them looked around, and then they looked at each other. Those two, it was Mad Max and Cassie, who was the lonesome blocker for Kalamazoo. It was really cute the way they just kind of, where'd everybody go? Lead going to Ragin' Ray for Kalamazoo. Kalamazoo in that last jam was able to get, or the jam before, was able to get above the 100 mark. So both these teams have gone above 100. There is there's 28 points between these two teams, and we know that there were jams of 28 points in yesterday's games. And Sirius reminds me again, he just looked at me very seriously and goes, Kalamazoo doesn't quit. Don't forget that. Don't forget that Kalamazoo will never quit. So it's going to be a real interesting second half. No, you're right. And Kalamazoo, I feel like, is a second half team. So it's going to be really interesting to see as we go into halftime how these teams adjust from the first half and what happens, because regardless of what happens in the next jam, it's going to be a close game going into the second half. Feline. It was Feline. Feline and Max. I feel like I would. Ooh, okay, I have a job for you, Cassie. Can you at some point go back, take a screenshot of Max and Feline when they were looking at each other, and we'll have to do some sort of fun meme with it. Simon says Kazoo is too legit to quit. Okay, how many of you just did the 2L, 2L, wait, quit, 2L, 2, and then the little thumb for quit. Too legit to quit. I am old, serious. You are right. I am old because I know that very well. Oh, I haven't even gotten to tell you guys any of my candy jokes. What's the funniest candy of all, Sirius? Well, yeah, Laffy Taffy, I guess, is the actual funniest. But the answer I was looking for was LO Lollipop. LOL Lollipop. LOL Lollipop. Lollipops. Lollipops! Lead for this last jam of the half going to Princess Leia out from Kalamazoo. Swinging around, barely missing Lilyhammer's big hit and getting through. So Lily was not able. Oh, that was amazing offense being done there by, who was that? 240 on Kalamazoo. Cemetery Girl doing that offense to help Princess Leia out get through for 4 more points. And again, another 4-point jam for Princess Leia out. Evil C is out of the box and still on his initial. as Princess Leia out continues to rack up points. The period clock has run out, so this will be the last jam. Evil C was able to get out and force the call off, but that damage was done, and we go into halftime with a 10-point spread between these two teams. This is going to be a fun second half. I'm gonna go take a drink of water, get hydrated, and get ready for the rest of this third place medal game coming up soon on Derby Date Night. Derby Date Night Juniors Tournament Edition. We are in the third place medal matchup. That was hard to say. Medal matchup between Indianapolis Junior Roller Derby and the Kalamazoo Killer Bees from Michigan. Michigan versus Indiana. The battle for the greatest of the lakes. Which lake is, never mind. I was gonna ask which lake. Does Indiana touch more than one of the Great Lakes? No, Indiana touches one of the lakes. It's the big one, Lake Michigan. But I'm asking if it touches any other of the Great Lakes. Anyway, they only had 10 points in between them as we went into halftime. And we are already off to the races for the second half. And it is going to be Princess Leia out who gets lead jammer. But Evil C got out at almost the exact same time. No. Princess Leia out is not going to be lead jammer because that was a track cut. And that's going to be, how many penalties is that on Princess Leia out? Hold on. Give me a sec, let me look. Okay, not too many. That was the fourth. So Evil C is lead and now has scored 4 points for Indianapolis Junior Roller Derby. And that means 8 points. Princess Leia out is standing in the penalty box, so will be released soon. IJRD says, I know you got within 10 before halftime, but we're gonna try and stop that from happening by putting 12 points on the board so far in this second half. Princess Leia out is out of the pack or out of the box and through the pack on her initial. So now will be eligible to score points if Evil C does not call the jam. Evil C is through and does call it, but I think Princess Leia out was able to sneak 3 points there. Sirius is looking at a map. No, it almost touches this one. What one is that? Lake Erie? That's not, oh, that's Ohio. Okay, sorry, I didn't see the line. So, yes, Indiana only touches Lake Michigan, and Michigan doesn't even touch all the Great Lakes. I thought Michigan touched all the lakes. Okay, Sirius has to show me a map now so that I don't argue with him too much. Okay, Ragin' Ray on the line for Kalamazoo and Mighty Mouse for IJRD. My brain. I need a break. I'm so glad I took the day off of work tomorrow. My brain is not braining. Mighty Mouse is lead and is coming around on a scoring pass, but Ragin' Ray was also able to get out, and these two skaters are both in the pack, both scoring points. Mighty Mouse getting pulled all the way to the back by Fierce Feline. 4 points for Kalamazoo and Ragin' Ray. But this jam is still run by Mighty Mouse, who is still in the pack, but decides to call it and was able to grab 3 of the 4 points that they were eligible for. All right, before we go to the next jam, I'm going to put up your vote for Skater of the Game. Once I put this vote up, it will be up until 5 minutes left in this game. I have chosen 1 blocker from each team and 1 jammer from each team, and you all get to choose who the Skater of the Game is that will get the coveted Derby Date Night Skater of the Game sticker. You only get to vote once, so choose wisely. Goldie doing a great job saying remember to click that like button to support Derby. We love all of your support, and we are during halftime we were at what 1,699 subscribers. I think we're going to get over 1,700 today. Woohoo! That means we're getting so close. We're gonna start flirting with 2,000. Oh, we're at 1,700. Woo! One of you must have just subscribed. I think we're going to flirt with 2,000 this season. Punky Bruiser is your lead jammer, has scored 4 points. Ragin' Ray out of the box, has the star in hand. Ragin' Ray is through. That was Ragin' Ray's initial, so no points scored. That was a little, was that a spin on the ground? It was like doing breakdancing. But Punky did call the jam after scoring 8 total points for the IJRD. Do they have a thing like Kalamazoo Killer Bees? The IJRD blank. I don't know. What would they be? The wheels? The cars? Because their logo is a wheel. I don't know. The IJRD skaters. I'm just coming up with my own things out here. Evil C jamming for IJRD is through as your lead jammer. Barbie Basher is also through, about half a track behind. Evil C hits the pack and hits those hips and grabbed 2 points for IJRD, bringing them to 160. We have a point differential of 32 right now. This is the largest point differential we have had in this game. Princess Layout and Mighty Mouse giving each other a high five there. I wonder what the third place, is it a trophy, do you think? Is it a medal? Do they all get medals? Maybe somebody in the chat knows. What do you get for third place? All right, we are off, and Mighty Mouse is your lead jammer for IJRD. But Princess Layout, look how speedy Princess Layout is, chasing down Mighty Mouse. Princess Layout hits the pack with those hips, making sure that she was able to get some points even though she wasn't lead jammer. Mighty Mouse called that jam. Kalamazoo ended up scoring 2 points in that jam, and that is proof of the fact that using those hips, what Princess Layout did when she went into that tripod was she made sure her hips went first and got past both of the butts of the tripod to grab those 2 points, and that might have been the difference for outscoring IJRD. Punky jamming for IJRD, stuck in a tripod while Ragin' Ray gets out and through as your lead jammer for Kalamazoo. Whenever I say the differential has gotten big, the other team is always like, nope, we're gonna fix that here. Don't you worry. Ragin' Ray grabbing 4 points and keeping IJRD scoreless, cutting into that differential. Can I see penalties real quick? Serious, please? A fist bump between Princess Layout and Evil C, who are going to be jamming in the next jam. IJRD keeping it pretty clean. We got 1 with 5 and 2 with 3. Got a few who have none. Congratulations to all of you, doing a great job. On the Kazoo side, we got 2. We got Misconduct flirting with 6, Crazy K at 5, couple at 4. So definitely a little bit more penalties on the Kazoo side. Evil C is your lead jammer for IJRD. Princess Layout sees some space on the inside and is able to get through. Evil C hitting that pack and swinging around the outside. Looks to the bench and decides to call that jam. Princess Layout was not able to sneak any points there at the end of the jam. Oh, you want me to show everyone the Oscar Mayer socks? So shoe cam is also a sock cam. We talked about a shoe cam earlier, but Sirius is very impressed by the Oscar Mayer Wiener socks. But do you know why? It's because that's Mad Max. And Oscar Mayer is a sponsor of the Indy 500. I think Mad Max just has a thing for the Indy 500 because Mad Max is also the one who drinks the half gallon of milk during every single game they play. So I'm not surprised to see the Oscar Mayer socks on Mad Max. Barbie Basher is your lead jammer, followed by Mighty Mouse about half a track behind. Kazoo continuing to try and cut into this lead. Speaking of Mad Max, Max did a really great job of protecting his point there, of going to the front and making sure that he stayed in front of Barbie to not let his point get stolen. Punky Bruiser currently winning the vote for Skater of the Game, which is open for 15 more minutes. And the Barbie Basher jammer for Kalamazoo is in the box, so this is going to be a power jam for IJRD. Soul Crusher going in to provide that offense, sweeps out the back of the pivot, but it is Crazy K at the front who's holding but gets a penalty, and Punky is able to get through and become lead jammer. Yes, Goldie, I think they are the best socks ever. Punky coming in, only has 2 blockers to get past. We've been talking about those penalties on Kazoo. On Death Rose comes out of the box and finds a shoulder hit by Ghost. That shoulder hit did send Ghost to the penalty box, though, for a low L. What's an L? Low block. Oh, I didn't see this. They must have gotten tangled up in the skates there. Barbie is out of the pack, or out of the box and through the pack, and will be eligible to score points, but won't be able to because that jam will be called. 20 minutes left in this game, and then you will be able to watch our championship game between Pittsburgh and Savannah at 4 o'clock Eastern time. This tournament has been really fun. We are so happy that you all have joined us here. I have got the best joke ever for you, serious. To what? Oh, 2 o'clock? Sorry, I'm in the wrong time. It's 1:15 now, 2 o'clock Eastern time. Not 4 o'clock. We will be tearing down at that point. Hopefully on the road back to Muncie to get some sleep and hug our puppies. Oh, and children. On Father's Day, which I forgot again that it's Father's Day. Max leaves random socks at my house all the time. So Max is a fan of all sorts of socks. Max might be my spirit animal because I don't like shoes and I don't like socks. If I have a choice, I would be barefoot all the time. No, but if Max is leaving socks at someone's house all the time, Max must be my spirit animal because that means Max and I both like to take our socks off. My logic is not logicking for you? You know I have unique logic. He goes, oh, it's Saturday. I guess you can say whatever you want, Aria. I had a really good joke, and then you distracted me, and now you don't get to hear the joke. No jokes for you, serious. He goes, oh, I'm fine with that. You don't want me to make you groan. I have a really good joke that's coming, so you all need to be ready for this great joke that I have. Lead jammer going to Ragin' Ray. Evil C is chasing Ray down. These jammers are right next to each other. Ragin' Ray gets stopped by Angel of Anarchy and calls the jam. I don't think any points were scored. No, somebody scored points. 3 points scored by IJRD in that one. Barbie Basher has the star for Kalamazoo, and Mighty Mouse is on the line for IJRD. The penalty box has 2 blockers in it, so Mighty Mouse only has 2 Kalamazoo blockers to get past. We have 2 blockers for Kalamazoo who have gotten up to 5 penalties. We still have 20 minutes to play, so that might affect Kalamazoo's game with having some of these skaters not being able to play as much because they're so high in their penalty count. More whistles means more penalties for people. Power jam now for IJRD as Barbie Basher is headed to the penalty box. I know, joke hype. Joke hype is a whole new thing. I'm building up this next joke. I'm very aware because I think it's freaking hilarious, but I have a feeling it's probably going to land flat just because I've hyped it up way too much. Mighty Mouse through for 4 points for IJRD, bringing that total in this jam to 8. Mighty Mouse is through for 4 points. That makes that total 12. And somebody's going to the box. The pack just all of a sudden slowed down and became very defensive and really focusing on holding these jammers. Both jammers now getting pulled to the back of the pack. Barbie thought that she was able to keep going, but was given a track cut at the end of that jam and will be sitting in the penalty box to start this next jam. Punky Bruiser is going to have a power jam for IJRD in this next jam. Okay, you want me to look at penalties? Is that what you were pointing at? Do you want to bring them up or do you just want me to look at them? Okay. Let's see. We have 4 skaters on Kalamazoo with 6 or 5 penalties. We have 1 skater on Indy with 5 penalties. So that's going to be something that you're definitely going to want to watch as we continue with this game. Punky Bruiser is through with lead jammer as Barbie Basher waits in the penalty box. Punky weaving back and forth, but able to get through that pack to grab 4 points. Barbie has been released from the box and will now be coming in on her initial, so will not be able to score points until she gets through that pack once. Punky in the pack right now on a second scoring pass, having already scored 4 points, is looking to score another 4. And Punky is through for 4. Barbie also through, and Punky notices and calls that jam, keeping Kalamazoo scoreless in that jam. IJRD has broken the 200 mark with that jam. 200 to 136. We are now starting to stretch that differential out a little bit more, and that whistle means timeout, but it also means I get to finally tell you this joke that I've been hyping up forever. Nope, Sirius wants me to show you penalties first. Got to wait for the joke a little longer. All right, so that's what we're looking at. I'm going to give my props to World War Bean, Kitty Wampus, Mighty Mouse, and Dirty Dingus McDuck, who have stayed penalty-free. On the Kalamazoo side, whoo! Oh, misconduct just fouled out, and so did Barbie Basher. Oh, no! Whew, that's going to affect things for Kalamazoo for sure. But I want to give my shout-outs to Cookie Crasher, the Iron Maiden, and MT Hammer for staying penalty-free. We're still in timeouts, and now it is time for, you're right, Goldie Socks, the joke.
So much pressure on this one.
Here are the steps on how to survive being stranded on a desert island. Desert island. Step 1, check spelling. Check 2. Step 2, if correct, enjoy. Steps on how to survive being stranded on a desert island. Desert island, check spelling. Am I on a desert island or a dessert island? If correct, enjoy. Sirius goes, no. No. I thought it was hilarious, Sirius. He said it would have been funnier without the setup. When you have high expectations, it's always not as funny because you're like, I'm ready to laugh. That's what I think comedians have the hardest job, because you go to a stand-up comedian expecting, you're sitting there and you're like, make me laugh. Like, that's a really hard thing for people to do. Goldie said, slightly visual joke on an audio stream. Yes, you have to write it out. Simon said the same thing. The joke would go over a lot better as written. I know, it is. And it even was like separated. Step 1 and step 2 were on different lines. Sirius just fouled me out. I have now fouled out. Goodbye. Sirius is now the announcer. Ooh. He goes, nope. Ragin' Ray is in a power jam for Kalamazoo, while Punky Bruiser waits in the penalty box on a forearm penalty. Ragin' Ray coming into the pack on a scoring pass. Punky Bruiser is now in the pack and on that initial. Ragin' Ray has scored 4 points, coming around to try and score some more. I hear some whistles. I don't know who the whistles are for. Punky is stuck on, such good defense being done by the Kalamazoo wall. Soul Crusher coming up to try and help Punky. Punky has that star off. Might be trying to give it to Soul Crusher. Did Ragin' Ray go to the box? Yes, Ragin' Ray is in the box. Oh no. Soul Crusher is now a jammer for the first time in this tournament and was able to get through. It is putting that star on. And since Ragin' Ray went to the box, this is going to be a 2-minute jam, and Soul Crusher is going to be the jammer for it. And Soul Crusher is almost through. Nice recycling to the front by Kalamazoo to hold Soul Crusher there. They did not give up. That's what Sirius says about Kalamazoo. They never give up. Soul Crusher is through for 4 more points. Ragin' Ray is back in the box again? Is Ragin' Ray back in the box for a second time? Oh no, we are flirting with more foul outs here. I'm watching these penalties pile up a little bit on the Kalamazoo side. Soul Crusher getting pulled to the back. And that jam comes to an end. Kalamazoo was able to outscore Indianapolis in that jam 6-4. And not another foul out yet, but we do have 2 skaters at 6 and 1 at 5 on the Kalamazoo side. Regina says, I want to thank all of the people involved with Derby Date Night for the excellent live stream of this event. It means a lot to the parents who have to stay home. Thank you so much, Regina. That means so much to us. That is one of the reasons why we want to do Derby Date Night, is because we know that not everyone can travel to every single game, and we want you to be able to see your family and your friends play in these games, and it means so much to us to hear that you appreciate what we're doing, and we really, really appreciate you as well, because we wouldn't have as much fun doing this if the chat was completely silent. So if it wasn't for your skaters, then we would not have anything to talk about either. So we appreciate all that you have done to raise these skaters into amazing people. And even the juniors, when I come here, they come over and say hi to us. They thank us. They're so sweet. We've gotten gifts from some of the skaters. I mean, we adore everyone in the Derby community and have so much fun being a part of it, and we appreciate being welcomed into this community by all of you. I want to also shout out our camera operator, Smooth, who doesn't have to do this and is been on camera for every single game. There she is, Smooth with the headphones on, jamming to her music, but she has been on camera all weekend long. She just loves being our camera operator, and we absolutely love her, and we wouldn't be able to have as good footage without her being willing to jump on camera anytime we need it. So thank you so much, Smooth. We adore you so much. Okay, I guess I have to tell another joke, but I'm not building this one up. Good. So did you know that I have abs? I have absolutely no self-control when it comes to dessert. Hashtag facts. Serious. My wife said I was overconfident by transporting Spanish desserts in the center console of my car. I didn't care. But then the shift hit the flan. That's just bad. What kind of dessert comes out of a musical volcano? Baklava. 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 Have you ever had baklava? What is baklava made of? Because it looks like chocolate and coconut, but that's not what it is. It has hazelnut in it, I think. Somebody's going to know what baklava is made of. What are you pointing at? Oh, the Pittsburgh skaters getting ready for the next game. They are going to be in that championship game in 35 minutes. So they're watching the finish of this game, but they are focused on the prize of going to nationals, because it's going to be either Pittsburgh or it's going to be Savannah. Can you look? There's Savannah over there. Show them, serious. And there's Savannah. They are also ready to get on the track and ready. What? Waiting in the wings. Waiting in the wings is our teams. They are ready to go. Can you also show the Kalamazoo bench coach, because I just have to give props to this outfit over here of the Kalamazoo Killer Bees. I also would dress up as a bee if I was a Kalamazoo coach, and I just think it is peak amazingness, and I love to see it. So just want a quick shout out to the bumblebees. Goldie Talk says baklava is made of phyllo dough and pistachios. Okay. Honey, walnuts, or some kind of nut and phyllo dough. Yeah, I think so. I thought it was hazelnut, but I think Goldie Socks, I think it is pistachios. Oh, I haven't had it in years. What is your favorite dessert to make?
Isn't that Simon?
Who did I say?
Oh, no, they're both saying the same thing.
No, Simon said walnuts. Goldie said pistachios. Do you see that they said a different nut, serious? We're so freaking tired right now.
I'm going.
You're losing it now? My favorite dessert is usually some combination of strawberry and lemon. Three chairs? Okay. Okay. So that official review was asking for an expulsion on White Jammer because when they went into the box, they knocked over 3 chairs. After review, though, none of the box staff was touched by any of the chairs. So the refs did not believe that that was egregious, and they will not retain their official review. And White Jammer will just stay in the penalty box like normal. They do make both walnut and pistachio baklava. Ooh, root beer float. Goldie, that sounds so good. Arderb Fuzzy says, I love watching the teams wave at the cameras. We love it too. It's hard though because we're on a 30-second delay, so it's really hard to like time it right. But if I can just get them to wave at me, that usually works. But sometimes when they're listening, when people are listening, they'll hear it and it's never mind.
I think they're talking about the ones on track.
Oh, the ones on track that wave at the camera? Oh, I thought you meant the teams waiting in the wings waving to the camera. Yes, I do love it when people come around and give blow a little kiss to Derby Date Night or give a wave to the cameras. Evil C got lead jammer, but also got pushed out and is going to have to come back to the back of the pack and is able to get through. Ragin' Ray comes out of the box and also gets through the pack, is about half a track behind Evil C, who goes up on 1 foot and goes backwards and calls the jam. Like, it's nothing. That is not easy. It might look easy, but it is not as easy as they make it look. An orange float? Okay, I want an orange float. That sounds so good, Chaos. Sirius is telling me to remind you to vote in the Skater of the Game poll. You've only got 7 more game time minutes. Right now, Punky Bruiser is winning, but we've also got some votes out there for Ghost, Cemetery Girl, and Barbie Basher. Now I want dessert. You know Sunday of a tournament is when we start talking about food, Goldie. You've been around for a while, so you knew you ran this risk when you turned on the television. Lead jammer is Princess Leia out for Kalamazoo. Again, showing the Kalamazoo does not quit that we have been telling you. Regardless of how far down they are never going to quit. I just almost rickrolled the whole chat. I started almost, never going to give you up, never going to let you down, never going to lay you around. Oh no, what? Princess Leia lost lead. Everybody stopped and I wasn't sure what was happening, but it looks like a back block is sending Princess Leia out to the box, and Mighty Mouse is now on a scoring pass. Disco questions I don't think the penalty box manager was the one that asked for the expulsion. I think it was an actual official review, not the penalty box manager, but yeah, I don't know. Unfortunately, we don't get to mic up the center. That would not be allowed. Nope, nope, nope. Mighty Mouse is through for another 4 points. And Princess Leia out is coming out of the box and grabbing some points of her own. Mighty Mouse through for another 4, bringing that total to 20. Princess Leia out going in. We got 25 seconds left, and no one can call this jam off. So these jammers are going to be going all the way till the end. Princess Leia out getting stuck on the inside line. Mighty Mouse getting through for 4 points. This is the last 10 minutes of Derby for some of these skaters who are aging out after this tournament. Princess Leia out grabbing another 4. So is Mighty Mouse. Mighty Mouse is joining the 28-point club with Evil C and Bigfoot and Sirius. I want somebody to break the 28. I just want somebody to break the 28. Okay, we're looking at penalties. Oh, there was a third foul out. Crazy K also. So Kalamazoo is down to not as many skaters now. Cemetery Girl at 6, and we got Princess, Ragin' Ray, and On Death Rose at 5. Princess and Ragin' Ray are our main jammers. Barbie out is a main jammer. So I hope the other skaters for Kalamazoo are getting ready just in case. Yeah. Goldie says, zoinks, lots of fouls. Should I tell another joke while we're waiting? I think I should. What happens when ice cream gets angry? It has a meltdown. Yeah. That one just kind of sat there like melted ice cream. What's the phrase? You shouldn't cry over, it's not over melted ice cream, it's spilt milk. Okay, who do we have? Yep, I had a feeling they might start putting in some different jammers with some of Kalamazoo's jammers flirting with it being fouled out. On Death Rose and Punky Bruiser are going to be jamming for their teams. Punky Bruiser sweeping to the outside. On Death Rose trying to use force to push through the pack. Punky is out as lead jammer, but On Death Rose able to get out as well. Always love seeing a blocker who takes the star and is able to get out and force that call off. 9 minutes, a little bit more than 9 minutes left. 2 points scored by IJRD in that jam. Princess Leia out with the star, and Evil C also with the star. All right, Princess Leia out is finding a tripod at the back while Evil C is sweeping from side to side trying to pull that pack apart. Big hit on Death Rose, and Evil C is through as your lead jammer. Princess Leia out has taken that star off. I would not be surprised if Princess Leia out is playing a little bit more carefully right now, knowing that she's on 6 penalties. I think that's one of those, like, I have to be really careful because if I go to the box, that is it for me. Princess has passed the star to the pivot, who is now Slam I Am is now the jammer for Kalamazoo. Evil C is in the pack on a second scoring pass. Slam takes a hit to the outside and is going to be reforming at the back as Evil C comes around, getting ready to try and score 4 more points for IJRD. Evil C in the pack right now, up on those toe stops, and is through for another 4 points. Slam I Am working hard and able to get through, and will be chasing Evil C down. We will see. We will see if Evil C is going to continue to run this or if he's going to call it. Slam I Am hits the pack at the back. Evil C getting stuck at the front. Slam, good awareness, making sure that that helmet cover is on. Evil C through for another 4 and does decide to call it after scoring 16 points for IJRD. They are almost 100 points up on Kalamazoo. Kalamazoo held it tight and close for as long as they could, and IJRD is now starting to spread that point spread out a little bit. Oh, look at the sign. What's it say? Focus, speed. Oops, focus. Focus, serious. Focus. Focus, speed. Ka-chow, you are speed. That is Death Pixie's family. Rooting for Death Pixie, who is graduating. This is Death Pixie's last game as a junior, and we like to say ka-chow for Death Pixie, who is out there blocking right now as Mighty Mouse comes around on a scoring pass. Bunny Burnout is out as well, chasing down Mighty Mouse, who's currently in the pack on a scoring pass. Mighty Mouse taking a push to the outside and calls that jam after grabbing all 4 of the points for IJRD. No, 3. Goldie liked my focus joke. Sirius agrees, Goldie. He actually thought that was funny. I love double entendres. And I love the word double entendre. It's just a good word. Another timeout? I'm running out of jokes. You guys can't do any more timeouts. On Death Rose and Punky Bruiser giving each other a little high five. Punky Bruiser still winning that Skater of the Game poll. And Eric and Punky are looking at the camera, but I think they're actually looking at the scoreboard, but I'm gonna go with camera. They were just posing for us. There you go. Just here's your pose. Kalamazoo has used all of their timeouts at this point. They do still have an official review. IJRD has 2 of their timeouts left. I don't know if they're going to use them, being ahead as much as they are right now. Punky is able to get through on the outside there as the pack has gone all the way back to turn 4 to start this jam. On Death Row's able to get through. Good job by Kalamazoo making sure to get out of the pack, even if they're not getting lead jammer, to force that call off, and that is exactly what happens here as IJRD has scored 4 more points, and we are getting ready for another jam. That's Death Pixie out there taking that pivot. Wait, if Death Pixie has the pivot, if Evil C passes the star to Death Pixie, then Death Pixie can try to do an apex jump, and I can say the Pixie joke that I was going to make, but now I don't remember the Pixie joke. What was the Pixie joke? Serious? Help me. Somebody will remember. Pixie dust, something. Evil C is lead jammer, so I don't think he's going to pass it to Pixie. And hits his hips, calling the jam off. The jammer for Kalamazoo was also out very quickly and forcing that call off, so that was a really fast jam. On Death Rose has the star for Kalamazoo. Oh, maybe not. Mighty Mouse has the star for IJRD. And is On Death Rose in the penalty box from last jam? Okay, I am being told, those of you who are tuning in for the next game between Pittsburgh and Savannah, that game will be starting at 2:15. They do not want to rush the medal ceremony and all of the things that happen after the game, so the next game will be starting at 2:15. Yes, Pixie sticks the landing. That's what it was. Thank you, Simon. I love you guys. You're wonderful by always remembering things that I can't. Mighty Mouse is lead. I'm gonna pin that. Championship game between Savannah and Pittsburgh will be starting at 2:15 Eastern Time. And I will put it. Is someone calling timeout? What? Why are you hitting your watch? Oh my gosh, we have a skater of the game. That's why. Serious, you know I'm tired. Did you say I'm on a 30-second delay? I really am. I really am on a 30-second delay. All right, our skater of the game for Indianapolis Junior Roller Derby is Punky Bruiser. Congratulations, I will be fine. Who's out there right now? Yay, Punky, you have no idea, but you have earned a skater of the game sticker. She's so excited, she's spinning. Oh. So what's the timeout for, do you think? Something official. Something official? Officially official. Hey, that official out there is called Filet Official. I've lost it, people. I'm really glad Abby's coming back. Sounds a little fishy. I'm really glad Abby's coming back for the third game because we're at the point where Aria, all of you who know me well, who have been longtime Derby Date Night listeners, know that this is where I get loopy. Just get silly. On Death Rose is chasing down Punky Bruiser. Punky is lead jammer and currently in the pack on a scoring pass. On Death Rose is also entering the pack. A little apex jump from someone who is normally a blocker to get 4 points. And On Death Rose is now in front of Death Pixie. But it looks like IJRD is going to run the clock at this point. So On Death Rose only has 2 blockers to get through. So gets past and grabs another 4 points. Punky is also through for 4 points for IJRD. We've had more foul outs, just so you know. Princess Leia out, did foul out. Barbie Basher fouled out. Ragin' Ray fouled out. Misconduct fouled out. Cemetery Girl fouled out. And Crazy K fouled out. How many is that? 6? So that means they're down to 9 players. Wait, it's Mad Max's last game with IJRD? No! Really? He's moving to DC. That is not allowed. I mean, congratulations, and I wish you well in your new location. I'm so sad. Really? Oh. I don't like. See, this is what happens when you start enjoying juniors. Is you don't get to watch them as much anymore. Bunny Burnout is your lead jammer for Kalamazoo. Evil C, though, is the one that's in the front and gets through for 4 points. But Bunny Burnout is also through for 4 points. Great job, Kalamazoo, the team that never quits. 2 minutes left in this game. Evil C through for another 4. Bunny Burnout working hard. Normally a blocker takes a huge hit from Snow Fright to bring her to the back of the pack. Evil C through for another 4. IJRD is trying to get to that 300 mark before this game is over. Bunny Burnout, great job there, working hard to get through. I always root for skaters who are not normally jammers when they're jamming. I always get so excited when they get points. I know how much it means when you are not a normal jammer. Like, yay, good job. Evil C in the pack again on a scoring pass. I'm getting sad. I don't even really know any of these skaters personally, and I'm sad for the ones that are graduating. I'm sad for the ones that are skating for the last time with their team. 1 minute left in this game, this third place medal game. If things stand as they do, IJRD will be leaving with a third place medal, and Kalamazoo will be coming in 4th place in this tournament. Great job by both teams. We have 49 seconds left in this game. This could be the very last jam. Bunny Burnout does not look like she is planning on calling it at all. Evil C up on the outside line, does end up having to go back to the back of the pack. Has scored 20, has he scored 28 points? Oh, I think Evil C just did it. Did Evil C do it? 32! I just got really loud on that. Evil C with the biggest jam of the tournament. 32 points. I want to make certificates. Serious, get on that. Punky Bruiser and On Death Rows are going to be starting our very last jam of the game. Coach Eric calls for a timeout to make sure that we are able to have one last jam. If you have a graduating senior, if you have someone who's skating for the last time, go ahead and shout them out in the chat. Let us know how much Derby has meant to them, how much they mean to you. They have all done great. I think they're crying. They're crying. I'm just enjoying this moment.
These are your 3 indie skaters that are aging out. Yep, got it. Making sure that Aria knew.
Those are your 3 skaters that are aging out right out there on the line. Oh, they're crying. I'm crying. I hope that we still get to see them play Derby in the future and that they continue to be involved in the sport because they have been just such a joy to watch, all of them. Anybody from Kalamazoo out there who can let me know if there's anyone aging out from Kalamazoo as well, I would love to honor them as well as the indie skaters. Those tuning in for Pittsburgh and Savannah, that game has been moved back to 2:15 Eastern time. So we will be starting that game in about half an hour. Here we go with the last jam. Period clock has run out and lead goes to On Death Rows from Kalamazoo. Punky is also through. Our skater of the game, Punky Bruiser, who will be receiving a Derby Date Night Skater of the Game sticker. A huge hit from Lilyhammer on Death Rows. On Death Rows was not.
Did Lily just foul out?
Who just fouled out? Lily? No. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe. And that is a curtain call for Lilyhammer, who got all the way to the last jam of the last game. Great job as a skater. Iron Maiden is retiring. Barbie is last game for Barbie as well. Congratulations to Iron Maiden and Barbie for a great Derby career with this team. We hope that career continues and you stay involved in Derby. On death rows, coming in. Punky Bruiser also coming in, and that jam is over. And we have a unofficial score of IJRD 319, Kalamazoo 193. That says it all. Wonderful job by everybody. Congratulations to all the graduating seniors. You have done an amazing job, and we tip our hats to you. We will be back in about half an hour with our championship game, which will determine who is going to go to the national playoffs between Savannah and Pittsburgh. Find out who it's going to be coming up next on Derby Date Night. Derby Date Night Juniors Tournament Edition. We are live at Perry Park in Indianapolis, Indiana, where we are one of 9 different regional playoff locations battling for a chance to play for the national title. We are following 6 amazing teams over the course of this weekend. Our hosts, Indianapolis Junior Roller Derby, are joined by Black-N-Bluegrass from Kentucky, Pittsburgh Roller Derby from Pennsylvania, Kalamazoo Killer Beez out of Michigan, Cincinnati Junior Roller Derby from Ohio, and Savannah Roller Derby from Georgia. This is what our bracket has looked like so far, and this is it. This is the kit and caboodle. This is all of the biscuits, whatever it is that you say. I think I made that one up.
All the jelly beans.
All the jelly beans. I am Aria kidding me. I am one half of Derby Date Night. I am here with Seriously, my forever date night, and the guy behind the scenes who refuses to get on the mic. And I have got one of our favorite third wheels here to help us with all of the official stuff. Admiral.
Wow, you are.
I just demoted you. I didn't mean to do
It
that.
could never actually happen.
Admiral Abby Duffield is here to help us out after being with us this morning. We had so much fun, we decided to have you come back for the championship game.
Absolutely, and just happy to be here, and really just I'm here for the chat and for you and for the Derby because this is going to be such an exciting game.
It is.
I got to watch the game yesterday in the evening. That was, I believe, Savannah versus Indianapolis, and that was an absolutely stellar game. So it's going to be really fun today to see these two teams go up against each other.
Yes, last night's game was just such a nail biter all the way down to the end. Savannah pulling it out in overtime. Pittsburgh able to get here by, who did they battle? Kalamazoo. They had a battle with Kalamazoo, and they came out on top for that one. And the winner of this game will go on to the national championship in Loveland, Colorado on July 12th and 13th.
JRDA Champs has to be one of my favorite events. I've gotten to go to Champs many years in a row, and you just see some of the highest level of Derby. I think of like all Derby of both like MRDA, WFTDA. It's so incredible because you can see the pathway that these skaters are going on. You can see how they're building their skills over time, and it's really inspiring to see in the sport.
Absolutely. Love to see it. For those of you who are joining us for the first time and don't know what Derby Date Night is, we bring you live roller derby in and around the Midwest. We are live almost every single weekend at the peak of the Derby season, and so we would love it if you liked and subscribed. We also have a membership program that you can join if you want to support us in doing more of what we do. We want to keep bringing as much Derby as we can to our community, and if you scan that QR code right there, you can learn a little bit more about becoming a member. But now, to why you are here today for this championship game. These are our members, by the way. I didn't know Sirius was going to do that graphic.
All of our wonderful third wheels.
All of our wonderful third wheels who help support us and help keep us rolling strong. Speaking of puns, that's another thing we do here at Derby Date Night. We claim to bring you good roller derby and bad jokes.
Good derby, bad puns.
Good derby, bad puns. So the theme for this weekend has been candy, and we have been making jokes in the candy-related theme all weekend long. And I know, Abby, you have brought us some special treats to enjoy during the game, so we'll be chatting a little bit about that.
Yeah, I'll bring them out as the game continues, and we have a snack attack.
All right. Everybody is in the chat cheering on their favorite skaters or their favorite teams. The crowd is already chanting and clapping, and everybody is ready to go wild. We have got Bigfoot on the line for Pittsburgh. We have got Slaya on the line for Savannah, and this game is about to get started. That whistle means the game has started, and we are going to find out who is going to be the first lead jammer of this game, and it is going to be Bigfoot for Pittsburgh. Slaya, meanwhile, is in a tripod at the back, takes a hit to the outside. Bigfoot coming into the pack on a first scoring pass. He is being pulled to the back, recovering and coming up on that outside line, getting stuck by a whole bunch of blockers. Slaya continuing to try and find space at the back. Bigfoot stretching that pack out in the front. And the blocker that was blocking, I think, might be getting called on an out-of-play block there because that pack got a little too stretched out. So a couple Savannah players headed to the box, but Bigfoot is through, has scored 4 points, is on his second scoring pass, now scored 8 points. Slaya continuing to almost find space, and every time he does, he just gets pushed and pulled right back to the back of the pack. Bigfoot on another scoring pass. That is now 12 points for Pittsburgh as Slaya is getting pulled to the back by Lakeinator, who is ready to block. Pittsburgh is Bigfoot through for another 4. Pittsburgh is using the 1-3, and I'm noticing this more in higher level derby of using the tripod method with one offense.
Yep, it's a 3 in the tripod, and then you send your 1 to go and break up walls or help your jammer. It's interesting because it looks like Savannah's starting with a 2-on-2 offense, which allows for those little pods to go and do very agile work, but it's hard for them to communicate. So I'm curious to see if they're going to stick with a 2-on-2 strategy, or if they're going to kind of like move between different sort of like theologies that you could use for what they're going to do.
And it looks like we're going to be starting this next jam with just a 2 offense because there's only 2 blockers out on the track to block Sirius Pack from Pittsburgh. Meanwhile, Monster, one of our third wheels, almost got lead jammer, but instead ended up with a track cut. Oh no! And will be sitting in the penalty box for 30 seconds. Meanwhile, Sirius has been named lead jammer and is coming around to try and score points for Pittsburgh. And getting past the last Savannah blocker, Sirius is getting the first 4 points of this jam, bringing Pittsburgh to a total of 20. Monster is standing in the penalty box, so 10 seconds left on that penalty. Sirius decides to call the jam, freezing Monster in the penalty box, and will start the next jam with a power jam for Pittsburgh while Monster waits in the box.
What a fast game.
I'm not breathing.
Yeah,
when I'm doing the play-by-play.
It's so quick. It's so quick.
I'm literally like there's so much to say.
There is.
I can't even pause. There's so much action. I fell in love with both of these teams yesterday, watching them.
Yeah.
And I have been excited all day to see how these two teams are going to match up against each other because they're both so fun to watch. Bigfoot with a very short power jam. Monster is about to be released from the box. Monster is eligible for lead jammer, but is not going to get it because Bigfoot is out of the pack and will be lead jammer. Monster flying through the pack as Lakeinator is pulling. That's not Lakeinator. That is, who is that? That's Bandelion, who was pulling Monster back there. It's just going so fast. Wait, is Monster going back to the box again?
No, the jam's ended.
Okay, somebody did the power jam motion, but maybe they were just excited.
Oh, I think it's on Bigfoot.
It's Bigfoot?
Yeah, Bigfoot's sitting in the box.
Oh.
And I did not see the penalty.
Okay, so this is an opportunity now for Savannah to get their first points on the board in this game. If they can take advantage of this power jam while Bigfoot waits in the box, they also only have 3 blockers out on the track for Pittsburgh. Oh, that looked like it hurt. Slaya getting a little tumble and being pulled back to the back of the pack. That pack is starting to move. And it's not a tripod right now. Do you see that? That is 4 on defense. Now it's a tripod as some great offense coming through from 119 on Savannah. That is King Corey, who I know we saw jamming a little bit yesterday, but is now providing offense. Have we gotten a lead jammer yet? We're on turn 4.
We have not gotten a lead jammer yet.
Not been called lead jammer.
Nope, it's still available.
Bigfoot is out of the box. Lead is still available. We have passed the jammer line. Holy schmoly, the blocking here. And Bigfoot comes out of the box and gets called lead jammer at turn 2, the second go around.
Yes. Big jump on the apex there.
But it was not landed well. And so Bigfoot is going, or legally, it was landed fine. It was not landed legally. So Bigfoot goes to the back of the pack there. Slaya, meanwhile, is continuing to struggle at the back of the pack. I'm surprised that Savannah has not taken the star off and has and tried to pass to the pivot. There we go.
There we go. They heard you.
King Corey is now the jammer for Savannah and is going to be, and I know that King Corey is normally a jammer, so he is able to do this and work hard to get out.
Very smart work there by our jammer with one hand, but it looks like maybe more than one hand happened.
Oh, yep, and he is communicating, yep, I understand the penalty. I like the respect that Bigfoot was giving there to the refs, saying, yep, you called me. So now this is a power jam for Savannah, even though Pittsburgh came out and got lead. Now it's going to be a 2-minute jam. So luckily, King Corey was the pivot because King Corey does know how to jam because this jam, well, 2 minutes is up already because it took us like a minute to get a lead jammer.
It took a long time. And that was very smart pack work by Savannah in this last jam. So their blockers stayed in the back to allow for that pack to spread forward, and King Corey had the advantage in terms of pushing through that front wall.
All right, Bigfoot still in the box. Did you see how many fingers he just held up? I think he's 15 seconds left. He was communicating, and I couldn't see. But it's definitely more than 10 seconds because he's sitting.
Still sitting.
So Monster will have a little bit more than 10 seconds to be able to try to get lead jammer. Roller Derby 24/7. Coach Eric from IJRD has gifted you all 20 memberships to Derby Date Night.
So exciting.
So exciting, as is this game. Monster is your lead jammer for Savannah.
And that's Savannah's first lead of the game.
Wow. And were there points grabbed there?
There are. Yep, we got 4 points in the air.
4 points. Bigfoot was able to get out of the box, so the box is not empty, though.
Some good sportsmanship right there between the two jammers.
Yes, I love sportsmanship between jammers. Eggs is in the chat. Hello, Eggs.
Hi, Eggs.
Eggs had the absolute delight to watch Bigfoot skate at Dawn of the Derby. Seeing him go up against freaking Freight Train was amazing.
Gosh, how much fun could that be to be like?
So much fun.
God, the amount of skill on the track, and Freight Train has been skating for so long.
Yeah. And Serious Pack is out of the pack and will be lead jammer for Pittsburgh Roller Derby.
Savannah's 2-on-2 offense is holding back some of the blockers from Pittsburgh, and it's really creating openings for their jammer to get out. We've got the star pass in the front with King Corey happening, and we're chasing each other down.
Nice. These jammers are going to race to the pack. So Eric, Roller Derby 24/7, who gifted 20 memberships. You can only get one of our Derby Date Night memberships, and you will get a 1-month free membership if you subscribe to our channel right now.
Right now.
Right now. You subscribe to our channel. We have got 19 memberships still out there and open. If you would like a membership to Derby Date Night, you get access to all of our perks, like special emojis, a wheel next to your name.
It's so much fun to be a part of the community, to get to engage. It's not just in the chat, but you're part of something bigger and greater. So if you don't have one, go get one.
Yeah. Absolutely. We love our members, which we affectionately call our third wheels here on our Derby Date Night. Bigfoot is lead jammer and is out of the pack and coming around on a scoring pass. Slaya, meanwhile, is getting recycled to the back of the pack, but that player looks like the one that was recycling is going to the box for Pittsburgh. Bigfoot coming around on a second scoring pass. Slaya has the star off and has passed it. Nice apex jump there by Bigfoot. C. Swift is now the jammer for Savannah, pushing against a 2-wall at the front, staying in bounds with a up on that. I am noticing so much with the spin on one foot is how a lot of jammers are getting through at the front of the pack.
Really controlled, utilizing the other blocker to get around and pivot on those hips to be able to use that momentum to clear out.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
This is such an engaging game.
Fast-paced.
So fast.
So fast-paced right now.
You blink and you miss it.
Right? King Corey on the line for Savannah. Serious Pack on the line for Pittsburgh. And the big thing that is on the line here is a chance, a ticket to go to nationals for JRDA.
They're going to put everything out on the track today.
They're going to put everything
both
out on the
teams
track.
want it. Both teams want that spot.
Absolutely. Both jammers in the pack. Both jammers trying to find any sort of space. That pack is all jumbled up. Ooh! Serious with a tumble at the front.
But got lead. It got out first.
Whoo! Just barely. King Corey also out, and these two jammers are going to race to the pack. Serious. Fine. There it is. That's the clinic. Get through, grab your points, and call it.
What a smart play. Gosh. Especially and props to King Corey. Did not let up on the speed. Continued to try to get through. There could have been box points there that could have been picked up. So just very, very smart play by both teams.
Absolutely. Monster and Bigfoot. Are they running a 2-jammer rotation, both teams? Because I feel like it's Monster and Slayer, and it's Bigfoot and Serious?
Bigfoot, Serious, and I've Monster and King Corey. That's who I've seen come out.
How are they not getting tired?
Is that the benefit of youth?
Right.
Oh, beautiful spin move there on the inside by Bigfoot.
Bigfoot is through as your lead jammer for Pittsburgh. Monster, meanwhile, busting through a 2-wall at the back to get out of the pack and to chase down Bigfoot, who is currently stuck in the pack on a scoring pass, but is able to get through and tap those hips to call that jam. Amazing. Wonderful job. Sirius and Bigfoot going to give each other a high five, and King Corey, see, they're going to make liars out of us. I said they're using a 2-jammer rotation, and now, nope, we're going to put King Corey out. We're going to use a 3-jammer rotation.
I mean, they're adapting to the gameplay that they're seeing here and what they
Absolutely.
need to do. Pittsburgh's defense has been really hard for them to get through. Savannah's been very agile and strategic about what they've been trying to do, but you've also got 2 very physical teams.
Penalty box is got 1 blocker from Savannah in it, and it is Sirius who comes out with lead jammer, but King Corey is able to get out and is about half a track behind. Sirius was thinking about jumping the apex there, but then was like, oh, I don't need to, and just went right through, grabbed those 4 points, and called the jam.
It was a nice little, it wasn't a ton of space that opened up on the inside. It was a very just nuanced. There's something that happens when you get into higher ranked derby where it's not that you're doing big hits and big sweeps. You're actually becoming much more efficient with your energy.
Absolutely.
And it's little picks, little shifts.
Absolutely. Love the crowd getting into it, and even the jammers are clapping with the crowd as they're doing their cheers. Absolutely love this. Bigfoot jamming for Pittsburgh, and is it Monster is on the line for Savannah. Bigfoot is through and will be lead jammer. Monster is resetting a little bit at the back of the pack, trying to stay inbounds up on those toe stops, and is able to get through to chase down Bigfoot. Savannah doing a really good job, even though they have not been getting the lead percentage. Oh, that was a gorgeous jump. Even though they haven't been getting the lead percentage, they've been forcing the call off in every single jam.
Yes. Yes, they're not allowing for that like spin up to really continue. They're not really letting Pittsburgh get that momentum.
Yeah.
Really great block there in the very beginning by Disney Villain on Savannah, which is 3-1-4-6. Just like a nice little pick on the inside for our jammer.
Absolutely. Anthony says, Pittsburgh is such an amazing team. I enjoyed officiating for them all season. Good job, Yins, and good luck. They are the Yins are Dead All-Stars.
Yins are dead.
Yins are dead, because you're from the East Coast, so you know how to say it. I
Yins.
don't.
Yins. I feel like a lot of the East Coast accent is you just start chewing on all your vowels.
Chew on your vowels. Got it. Sirius is out as lead jammer for Pittsburgh, but we're doing it again. King Corey is able to get out as well and will be chasing down Sirius, who is going to get into that pack, get through, grabbed all 4 points, and called it. And that's a clinic. That is exactly how you want to do it there. All right, getting ready for the next jam of the game. These jams are going so fast. We are halfway through the first half, and we have had 12 jams so far. This has gone so fast already.
I don't understand where the time's gone.
Yeah, it happens. Didn't we just start like 2 minutes ago? We didn't do rosters, Sirius is saying. We want to honor. So during this team timeout, let's go through and make sure that we are looking at who is playing. We've got the Pittsburgh Derby Brats captained by Forrest Bump. We've seen some great work from all of these skaters already in this first half. And for Savannah, Savannah brought a shorter roster, as you can see.
Oh, wow.
Velveteen Rabbit is captain. You were able to bring up to 20 skaters, but you only roster 15. I believe Savannah only brought 13. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yep, 13 skaters. So Savannah is skating with 2 less skaters than Pittsburgh. And looking at penalties so far, staying pretty low over here on Pittsburgh.
It's been a quiet whistle game.
Yeah, it really has. Looking at Savannah, even less. So very quiet so far. We are 1/4 of the way through.
It's been a very physical game so far. There's there's a lot of speed, there's a lot of physicality, there's a lot of strategy. I mean, you've got so many experienced folks that are on the track here.
Yeah. I am excited to see these skaters as adults too.
Oh yeah.
This is juniors. I can't even, sometimes I look at this and I'm like, is this really juniors?
They'll continue to grow.
My goodness, they are so good. They are so talented and so fun to watch. And I just can't even, the adult skaters better be ready. They better be ready when these skaters age up. Although some of them have already aged up because you can do a roster for a little bit.
Hey, we've got lead here for Savannah.
Hey, Monster getting lead for Savannah. Bigfoot was able to get out and will be chasing Monster down. And a big apex jump there from Bigfoot, grabbing those 4 points. Monster also able to get 4 points in that jam. Great job by Savannah. Here on Derby Date Night, we also choose a skater of the game every single game that we stream, and so we will be nominating one jammer and one blocker from each team during halftime to be chosen as the skater of the game, and you all will have an opportunity to vote for who that person is going to be during the second half. King Corey on the line for Savannah and Sirius Pack for Pittsburgh.
Oh, what a beautiful opening there.
That was some great offense there. Sirius is through, but King Corey also through, and they are so fast.
So fast.
Sirius in the pack. King Corey in the pack, hoping to be able to score some points here. Sirius is not calling it, so a little bit of a strategy change here for Pittsburgh as King Corey was able to get 4 points. Sirius is through, looks at his bench, and I think we're going to run this, but King Corey says, great, go ahead and run it because I'm grabbing 4 points.
We got 2 blockers for Pittsburgh out of the pack joining in.
That's why they were running it. They wanted to get those blockers out of the box. Sirius is in, and I think Savannah outscored Pittsburgh on that one.
On 4, yeah. Really smart play by Savannah going into one of the scoring passes for Pittsburgh. They drew themselves together. They had very good defense in terms of holding back. That's when King Corey got through to get that jam up for those points.
Eggs, you can leave that message there. Eggs said King Corey's apex jumps are higher than Derby Date Night's height. Those who have not seen me, I am a very short person.
I don't know what to do with
Bigfoot could apex jump me.
Probably.
I bet Bigfoot could. His jumps are so high. Although, truthfully, all of these jammers, I have seen every single one of these jammers out here in this game do some amazing apex jumps. They are all so talented and so good. So exciting.
Just wild. Just wild.
Oh, Anthony says Pittsburgh got several of the Brats. I can say they are definitely giving adults a run for their money. Love that. Love that, because all that does is make other people better. So as these skaters come up, they're going to challenge those adults, and everybody's going to get better at roller derby, which brings us more competitive games, more fun, more community, and just more derby love.
It brings up the bar.
Absolutely bringing up the bar. What do you think this official timeout is about? Should we do some speculation? I have no idea what this official... It's not an official review.
No.
It's an official timeout. They don't seem to be looking at the scoreboard too much. I guess we're not going to speculate. You know, one of our favorite third wheels in the chat, I think he went to bed at this point because he's in Australia, but he usually says they're doing a movie review.
Well, I mean, sometimes there's jokes in the middle, like we do jokes here. I think for this one, it may just be kind of level setting about the general, like there's been a few penalties. We've got lead for Savannah again.
There we go, Monster.
That's 2-2 for Monster.
I know. And it's interesting to see. Oh, and we have a new jammer for Pittsburgh in Punch Buggy, who is coming into that back of the pack. Really good awareness from Punch Buggy, because Punch Buggy came in hot at the back of the pack there and could have accidentally gotten a back block, but very intentionally was going right for those shoulder blades
good angle
of the 2 blockers. Very good angle to make sure that that hit was legal.
I think with a physical game like this, my speculation would just be kind of like making sure that all of the refs are in a good headspace, that we're all kind of on the same page with whatever's going on.
Yep.
That way we can be giving consistent calculation as the game is continuing.
Absolutely. Bigfoot on the line for Pittsburgh, and King Corey, who has been really successful. I'm noticing Savannah is being really smart here. They've seen that King Corey has been a really successful jammer, and so he's going out a little bit more as jammer than he was at the very beginning.
And Pittsburgh's responding to that. You see this really strong tripod that's putting King Corey sort of into that really stopped position. Savannah's 2-on-2 offense is still doing a really good job.
Bigfoot taking a hit to the outside by Slaya, who is pivoting right now.
Toes on the inside.
Bigfoot is out as lead jammer. That one took 30 seconds to get a lead jammer established. So Pittsburgh not getting as easy of a time getting those lead jammers. They're having to work for it a little bit more as Savannah starts to get dialed in. However, King Corey is having trouble and has gotten called on a penalty. Did you see what that penalty was?
It looked like it was a forearm, if I remember correctly.
A forearm. And so he will be headed to the penalty box, and this will be a power jam for, it was a back block.
Oh, thank you.
It will be a power jam for Bigfoot and Pittsburgh. Michael Kwan, we're happy to have you back here. Just got home from Foods, have been listening on the drive. Good job, not watching and just listening. You don't want to watch and drive. That's not good.
Don't watch and drive.
Don't
Please
watch and drive.
Derby safely. Please enjoy the Derby safely.
I think we still even have some gift memberships out there, so if you have not subscribed to our channel and you would like a free 1-month membership to Derby Date Night, subscribe to our channel
So
and you will be able to accept a gift membership from Coach Eric.
If you're driving, go stop for gas.
Yeah.
Get your gift membership, subscribe, get a cold beverage, and then get back
Then
on
you
and listen, but don't watch.
Yes. Absolutely. Oh, that's great to know, Michael. Michael is saying that our announcing is allowing him to kind of see the game.
Oh, great.
That's wonderful. That is one of our goals as well, that you can listen and look at that. Sirius is going to get lead jammer in this short power jam for Pittsburgh. King Corey is standing in the penalty box, so has been released. King Corey is in the pack right now Sirius is in the pack right now on a first scoring pass. King Corey through the pack is out and will be eligible to score if Sirius does not call this jam. Sirius is through, has gotten all 4 points, and does call it, but King Corey was able to snag a couple points there.
This is some really locked down pack that's
Right?
happening. So in the last game, the first game that we had today, the pack was very rubber bandy. It was getting very big and very long. It was stretching out. So far, these have been either like a 2-on-2 offense or a 3-and-1 offense, but they're staying tight and they're staying together, which means that both jammers aren't having to do a lot of the extra travel work to be able to get around. Because I don't think that we've really gotten past turn 3.
No. Yeah, it's been very, very tight packs. A little jammer on jammer action at the beginning of that jam, and Bigfoot is out as lead, but Monster with a spin on the inside line is chasing Bigfoot down. The pack is now speeding up, which we haven't really seen happening a lot, but they're you know what they're doing? You know why they're speeding up? They're getting off the apex.
That was smart. That was smart. That was a very smart move by Savannah to make that move.
Because they're realizing how good of apex jumpers.
I mean, we've seen Bigfoot apex jump off of the inside line on the straightaway. Like some of these jammers do not need a lot of space to be able to get into the air.
What kind of strength do you have to do an apex jump? It's core strength, but it's also like leg.
I think it's when you're young and you still have rubber for bones, and you can install springs and just boing.
Yes. All right. Punch buggy jamming for Pittsburgh. King Corey for Savannah. Oh!
Wow.
Wow.
Forrest
beautiful.
there with the offense at the end, but it wasn't enough for the jump.
Yeah, that jump. Those jumps are hard to thwart. And there's another one. King Corey, 4 more points for Pittsburgh. Nope, Savannah. It's been a long weekend, folks. Working hard on not switching my words. King Corey is in the pack on a second scoring pass. Punch buggy continuing to struggle at the back of the pack, taking that star off. Might be looking for a pivot, but that is going to be pretty hard to get to Forrest Bump, who is the pivot, because Forrest is trying to come back to help out Punch buggy. King Corey does decide to call the jam after scoring 8 points for Savannah. They have a Tigger tail, says Chaos.
I love that.
Yes, they're bouncy, 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 fun, 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 fun.
Speaking of Tigger,
yes.
And speaking of sugar,
yes.
Would you like a snack?
I would love a snack.
All right.
I'm so excited to see what snacks you've brought from us.
Because the theme has been sugar, so let's go with this one. I've got Better Sour, globally inspired sour gummy candies. We have apricot, pomegranate, and plum gummies.
Ooh, I'm so excited. I love a good sour candy. Sirius getting pushed to the outside and pulled all the way to the back to turn 4 by Slaya, which is allowing Monster to get out as lead. Except for I think Tough Tone is trying to call a forearm penalty on Monster.
I think that's what we're seeing.
Is that what's happening? Tough Tone?
We've got that relayed over, yeah.
Okay, it did get relayed over, so it was a forearm penalty. Monster is not lead. Sirius has scored 4 points. I don't know if he's going to now become lead.
I don't know. I think that's what they're trying to figure out, is when that forearm happened and how it might impact the game.
Right. Was he already out of the initial when that forearm happened?
It may have happened on the first scoring pass, because we do have at least 4 points, and we're getting around. I think we're on their second scoring pass right now.
This feels, all of a sudden, it slowed down. Everybody got a little confused, and it feels like everything is just a little bit slower all of a sudden.
Which honestly is a good response compared to let's go faster.
Right, yes. Sirius is trying to take advantage of this power jam, but Savannah's defense is shutting Sirius down.
Velveteen Rabbit there with some really great one-on-one defense against Sirius.
Monster is out of the box and in the pack on a scoring pass. So did Monster get those 4 points?
I think we're still in the pocket for having points. So I think this is from. Oh, I've seen them go back. So it looks like Savannah had 4, but they've gone back now, so that we're at 0 on the board.
Did you see that can opener?
That was huge. That was a huge hit.
Oh.
And like just well placed too, like very safe.
Sirius is getting hit. Oh my gosh, we saw Slaya as a jammer yesterday and doing amazing, but right now Slaya as a blocker, I am bowing down. That is beautiful blocking that Slaya was doing, and he was dialed into Sirius.
Yes, I think it's really smart, strategic offense and defense from Savannah, because Slaya being your pivot, you can take that star if you need it.
Yep.
Well, we're taking, I think we've got an injury timeout here.
Okay. We're going to take a small time out. So Egg says so many good officials for this game. Filet, Richie, Bona, Annie, Guinness, Mose. I know Mose, Miller, Bruce, Wolf, and so many others. There are so many others. And I would like to give an extra special shout out to Damon Mistress as our head tournament official, who has been doing an amazing job all weekend.
And Mr. Bruce Guy, who
and
is
Mr. Bruce Guy is who is our
tournament
head NSO. They both have just kept everybody in line. They have kept everything moving smoothly, and we appreciate everything they do. Something Damon Mistress was telling me this morning was, we always say thank you to our volunteers. Our volunteers are paying to be here.
Yes.
They're paying gas money. They're paying for their own food. They're paying for their hotels. So not only are they volunteering, but they're literally paying to be able to volunteer in this game. And we appreciate every single one of them. And we bow down to our officials because they are so wonderful, and we cannot thank them enough.
It's so important to travel in the officiating community because it allows you to expand your knowledge and level set your metric across the board, because there are regional differences, like the East Coast, West Coast, and middle of the country. They all have different regional differences with how some things are called, and there's small nuances, but when you travel, you get to learn what those nuances are, and sometimes hearing somebody else explain something in a different way helps you to understand it better. You actually had brought this up earlier because we were talking about penalties, because I know that the chopping the cake or the illegal contact penalty or seed penalty, you had said, what did you say earlier?
Chopping the cake is don't touch that.
Yep. So
because you're touching your
contact
hand. And then the other one, which is just the kind of like big chop but not touching your hand, is the don't be there.
So that's your legal position penalty underneath that family. Yep.
Yep. And I've learned so much from you and all of the other officials as we have started doing Derby Date Night, and I have been educated so much on so many different things. And our goal here at Derby Date Night is to educate you all also on Derby so that you can learn more about what's happening and be able to hopefully connect to Derby and watch more Derby. We are live almost every single weekend right now.
You've been so busy.
We have been very, very busy, and we will continue to be busy. And if you would like to be a part of our community, there are still some free gift memberships out there that were donated by Eric. If you want to subscribe, you can pick up one of those gift memberships and see what it's like and tune in to another game.
It's so fun for me to be here next to you because normally I'm in the chat getting to talk with everybody, and there are questions that pop up or scenarios or where is Derby near me, and the chat is so friendly.
I love our chat.
Yes.
Our third wheels are so wonderful. We love that we have so many third wheels come on our Derby Date Nights with us. And it's so much fun to have our chat participate with us, and so many people who come again and again and just really enjoy watching Derby, and even watching, they're not just coming to see their skaters. They're coming to watch good Derby.
Yes.
And I love that because I want Derby to be more accessible to everyone and for people to really for Derby to become a bigger sport.
Yes.
It's such a cool sport. Are there any other sports where you play offense and defense at the same time?
I think rugby might be the closest that you get to that, and I think, but there are like the switches though. You can kind of see who has control of the ball, and that will dictate what's happening because there's no ball in Derby.
No. Because
the jammers are both moving at the same time, so you don't have a single team that's in possession. Both teams are constantly in possession, which means that you have a dynamic, fast-moving sport, but it also means that it can be hard to understand. We were talking about this weekend with if there was a rule that you could change or add, how would that impact the sport?
Yes, absolutely. Okay. I don't know if we're going to find – do you want to find out maybe a little bit about what that was, Abby? And we will get back to the next jam as Abby works on finding out what that review was about. Pixie says this game feels like how IJRD last year in regionals felt playing Columbia. It is, and Filet official and Cheshire Stats, LC is shouting out some of the officials. Did you find out what the...
There's no scuttlebutt on this one.
Okay.
It's just, it was an injury timeout break, and they were just having a little chat, so there's nothing crazy.
All right, and we are back to the game, but Bigfoot has gotten a penalty, so this will be a power jam for Monster and Savannah. And Monster is lead and will be eligible to score points as he comes around. Bigfoot sitting in the penalty box on this power jam. Monster coming in. And trying to open up that inside line for Monster. Pittsburgh blockers doing a great job rotating to the front. Monster calls the jam after grabbing 2 points and freezes Bigfoot in the penalty box. Are we going to try this sour candy? We are talking so much. Okay. Ready?
I don't know what I don't know what type it is. So.
I don't know. Let's cheers.
Cheers. Oh, they're not as soft as I thought.
They're not as sour as I thought it was going to be.
I guess if you suck on it for a second, you kind of get a little bit of the...
It's a good gummy candy, but I don't think it's as sour as I was expecting.
Like it.
I don't
think
like
it's
it
lame.
either.
If you heard me say the brand before, I didn't say anything.
Yeah, it's kind of...
That's lackluster.
No, yeah. Mm.
Wow.
Okay, that was a good first one. All right, back to the game. Bigfoot is out of the box. King Corey is getting pulled to the back of the pack by the Pittsburgh blockers. Bigfoot is through as lead jammer. Bigfoot in the pack on a scoring pass. And pushes through to grab 4 points. King Corey is taking that star off. Might be looking for Slaya, who is currently pivoting. What a great tripod behind, just holding King Corey. Bigfoot coming through on another scoring pass.
Savannah coming in there and just breaking up that tripod with saying, let's get this offense in here to help our jammer.
4 minutes left in the first half. This has gone so fast.
So fast.
So fast.
So I just looked at the score, and this score feels nothing like the game that we're watching.
Nope, not even close.
I looked up and I was confused because
this game feels so close.
This game feels so close. Like there's so much action that's happening. Both teams are constantly just active and moving. So I'm confused.
Yeah. These teams are doing a great job. Punch Buggy on the line for Pittsburgh. King Corey on the line for Savannah as we get ready for the next jam. Punch Buggy at the back of the pack. Monster also at the back of the pack. Look at this defense, these walls. Monster is your lead jammer for Savannah.
Got 2 tight walls that are moving together, staying very close. We're still only in turn 1. There's been a lot of, not a bunch of huge drawbacks. Oh, that's interesting.
What's interesting?
So they almost looked like Savannah was trying to draw back to pull a cut, but there must not have been position for it because Pittsburgh came in front of those blocking individuals. So I'm curious as to the perspective of the officials. I completely understand the no call. It's a very solid no call if they've got the information for it.
Bigfoot on the line for Pittsburgh and King Corey for Savannah. Eggs says, how has the climate been? I know Perry Park can get really humid and uncomfortably warm. Egg, it is delightful compared to last summer when I was sweating and there were so many fans and all sorts of other different things. And it's delightful. It's not cool, but it's just
It's got the air on.
It's very
tepid.
temperate. Yeah, tepid. Tepid is the word I'm looking for.
So Bigfoot's out here with lead.
King Corey also able to get out to chase Bigfoot down. The packs are stretching apart here. Bigfoot was able to take advantage of that to get 4 points for Pittsburgh there at the end of the jam.
You see ace of skates for Pittsburgh coming onto the line here for first time as jammer.
Yeah, and I think that is because, Sirius, I'm not sure what exactly happened with Sirius, but Sirius is over with the medics right now for Pittsburgh. So Sirius is putting his helmet back on, but has not been jamming for a while.
There was the last jam that I saw Sirius in, it looked like there was a really hard hit. There was a fall to the inside, a moment of like assessing if my body's okay. The jam was soon called after that, not for injury, but just as a natural end of it. And I think Sirius said, let me go get checked out and make sure everything's okay.
Which is with the safety and health of our players is the most important thing. So I applaud Sirius for making sure that he is doing all right. Ace of Skates has gotten lead jammer, and I think maybe a family member of Ace of Skates, because I saw them stand up and just cheer so big for Ace of Skates. Monster is in the box on a forearm right now, so this is a power jam for Pittsburgh and Ace of Skates.
Smart move for Savannah. They're pulling all their blockers to the front of the pack to try to save their points as Pittsburgh comes in, which did actually delay Pittsburgh calling it off. Very smart move there by Savannah.
That is fabulous. 37 seconds left. We have got one more jam in this half. This has gone so fast.
The OPRs on the outside just looked at me and go, it's so fast. I nodded.
So they were saying the same words that I was?
They're saying the same thing, yeah.
I also want to applaud the OPRs right now because the game itself is moving so fast, and they have to skate faster because they're on the outside is the bigger circle.
But also for our officials in the middle, you've got more bodies in the middle that you've got to pay attention to, and your jam refs are moving by very quickly, and they've all been doing such a great job.
Bigfoot is out as lead jammer for Pittsburgh.
Again, we got this tight pack. Everybody's scrunched up together.
And Monster is out, hoping to force the call off. Bigfoot in the pack on a scoring pass. Bigfoot. Oh, did you see that footwork?
I'm shocked.
I'm dead.
I'm in awe. The footwork that happened is that Bigfoot jumped across the apex between 3 and 4, did like a side surf with their feet hop. It defied physics.
Yeah, it's amazing. Monster is matching Bigfoot point for point here. Bigfoot is not calling it. The period clock has run out, so we will be going to halftime after this jam. Monster getting hit to the inside by, I believe, what number was that?
06.
The Kraken. Oh, what a good name.
Wow, and that's the end of the first half.
That is the end of the first half. I can't even believe we're already through the first half, and we've only had one piece of candy.
I know.
All right, well, we're going to take a look at these penalties and come back with the second half of this game for the championship of the Open Regionals JRDA here on Derby Date Night. welcome back to Derby Date Night. We hope that you were able to get all your snacks and caffeinated beverages and are ready for the conclusion to this championship game between Pittsburgh Roller Derby and Savannah Roller Derby. This game has been so exciting so far. Official Admiral Abby, tell us a little bit about what you noticed in that first half.
You know that I love stats, and I'm a big nerd for stats, so
Yes.
I've actually been keeping track of who has gotten lead and how we've been going. And the game by the numbers is that Pittsburgh has been getting lead 70% of the time. Savannah's gotten lead 30% of the time, with Bigfoot being our top lead for Pittsburgh and Monster being our top lead for Savannah. But again, what we said at the end of the half was the score does not feel reflective of the game.
No,
I
it does
know
not.
that we're sitting at I believe a 91-point differential as we're going in to this next half, but each team is coming in here with vigor and spirit and power and tight packs. So, but again, at the end of the day, it is who gets lead gets to control the game.
Yep.
And that has a lot to do with how each of these teams are doing their strategies, how they're going to line up their walls, and what's going to happen. So very interested to see what was the locker room talk that happened in between the half. What are the teams going to do to adjust, both to the officials and to the other team, and we're off.
Yep, we got Bigfoot and King Corey on the line for their respective teams. Only 2 blockers from Savannah were out as we ended the half with 2 Savannah blockers in the penalty box. So Bigfoot was able to get through those 2 blockers and get lead jammer. Meanwhile, King Corey, stretching the pack out to the front, is able to get through and will be chasing down Bigfoot, but is not going to be able to score any points because Bigfoot has called off that jam. I am also going to be putting up our Skater of the Game poll. We argued a lot over the halftime because we wanted to have more people nominated as Skater of the Game, but we only are able to nominate 4. So we wish we could have nominated much, much more, but we have settled on our 4 nominees for Skater of the Game, and I'll be putting that poll up. Once you vote, you cannot change your vote. The poll will stay open until 5 minutes left in the game. So if you're not sure, watch the game, and while you're thinking about who you want to choose as Skater of the Game to earn the coveted Derby Date Night Skater of the Game sticker. Monster out as lead jammer for Savannah.
And a new jammer that we haven't seen on the line yet for Pittsburgh yet. It's Forrest
Bump.
Forrest Bump. I want to
Forrest
say Gump,
Bump.
but I know that's how it is. Forrest Bump, we've seen Forrest be a blocker getting out there.
And Forrest is able to get out. Monster getting a penalty and is going to be headed to the box. So this will be a 2-minute jam as Forrest Bump now is the only jammer out on the track. Wait, did Forrest just get somebody got a back block? No, it was a Pittsburgh blocker. Okay, Forrest is still out there taking a hit to the inside. Forrest is trying to get some offensive help from the Pittsburgh blockers here.
Really tight packs that we've got Savannah in the back playing offense against Forrest, trying to come in. Pittsburgh had pulled to the front, is trying to continue to open up that lane for Forrest.
Forrest takes a hit to the inside and is being held. Savannah doing a great job with their blocking here.
That's Claire
holding
there.
Forrest Bump and kind of nullifying this power jam as Forrest Bump has not been able to take as much advantage of the power jam as they were hoping to do. Monster is now out of the box and coming around, having scored 4 points. We have 36 seconds left in this jam. Monster is through on those were tippy toes on the outside line. Both jammers able to get through there. That penalty box has been busy.
Lots of rotating through that penalty box. We've seen direction penalties, we've seen back block penalties, forearm penalties, and we've seen a lot. There are bigger hits happening in this second half than the first half, which makes sense. There's a trip over to champs on the line.
Yes, it is I mean, everything's on the line here. So these players are all going to put everything out there. Forrest Bump through for another 4 points. Monster, final 4 points as that jam comes to an end, bringing that total to 16 points, outscoring Pittsburgh by 8 in that jam.
Savannah Slaya doing some really nice lightning bolt kind of pattern defense on the inside, opening up that lane for their jammer to get through.
And looks like Sirius is feeling better after a trip to the medics in the first
That's correct.
half. Sirius is on the line as a jammer for Pittsburgh. King Corey has the star on for Savannah, and it looks like a timeout has been
I think we're trying to figure out penalties. It looks like we've got our wonderful combo of Richie and Bona in the center doing some penalty checkup, communicating over to our box team there. It looks like that we are all set. They have their styluses that they're using on the EPLT are little crayons. So it looks like they're just crayoning on
Wait, really?
Yeah, they
Aww.
are. I love it. Like
Oh, a stylus that looks like a crayon. That's amazing.
serious, feeling better, back out with lead.
Yes, he is. And King Corey is trying to find space. Oh, beautiful spin on the inside line to get out. Sirius jumping through that pack to grab 4 points and does decide to call the jam. Gosh, they're so fast.
So fast.
So fast. All of them.
This is the derby that we love to see. This is the derby that, you've got players who know the game, who can articulate what they need to do, that can make those adjustments. It's hard-hitting. It's fast. It's action-packed.
It's great.
Great.
This is the kind of derby that is.
You know what
that
it
makes for
needs?
good TV.
It
Candy.
needs snacks.
Snacks.
It needs snacks. So we've got some more snacks I picked up at the grocery
Ooh,
store.
So excited.
We've got the gluten-free Brothers bites that are dark chocolate and hazelnut. They're like little protein bites.
Interesting.
So
Let's see if
Sirius
we like
told me
these
nothing
better
crunchy,
than the sour.
so I tried to abide by that.
All right, before we take those snacks, though, we got to talk about this jam because Bigfoot is your lead jammer right now. King Corey is. Wait, is King Corey out twice in a row? Or no, that's Monster. That's not King
Monster.
Corey. Monster is stuck behind a tripod at the back of the pack, taking that star off. Bigfoot is through for 4 points.
Pack is very tight. Little fall, tumble over.
Everybody okay?
I think we're just taking a minute.
Okay.
You see, we get the okay shake.
And I appreciate that someone from the other team is also like, are you good? Like,
Yep.
Safety first. Yes, we're playing a game, but safety is important. Was that an out-of-play hit?
That's very out of play hit, yeah.
Hey, look, I saw a penalty.
You did.
I did it.
I think it was a momentum thing of just kind of being
Yeah.
really far out, still playing defense and very focused in.
Monster was able to get out of the pack and is forcing that call off, which means we have 30 seconds to try our snack and decide whether or not we like it.
Cheers.
Cheers.
This one is softer than the gummy that
Gosh,
we just
chewy.
had. Very chewy. It's almost tacky, but it's fruity.
Kind of dry, but it's
Yeah.
got a good flavor.
Yeah. It's peanuts and hazelnuts, chocolate. I could eat these, but I could also eat these with a cup of milk.
Yeah.
Thank you for the timeout
Ooh.
as we talk about this.
That would be so good with milk.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Or
And I
like
don't-
a nice hot tea.
I don't usually like hazelnut, and this is actually really good.
This is not a Fiero Rocher.
No, it is not. It is not. But I would say I like this one a lot.
And I like the lineup that we're seeing here at the start of this next jam. Sirius and King Corey getting ready to go against each other.
Sirius jukes from the outside to the inside to grab lead jammer for Pitts. Oh, no, not lead jammer. He is getting a track cut penalty called. So lead,
It
I
should
believe,
still be
is still
open.
open. And King Corey just has to pass Lakeinator. I think he already got 629.
We still have to pass the foremost blocker to get out to have lead established.
Even if you pass them
see
once
Savannah
already?
going in, some
Oh,
tiptoes
oh,
on the
oh,
inside.
oh,
Beautiful
that
move.
was gorgeous.
Using the blockers back, which is completely legal with your momentum.
And he's
One
still legal,
hand.
still legal with one hand. Pittsburgh doing such a good job blocking. King Corey is amazing. Look at that work.
Waterfall
And
recycle
finding the space and
Incredible.
does become lead jammer.
What a fight.
Oh, so good. Sirius out of the box and into the pack. That is still the initial, so no points being scored yet. King Corey in the pack on a scoring pass does decide to call,
Smart
but
call
was
out by
able to
Savannah.
get 1 point, and that was a very hard-earned point.
Absolutely fought for in that, and just really incredible offense by Savannah. They were recycling up to continue to push Pittsburgh back and try to make opportunities for Corey to take, which some of them were successful, some of them got blocked down by the defense from Pittsburgh. So we're seeing these teams go back and forth.
Is that our car, Sirius? Why is our car moving into the
Without either of you.
into the arena? What? Why is our car? Why is our car?
Is this AI?
I'm so confused.
Are they taking a team timeout because your car's backing up into the venue? What's going on?
Why is my car backing up into almost to where we're sitting? I'm so confused.
When you, as the minute that the stream is done, they're gone. That's it. They're going to roll into the car and they're going to jump out of here.
Thank you. I got my keys. I don't know why my car just moved. But Oh, so, okay. Because we have to really hurry to get out of here once this is done. Oh, no. We got to rush out of here, and we have got a big setup. So, but right now, we are still in a game, people. And we're going to be here until the last whistle.
The last whistle
the
of
last
the last whistle. Our
And
differential
at
starting
that
to
last
creep.
whistle, we will know who is going to the Nationals in Loveland, Colorado.
And who the winner of our poll is going to be.
And who the winner of our poll is, if you have not voted yet for Skater of the Game. We have got our poll open right now. Bandelion is winning. King Corey is right behind, though, and we've only about a third of you have voted, so we've got lots of voting that can still happen. Penalty being called on Bigfoot.
That's a high block.
High block,
Yep, so
thank you. Took me a second.
Bigfoot going in on the scoring pass, made contact to the back of a blocker. The back contact was legal. It was on the side, but there was high contact that kicked that skater's head forward, which is enough for the penalty to cause impact, as we're always concerned about heads and safety during Derby.
Absolutely. Monster is trying to take advantage of this power jam with a spin on the front. Did he go out at all, do you think?
I don't think so. They're not calling it, but Savannah's set up in the back. They've got control of the pack. Did a very nice pull and reset. Everybody's land up. This almost looks like we restarted the game. But
that offense and being aware by Pittsburgh. Oh, that was so good.
Savannah lined up, waiting for Bigfoot to come out of the box. Who is now engaged with them. Monster fighting at the front, going around. Huge hit by Bigfoot. Gosh.
Jay Burton wants to see Bigfoot do a 36-point jam.
I'm
Jay
tired
Burton says,
thinking about that.
Tell Bigfoot if he doesn't beat Dangle's jam, he's benched for NAQ, LOL. You know, our biggest jam of the day that was a beautiful jump by Bigfoot. The biggest jam of the day happened in the last game.
Yeah.
And it was Evil C from IJRD,
Mm-hmm.
not of the day, of the tournament. There was a 32-point jam.
Oh, my God.
So that is the biggest jam of the tournament so far, right now, belongs to Evil C from Indianapolis Junior Roller Derby.
I don't know if Bigfoot's going to try to do it, because we've got 12 seconds left in this jam.
I don't think
and
it's gonna
little
happen on
tiny
this one.
toe stop work on the inside. It's super efficient, these little tiny hops.
Yep, I think they're just going to let the clock run out here. Bigfoot's not even bothering to skate all the way around because they know they don't have enough time to
get around
score
for
any more
another one.
points. But
it's a smart move.
Yeah, Monster did a great job of matching Bigfoot there almost point for point.
Both teams really just very smart play. Savannah trying to take down that differential. Pittsburgh trying to retain leads in order to keep their momentum.
Looks like there's an official review happening. Oh, Sheila said, did you see my poor candy joke? Sheila, you made a candy joke? I missed it. And Jay Burton is his coach and captain for Murda. Oh, so you're coaching from the chat. I love it. You're welcome anytime to come in and coach from the chat. So, Sheila, I didn't see your candy joke. I did not see it.
Sheila, say it again.
Yeah, tell us your candy joke again, because we did not see it. I really think I'm not seeing every single chat that's coming through. I don't know. I did check. I don't think I'm seeing them all. But anyway, we need more candy stuff. We still have. I've got a candy joke.
We tried that.
Do you want to hear my candy joke?
I do.
Okay, it's really bad though. What did the French dessert say when it was leaving?
I don't know. What did it say?
Bon bon voyage.
You started to laugh before you even finished that joke, and you barely got through that. And Sirius is dying. Sirius has his hand over his mouth, and he is dying. The two of you, this is why you're together.
I know, it is, because we're dorks. Oh, here's Sheila's joke. What did Mr. Andes call his son?
What did Mr. Andes call his son?
Junior Mint.
Stop it. Stop that right now. I don't appreciate being heckled like this.
I love it. Michael Kwan giving us the updates from the Angel City Rose game that is happening right now. The lead just changed, but don't leave us. This is a really good game, but Angel is now winning 36, Rose 34. That sounds like a very exciting game.
What part of the game is it for them? Because we're in the second half of our game. We're almost in the second half of the second half of the game.
Yep, absolutely. Abby, if you could find out what that was, that would be great. Anthony wants to be a third wheel but doesn't see anywhere to get a membership. Sirius, can you give us the QR code so that Anthony can scan that QR code and be able to get a membership? Sometimes iPhones have some trouble becoming third wheels. So if you scan that QR code, you should be able to go to the page where you can become a third wheel. We have different levels of membership. It does not cost that much, and it helps support us bringing you more live roller derby in and around the Midwest. We love to bring you derby, and we try to be live almost every weekend during the peak of the season.
Here's the haps. So Pittsburgh trying to use their official review, looking to try to get a cut on the Savannah jammer in the last jam, who I think it was
Monster.
No penalty was awarded, so they'll lose their official review, but Pittsburgh got a nice 2-minute timeout.
Kind of for free, but
I mean, it costs them something, but if, you know, that's kind of like a 2-for-1 special right there instead of using your normal timeout for just 1 minute.
And we have got Sirius and King Corey, our nominees for Skater of the Game right now out there. And King Corey is out as lead, but Sirius is on King Corey's tail.
So fast.
And these two are going to race to the pack as the pack gets ready. King Corey takes a little bit of a tumble and hits those hips. Sirius, oh, he's so proud of himself.
Savannah was set up for defense in the back. It did not work in their favor in that case as Corey was trying to get through. I think there was a scuffle between their own blockers and them, and there was one hit from Pittsburgh that took Corey down, and then Sirius snuck in at the end to get there for 4 points, which is why you're seeing the point set up that you do.
Now, something I do know about Sirius, not only does he also play Murda, but Sirius has a history as a speed skater.
Yes.
So that is why you're seeing, you do not, all of these skaters can go so fast, you do not want to take it for granted. Oh,
Speaking
beautiful.
Of fast feet on the inside line by Bigfoot.
Oh, no, but it was a penalty.
Saying it's a track cut.
So it's a power jam for Monster, who has just been called lead. This place is getting so loud.
I would too, watching this game.
The crowd is wild. I love it. And I love how these teams are from, we are in Indianapolis, and these teams are from Pennsylvania and Georgia. And we have this big of a crowd that is just shouting and screaming and rooting for both teams.
They're
and
engaged. They're ready to go. They want to see a great game.
Yep. Monster decides to call the jam while Bigfoot is still in the box. So Bigfoot will be frozen in the box. And he has less than 10 seconds left on his penalty. So King Corey is going to get a very short power jam here. I'm breathing for a second.
You are breathing for a second.
I actually stopped talking.
I think we both just took a long sigh and we're like, oh, okay, here we are. Goodness.
You're benching him again? Jay Burton keeps benching Bigfoot. Okay. Pittsburgh pulling to the front as that jam starts. Bigfoot coming out of the box, hoping to get unbenched by his murder coach, is eligible for lead jammer, but not going to get it because King Corey gets out first.
Oh,
Bigfoot,
jammer on jammer. Some very good Bigfoot doing, like, could have geared up for a very big hit, made the move for it. Corey didn't want it. Bigfoot got in front. Corey calls it. It's very smart jammer on jammer defense.
Very smart. Okay, Elsie keeps saying fix it, and I think that means something for a specific skater. Fix it. I think is there a skater called Fix It, or is there? I'm wondering if this is an inside joke of sorts.
It could be.
So maybe Elsie will tell us. All right, here we go again. Monster on the line for Savannah. Punch buggy for Pittsburgh. Lead jammer gonna go to Monster for Savannah. Punch buggy trying to get through at the back of the pack. Monster coming around on a first scoring pass. Punch buggy down to one blocker from Savannah is through. Monster in the pack on a scoring pass. Up on those toe stops, goes through the inside line, grabs 4 points, and calls it before Punch buggy can score any points.
Here's what's so interesting about what's happening right now. We've got a differential that went from 91 at the half that's fluctuating in the lower 100s, so like 105, 106, and it's starting to go down, and that's because Savannah is getting a higher lead retention than Pittsburgh is. So Savannah's getting lead 60% of the time, Pittsburgh is getting lead 40% of the time, and so I'm wondering, are we going to see the momentum here change?
Wait, who's getting it 60% of the time?
Savannah.
Oh, we've switched.
We've switched.
Interesting. Also, fix it is what Pittsburgh roller derby screams when they cut track. Fix it!
Go back, undo what you've done.
Oh my gosh, I love it. I love that. I had a feeling
that in my head
there was a story.
Oh gosh, what's going on here? Slaya's out. We're out on our scoring pass. We've got a not lead, so that means that lead is still open. Sirius just gets lead. Slaya's getting points. Very smart for Sirius to not to call it because we want to try to get those point differentials down.
Slaya's trying to call it, not realizing he is not lead. I'm guessing Slaya had a no pass, no penalty when he got out of the pack.
So.
Sirius is nodding, yes.
Yeah.
We must have missed it.
So there's those points.
4 points for Sirius. The pack is not moving
And
because
Slaya's got a penalty.
dang it. Slaya headed to the penalty box.
I think that was a position-based penalty, if I can tell that correctly.
Sirius with a little apex hop is juking in and out. No pack called. When that happens, you cannot hit that jammer. So they had to let Sirius go while Slaya waits in the penalty box.
Setting up in between turns 3 and 4. Savannah moving the pack forward so that they're not looking at an apex jump, but staying together.
Nice blocking by Savannah here. Oh, nice offense. As the Savannah tripod was sweeping from inside to outside, and then when they went to sweep to the outside, the Pittsburgh offense was right there, and they said, stop.
Yep. And Pittsburgh, Strawberry Jam, and Ace of Skates, just the only 2 blockers that are out because the other blockers are in the box, both doing some very good break 'em up offense inside of Savannah's walls because Savannah, as they've shown, has a very tight tripod.
Screaming no sounds like go, and jammers always hear go and get penalties. So fix it sounds way different than no, 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 which sounds like go, go, go.
No, 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 no,
No, no, no. It does. It sounds like go, go, go. So
Yeah.
no, fix it, fix it. I like it. I like it so much. It's also very East Coast to scream fix it.
It is. That is very East Coast.
Oh, Slaya
Yep.
with the apex jump to grab lead. Bigfoot might be in front. Oh, Slaya is speeding up. The pack is speeding up.
Pack
We're
is
just going to
running.
speed skate.
We
We're
are
going to
running.
speed skate
OPRs
now.
are running.
Now Bigfoot has become the blocker, and Slaya looks at the bench and does decide to call it. That pack just had a fun little speed skate race.
My goodness.
Anthony is on the third wheel practice squad. Woohoo! Welcome to the third wheel practice squad. Hey, third wheels in the chat. Welcome Anthony by showing off your Derby Date Night exclusive emojis. Jam Burglar. That's a great name. Jam Burglar.
That is a great name.
I love it. Michael Kwan thinks wall up sounds like call it. Have you all seen, now we're not using them here, but I've noticed this year there's a few teams that have been using flags to indicate red, yellow, green.
It's
whether
so
or
hard
not.
to hear. You get everybody cheering. You want the flags to be able to indicate what's going on.
Absolutely. And lead is going to Savannah and Monster. Punch Buggy jamming for Pittsburgh is stuck behind a tripod of Savannah blockers at the back, getting some offensive help there.
Huge jump over the apex by Monster.
Monster through for 4 more points.
Punch Buggy still in there fighting, getting out at the top.
Punch Buggy is through, but Monster in the pack will be able to hopefully grab some more points. Savannah has now reached the century mark in this game.
Really great tripod offense there by Pittsburgh with green 56, Violet Von Slaughter being sort of like our glue in that jam of keeping her pack together.
Absolutely. Love to see it. There are 8 minutes left in game time to vote for Skater of the Game if you have not voted yet. So speaking of call it and not being able to hear things, when I was a coach, I would scream call it, but my voice gets very high when I am screaming, and my team all thought I sounded like a bird. And so whenever I would be like, call it, they would all go, caw, caw.
Oh gosh. So in officiating, if depending on how the jam timer yells 5 seconds, it can sound like fried chicken.
Fried chicken, yep. And don't you do it at how many spices and somebody instead of 5 seconds says fried chicken at a certain jam number because of the number of spices in Kentucky Fried Chicken.
I didn't know that.
I think it's jam number 11 because they have 11 different spices.
That's funny. That's funny.
Someone in the chat will know. I think Eggs knows. Jay Burton says Strawberry Jam, Bigfoot, Bandelion, Sirius, Bio, and Forest Bump are all our JRDA, MRDA skaters for Pittsburgh Undead.
Oh.
That's a strong,
very strong
team.
That's a
wow.
lot. That's a lot of derby time and derby skill. Timeout being called here by Pittsburgh. I think that shows their utility. I mean, there's so much utility from both of these teams, and when you're playing other teams, you're getting that exposure to different styles of gameplay. I mean, many, many, many years ago, there were tools that were being created by MRDA teams that the WFTD team saw and said, we want those, stole those tools, and we started seeing gameplay of the game, and this is like 10 years ago, shift, and it continues to be this ecosystem where everybody's experimenting and thinking different things, but we've seen a lot of different strategies come from juniors as well that go up into the MRDA, WFTDA game. So it's always interesting to see where folks are going to learn.
And I don't know if it's the same in other parts of the country, but right now in the Midwest, I keep hearing that so many moves are being made next season. I feel like next season there's going to be a big shakeup, at least around the Midwest.
Interesting.
In terms of skaters going to different teams, skaters transferring, skaters aging up. And I think we're going to see a different makeup on a lot of the teams that we have watched all season long here on Derby Date Night. Next season might be very different.
That's
and we don't know. You're not going to be seeing the same exact team, so there might be different strategies. There might be different ways that they're playing, and I'm excited to see and that's what I love about Derby. It's always changing.
It's always changing.
Always. Simon just wants some fried chicken.
I'm not going to apologize for that, Simon. Go get some fried chicken. It's good
All
stuff.
right, back in the game, and Bigfoot is your lead jammer for Pittsburgh and the Yinzerded All-Stars. Monster is out about half a track behind.
So we're seeing a change in strategy here from Savannah. So earlier they were doing a 2-on-2 offense-defense like mini pod strategy. They've resorted back to the tripod 3 and one going up, or one here being P-Sweet, who just C-Swift, who's up in the front. And I think that strategic change has allowed for them, see they're set up in the back here as Bigfoot's coming in.
And Monster has gone through twice, has had 2 scoring passes. And Bigfoot does call it after grabbing his 8 points, but it looked a lot harder for Bigfoot than for Monster in that jam.
The defense is honing in more. That tripod offense is really, really strong, especially when you are like locked in and down. You get that jammer in that thad space, and then they're just pushing. We're getting tired. It's day 2 of a tournament. Now's the time to make those changes. So Savannah is keeping this differential very tight. We haven't fluctuated very far away from where we started at the beginning of this half. Even though the points do continue to go up, we're staying as close as we can. We just haven't seen that shift for them to be scoring more points.
Sirius and Slaya jamming for their respective teams. Sirius is out. No, Sirius has a penalty?
Yes, we got
Sirius
a forearm
has
penalty.
a forearm penalty, so lead is still open.
Still available to Slaya.
Slaya trying to use those shoulder hits to get out, decides to just, you know what, I'm just going to go around the tripod here. Oh, no.
No, it's
What
good.
was that whistle? Oh,
it's
it was a
multiplayer
blocker.
block from our Pittsburgh tripod.
Slayer, you know, you do notice I say, oh no, whenever anybody goes to the box.
Oh,
it doesn't
no.
matter which team. I'm always like, oh no, darn. I'm just sad for the person. It doesn't matter what team, but I'm excited for all of these skaters.
Well, I think it's because you know that when you hear the whistle, something's going to change in the game.
Yep.
And I mean, the purpose of penalties is to level set the game because there was an unfair advantage, and so we're removing that.
Yep. And that jam comes to an end. I do believe Pittsburgh did not score any points, and Savannah was able to grab 3 points there. So here's something interesting. Anthony, commenting on my comment earlier about the change of dynamics, says Pittsburgh is aging out half of the A team.
No.
Half
That's
of the
such a
A-team.
big change.
Yeah, and we've done Pittsburgh twice this season, and that's going to be a completely different team next year.
It is.
It's
It
going to
really
be
is.
really interesting to
And
see.
I mean, there's something that's beautiful about a team that has grown up together, that has so many years of experience together, and that's so hard to cultivate.
right? Bigfoot is your lead jammer. Monster is out about half a track behind. Bigfoot coming into the pack on a scoring pass is weaving through, narrowly avoiding King Corey at the front, and calls the jam after grabbing 4 points. So here's why I'm sad.
Tell me why
Do you
you're
wanna
sad.
hear why I'm sad?
I want to hear why you're sad.
Because we just started doing Junior Derby this year, Derby Date Night. We are in our 3rd season,
Yeah.
and we've really started doing a lot more Derby, a Junior Derby this season, and I have loved it. I am completely in love with Junior Roller
yeah.
Derby. But hearing about all this aging out,
it hurts the heartstrings.
I'm sad. I'm like, oh my gosh, next year all these skaters are going to have aged out, and there's not aging out in Derby. You just get old, but you keep playing. So I'm sad now. Sirius goes, don't be sad. You'll see them in the adult leagues.
But I mean, there is, I think, like it's hard to move from juniors into the adult leagues, and it's not just because there's a different like level of skill, but it's like you also are going through a different part of your life as a skater. Like you're having to go to college, you're moving,
yeah.
things are changing. You can't commit to the sport in the same way where you did before. Very smart call up there.
Absolutely. That was a great jam and so much
By
action
King Corey.
happening. And King Corey did a great job on that one. Savannah scoring 2 points. What is our lead percentage? I see you're doing some calculations over there.
Math. So we're narrowing down here in terms of our percentage. Pittsburgh's at 44% and Savannah is at 55%. Okay. So before we were at like a 60-40 with Savannah taking that 60. And so we're starting to see that differential creep away with Pittsburgh chipping away, continuing to push it. But Savannah's not letting up at all.
No, not at all. Monster jamming for Savannah and Punch Buggy jamming for Pittsburgh. Both of them stuck behind
such a
tripods.
smart move from Monster from the outside to the inside, just like utilizing that wall to be his own cover.
Oh, people are trying to make me feel better.
You still get to love them and see them, but it is part of the sport, you know?
Yes.
I've gotten to watch juniors grow up over 10 years of officiating for juniors. I've been doing officiating for 14 years, and you get to see them grow, and it's so amazing because you feel connected to all of these skaters, and you know they're going to continue to be involved in the sport in a variety of ways, but it's still like, this is a moment in time that you're not going to get to repeat, so please enjoy it.
Yes, enjoy these moments, absolutely, 100%. Because, yes, you can keep skating, but enjoy your time right now on this team with these people because it will change, and that's just life. Like, what did we decide yesterday? The only thing that's certain in life is death, taxes, and laundry. That was actually earlier today. That wasn't even yesterday. Bigfoot is your lead jammer headed into the pack and with an apex jump, grabbing 4 points, calling it before King Corey can touch that pack. And that was a clinic right there. Penalties?
You want to talk about penalties?
Yeah, let's talk about penalties.
Can we throw the penalties up onto the board?
Sure.
Serious?
Oh, I said sure. I'm not in charge of anything.
So at the half, we had a very small penalty count from both teams, looking at 1 or 2 for most. We can see how this has changed throughout the game. This is such a physical game. Sometimes penalties aren't because you're doing something wrong. You're doing so many things that just one of those things happens to be a multiplayer, a forearm, and it does change the impact of what's going on.
With 6 minutes left, Bigfoot is sitting at 5 penalties, and he is one of the main jammers for Pittsburgh. So I think I'm supposed to say fix it at this point.
Fix it.
1 minute left to vote for Skater of the Game. King Corey has taken the lead right now in the poll. Bandy Lion just behind. And whoever wins Skater of the Game will get one of the coveted Skater of the Game Derby Date Night stickers.
They're nice stickers.
They're
really
very nice,
cool
sparkly stickers.
I know.
And only about 15 of them have ever gone out because we only do 1 per game. What are you laughing at?
So I'm smiling. So Sirius here is conducting a whole orchestra of hand signals because Sirius does also officiate when he has the opportunity in juniors. And so was going through, had a no pass, no penalty on 1, did the hand signal on the outside, came back in, missed all the nod from the official, came in, 1 hand on the inside, came up, got lead, pointed to the hand, and it's just kind of verifying along the way.
Wait, is Sirius doing the hand signals?
Actually is doing the hand signals.
I love
and
that.
Showing.
I love that. All right, Pixie says, you'll see me in the adults. Yes, I'm so glad. And Jay Burton says, these darn kids, what I would give to have had this sport as a youth. Jay Burton, you don't, oh my gosh. I did not start Derby until I was like 35. And I wish I would have started
Don't look at me. I started when I was 20.
Baby,
I know.
you're a baby.
Baby.
Michael Kwan, I agree. We're going to get great new faces on the teams, new people to support King Corey, pulling Bigfoot back here right now. Little backwards derby. Eggs is excited to see how these juniors will impact the dynamics of adult derby. Me too. And Elsie says that she learns so much from the skaters. Thank you, Elsie. That's a really great point. Jamberger officiated juniors for 6 years, seen level 2 juniors grow into badass adult skaters and coaches.
So good.
Love it. Is Bigfoot headed to the box?
Yes, we are for a high block penalty.
Oh, that makes 6.
Yes. So Bigfoot did have lead in this, was on a good scoring spin, and King Corey has been continuing to push the entire time. Let's see how that we're going to have Savannah lined up in the back wall, so they're preparing to maybe engage in some offense for Corey coming up.
King Corey hitting the pack, and that is a strong, tight tripod, getting some offense there.
Very smart move to the inside.
Doing a great job not letting them push him, communicating with the pack, saying stay back.
Lake Nader doing some very great offense against King Corey.
Bigfoot coming out of the box and able to get through the pack. King Corey wanting some offense from the blockers who have cleared out the inside. King Corey looking a little bit tired, but is coming to the front of the pack, finding more Pittsburgh blockers, and Bigfoot is through for another 4 points. King Corey has worked so hard this entire game. I don't know King Corey, but I'm so proud of him. I'm like a
Truly
proud mama.
fighting, because we saw King Corey wearing all of the hats earlier. Jammer, pivot, blocker,
Yep.
and just really putting in a lot of work.
Bigfoot has gotten benched again by his murder coach. And both jammers coming through.
Oh, beautiful hop on the outside by
Beautiful
Bigfoot.
hop to stay in bounds to grab 4 more points for Pittsburgh.
King Corey getting recycled back by the Pittsburgh blockers. Very smart defense
And
there.
King Corey, who has worked so hard this entire game, is coming out with the Skater of the Game award from all of you in the
Yay,
chat.
congrats.
Congratulations to King Corey. He will be receiving the coveted Skater of the Game sticker at the end of this game. Thank you so much for voting. TC McSaunders says his mama is proud of him too. I'm his mom. Oh, we're so glad that you get to watch him and he's been doing such a great job, such a wonderful job. We're so excited to be awarding him Skater of the Game.
Congratulations to him.
Congratulations to him.
We've got a timeout here for Savannah as everybody kind of takes a breath. Very smart timeout move by Savannah. Want to stop that momentum. We just had a 16-point jam go up for Pittsburgh. Our differential is now up to 120 between these two teams' scores, and so we're continuing to see that move forward as Pittsburgh is like they're taking away, they're chipping away at the lead differential. They're chipping away at the point differential. They're continuing to push out that space.
Regina says King Corey is a great young man and an amazing skater. Look at all the love for King Corey in the chat.
Look at the love.
And the love for all of these skaters. On both Pittsburgh and Savannah, they have just been such a joy to watch all weekend. I've also been seeing both of these teams intermingle with the other 4 teams that are here this weekend. I think they've made, it's like when you go to camp as a kid, they've gone to camp and they've made all their new friends.
Well, they're seeing each other year after year. They're coming to these tournaments. They know each other. Like there's camaraderie in the sport because at the end of the day, they're all on one team, which is the JRDA.
Yes, absolutely. And here we go with one of our last jams of this tournament. Punch Buggy and King Corey jamming for their respective teams. And the defense is solid right now. Forrest Bump looks like headed to the penalty box, so there's one less blocker out there for Pittsburgh. And King Corey is going to take advantage of that and become lead jammer.
Oh, we've got an illegal contact penalty here for King Corey getting called from the outside. I think we had a no-pack situation, and there was a contact that shouldn't have happened during that no-pack. Velveteen Rabbit's been holding back our, I believe, now lead jammer coming around here.
King Corey just turned 14.
What?
14.
This amazing at 14, I don't understand.
Oh my gosh.
Punch Buggy coming around on the inside between turns 3 and 4, has lead, trying to get points. Corey's still in the box.
I'm just watching in awe at this right now. With a spin at the front, Punch Buggy is through.
We do have a penalty, though. We've got a cut track penalty at the very end.
Punch Buggy now headed to the box, cannot call the jam. King Corey is released from the box.
We've got 38 seconds left of the jam. It's going to go for the full 2 minutes.
It is so loud in here. We are going to have at least one more jam, though. Even though this jam is going to go the full 2 minutes, there is going to still be more than 30 seconds on the clock to finish out this tournament. I am fairly certain things are probably going to stay the way they are right now, which means Pittsburgh is on the verge of punching their ticket to go to Nationals. I do not believe they went to Nationals last year, so this is a very big deal to Pittsburgh to be able to have a chance to go to Nationals and play at the National Championship in just a few weeks.
Which is incredible.
So exciting.
But Savannah's like, I'm not going to let you punch that ticket until the end of this game.
Nope, Savannah is going to fight all the way, and they are going to be like, you are going to have to earn this ticket to Nationals, and we are going to fight, and we are going to make you work for every single point. And maybe Savannah's even going to throw a few points on the board themselves, like they just did, outscoring Pittsburgh 3-1 on that 3-0 on that last jam.
Really was something. Like and during this whole game, it has not felt like what it is.
No!
Like the score that's up there doesn't feel like the game that we're watching, because both teams are here just going, we're going to give it our all. Whatever the outcome, we're going to give it our all.
Absolutely. Oh, these teams are so excited. Everybody's cheering for the skaters, cheering for each other. The striped helmet means they are the pivot. The pivot can take the star from the jammer if the jammer gets tired and wants to give it to them. We have not had a lot of pivot passes in this.
We have not, no, because lead's pretty much been retained by a single individual, and the other team is getting out fast enough that they don't need to use that star pass as a resource.
Yes, the crowd is all on their feet. Every single person except for us is standing up right now.
We can stand. Do you want to stand?
Do you want to stand?
Are we allowed
Let's
to stand?
stand.
Are we going to
We're
like
gonna
mess
stand.
up the?
No, we've got headsets. We can stand. Sirius is now the only person in here that's sitting down.
And our scoreboard operator and our score table, who looks very professional over in the corner.
Yes, this is so exciting. I'm just rooting for all of it. Monster is leading a cheer as he's waiting for this official timeout to end. Amazing. As the officials are getting ready.
If you're at home, you should stand up too. Join us.
I think we had a timeout for a biohazard.
That could be possible.
Yes,
yeah, I did see that we
so.
took an official timeout.
Sirius and I are looking at each other because we may have some casual little bets on how many biohazards are going to happen in a day.
I know. I'm a part of those bets.
I don't know. I don't know what the over/under ended up being, so we'll find out later.
We'll find out.
Pittsburgh's last trip to nationals was 2 years ago.
Oh,
this will be their second time going to champs. That is so cool, Elsie. Oh, they must be so excited, but they're going to have to play one more, I guarantee you, really hard jam.
It could be two. You never
know.
know.
The crowd is shouting, "Let's go, Monster." Sirius, unfortunately, is going to start this last jam in the box, but will be coming out in a little bit more than 10 seconds.
Yeah, Sirius is sitting down, so we know that there's more than 10 seconds there.
Yep.
Everybody's lining up at the back jam line.
Oh, look at this interesting way that these Pittsburgh skaters are lining up around. It's funny because they're like ready to go, and the refs are not.
Well, the refs are making sure that all the safety is happening and that everybody is ready for what they need to do. We have a great ref crew here this evening.
Persephone says that Monster is the hype man for the team. I am not surprised because he has been hyping up Derby Date Night as well and is one of our members, and I have just enjoyed chatting with him.
Derby Date Night's very hypeable.
Oh,
you guys are doing great stuff.
Oh, thanks. We like to be
here.
hyped. Nathan has had the privilege of watching Corey become an amazing athlete.
Scrummy little start here at the very top of the line. Spread out pack.
Well, I think if with Pittsburgh at the end of this going to champs, Corey's Monster is like, you know what? I'm going to try and get lead jammer here.
This fight, Pittsburgh is recycling up in their tripod, doing a great job of staying together.
And there
playing
it is.
offense.
Monster with the final lead jammer
Sirius
status.
out of the box.
Sirius is out of the box and coming into the pack. Monster's coming around on a first scoring pass. Sirius not eligible to score any points yet. Has to make it through that initial. This is amazing. The pack is speeding up and Sirius is through. He will be eligible. Oh, Monster with the apex jump to grab 4 more points. The period clock has ended. We are in jam time only, and the crowd has gone wild.
Sirius bobbing and weaving through the pack, which is very spread out right now between turns 4 and 1. A good drawback here by, Clarabera.
Sirius and Monster both stuck in the pack. Sirius juking around and getting past Saleya to get 4 points for Pittsburgh. Monster was able to get 4 points. 6 points for Savannah. Unofficial score, Pittsburgh 256, Savannah 137. Pittsburgh will be going to the national championships.
Congratulations, Pittsburgh.
And since we all in this regional have fallen in love with Pittsburgh, all of our love is going to go towards Pittsburgh, wishing them the best of luck in the national championship. Please tune in on July 12th and 13th in Loveland, Colorado. There are 9 regional tournaments that are happening. 5 of them happened this weekend. There are 4 more next weekend, so you can watch those if you go to JRDA's Facebook page and their website. You can see what's going to be happening. Oh, actually, no, I can tell you what's going to be happening next weekend. We have got the female division in Ventura, California. The open division will be playing in Des Moines, Iowa, Rome, Georgia, and York, Pennsylvania. So we will find out who the other 4 teams are that are going to be going to nationals on top of the 5 teams that punched their ticket this weekend.
We're going to have so many great games coming up here, and nationals
really
is going
are.
to be an absolute fireworks display of incredible roller derby that we've got going on right now.
Absolutely. Abby, thank you so much for coming on Derby
Happy
Date Night
to be
and being here with me. I really appreciate it. Sirius and I love having our third wheels with us on our Derby Date Nights. If you've enjoyed what you're watching, subscribe because Derby Date Night is going to be live for the next 2 weekends. We've got games happening. So subscribe so you can find out where you're going to see Derby Date Night next. We love you all. Thank you for joining us for this amazing tournament. We are so lucky and privileged to have been able to showcase these amazing young junior skaters. Congratulations to Pittsburgh. We love y'all. See you soon on Derby Date Night.